was definitely not messing with anything off stream. You have no evidence of this, and your claims are unfounded. Yeah, I was debating whether or not I was going to start a new one with her knowledge learned. I'm like, you know what, let's just keep pushing forward. Because, like, we're not in a bad spot or anything like that. But I've learned a lot. Okay. There are tooltips on everything. Cool. Alright. Yep, so where we left off with, Mind Over Magic is we've got our little school here. I've learned how to make skewed roofs and all that. We've got a couple of our rooms set up. A lot of these aren't properly labeled rooms or anything anymore. Actually, I take that back. Literally, the only one that's not labeled room is our schoolroom. But, or sorry, the wand-shapey room. We did unlock the anchors we can put off the walls. Oh, I have a ton of stone. That's perfect. Did we actually get the... No, we have not. What are we researching? Where are we at? We are... Yeah, we're literally researching the thing that'll let me branch the walls out farther, which is something we're waiting on. Wood-wise, we're struggling. It's interesting, I didn't get nearly as far messing a little bit off-stream, because just not nearly as much time dedicated to it. But I did find off-stream, I ran into entirely different difficulties. My off-stream playthrough, I can't get rock to save my life, but my god, I am swimming in wood. And it's only like this big. A void shroom has appeared. Oh right, because it made the room a lot bigger. It's not as bright now, is it? Gotcha. Okay, so we need more light. And we got the support. So first, though, I need wood. Yeah, that's a big thing, is I need wood right now. Oh, sorry. Let me go ahead and start the queue, because we will be getting a lot of students in our school. And if you would like to be one of the students, and potentially one of the faculty in our school, you need to do !join. We are going to be trying to rotate through our students a lot more aggressively than we were last time. I think the intention is if they're not a student you plan on keeping long term, once they like max out, you send them on their way. Right, and I still need wood. Alright. Yeah, so it's just gonna take time. But I got these pots with the trees in it now, so it should be sustainable wood. Meanwhile, we do need to get the lighting better. Because I made those rooms way bigger. I also noticed that there doesn't seem to be any, like, room size limit kind of thing. Let's see, you joined yesterday. Are you still in? Yep, you're still here. Alright. Yep, so we're gonna try and get these so they're no longer eligible for the void shrooms. But yeah, for those who didn't see the way this game works yesterday, Mind Over Magic, it is like a colony building-esque game, that you have this deadly fog that closes in, so it slowly closes in on your school and all that, and you burn resources to shove it back out. You'll have, like, enemies will attack you, so kind of RimWorld where you have, like, right now I've got a cold snap that's messing with what plants are growing and all that. As well as the Vivified perform better in battle is another effect that I don't really know much about. Oh, wait, we got something else? Mana Lantern. A lantern that houses mana crystal, focusing its light to restore mana. Needs a charge to function. Okay. Sure, I don't know. Figure we'll build and just see what it does. Because it seems like the idea, because I know I have multiple people who want to charge the mana thing, and it's something that my students can do. Because like RimWorld, your students are like the kids. They're very limited on what they can do. But the idea behind it, you have your overtop area where you make like all your classrooms, your bedrooms, all that kind of stuff. And then you've got the down below area where you send your mages to go fight stuff. And as you fight stuff, you'll find more resources, get to explore farther, yada yada. It's a whole thing. But like RimWorld, you still have like all your task priorities and all that. So they've got two different things, like things they're good at and things they've got a passion for. So like Kalaria Star isn't good at dark magic, but really likes to do dark magic. So I've gone ahead and said, fine, you can do it. It's whatever. You also have like your schedule stuff, which one thing I want to change that I experimented with. Oh no, that's tasks. Ah, okay. I've been debating how I want to break up the schedule. Because it definitely feels like I'm going to end up needing multiple schedules. So I have different people recreating at different times and all that. But yeah, some of the mistakes I've made in this one that I should adjust for is where I've got this stairwell right in the center of the room. That's proven to be a real big pain point. Because it makes most of these other rooms hard to use because the furniture just doesn't fit in well. My plan here, I think, is as we put the ledges to make this branch out and all that, on either side, like expand it, I'll correct the rooms as we go. So then we can take like this one, I can, you know, move this furniture out somewhere over here, move the stairwell over, and just get the stairwell along one of the walls. It doesn't even matter which wall, just not in the middle of the room. Yes, we're getting all that. We can have lightning storms, which is what those are about. We haven't seen that yet. Okay, so those considered well lit now? No, they're still not well lit. I made those rooms entirely too big. Because if I don't make them well lit, there's a void mushrooms or whatever they're called. They drain mana from your mages as they walk by, which just affects their ability to work. But the actual worst thing is it gives them a pretty nasty mood penalty from being drained. So it is a resource you use, but it seems like what you'd probably want to do is like have a dedicated room that this is the void mushroom room, so that I could like tuck it off in the corner, leave it pitch black, and have them go in and collect it as I need that as a resource. Oh, that adds... How good is the lighting on that? Is the lighting really good on that? 150? Okay. And I assume that gives luxury score? Alright, that's interesting. So we probably want to make more of these if we can. I don't have mana crest, so that's all we can get. But like I said, there's refills remaining. This honestly might make more sense to be up there. Because that way the person working here could just turn around, recharge their light or whatever. Or recharge their mana. I'm assuming they top off their mana and they could take mana back out of it. So it basically lets the students recharge this with their mana. And then the teachers can then use that to recharge or sorry, the students can recharge it using their mana, and then the teachers can grab the mana without having to walk all the way down here and channel on that thing. Okay, are you well lit now? That's fine, I'll let you finish that window. Okay, so all that's well lit. Interestingly enough, the whole underground is well lit. And we are starting to get some wood in here. One of the next things I want to do is I want to go in the bedroom over here and slowly get that flipped over. But meanwhile, what we could go ahead and do is we got the arch support. That should let me go and build that out. Can't do windows on the side? Not that I've been able to. Yeah, it only wants to go to the back. That's probably because you can build walls out and all that, that they're like, yeah, we'll just not deal with that. Okay. So that's the limit on how far out that can go. So build that out, that overhang there. Tear down this wall once that's done. And we can see what we can do about continuing to expand this place out. Okay. Yeah, basically we're expanding this out. This also means what it'll probably do is put more of these planter areas when they get more unlocked. We'll put them underneath that. Because I don't think they actually need light, I think they just need to be outside. Okay. We researched another one of our earlier techs. So we got the alchemy station. So I need one more stone for the alchemy station. You can get a bunch of stone down there by fighting. Alright. Well, we've got people capable of doing this, so let's go ahead and plan for this. So we got a level 8 and a level 7. They're weak to earth magic and strong against a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, I will have all of the adults are gonna run down there and clear out another area to get me some more stone. Because that'll clear up more space down here, and it'll give me more goodies. Hey, and thank you, Illicit, for the Prime Gaming... There it goes.
Thank you, IllicitNZ, for subscribing for 26 months.
Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 26 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate the continued support, and I hope you continue to enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you for that. Alright. So, they're both weak to stone. I don't know which one of them is more dangerous. Oh, do I not have... Oh yeah, no we do. So this lets me guarantee one of my people gets a crit and more attack speed. This person uses the stone magic. So we're going to buff them first. And so now I'm going to smash. So they're going to do 59 damage, times 2 because it's double damage, and then times 2 again because it'll crit. I can only hit the one in the front, so we're just doing that. Ooh, you actually hit for a lot. Okay. So you are weak against the tentacle sweep and all that. I, again, cannot hit the one in the back. And you are neutral so far. Let's finish you off. So let's see, 50% of the caster's maximum hit point. An allies targeted in a row gain equal amount of armor, remove sadness and fear. We have flow. Yeah, so we can use that. That'll slow you. You do 32 damage, which isn't very significant here. So I'm going to have you give some mana to our Earthcaster. Alright, we need to deal with this. Put the Shadow Cloak on and face Influx to try and give him a little defense. That gives a chance of dodge. What are you casting on him? Okay, so you're just not getting much attack speed. I'm gonna use this to try and armor and face Influx as well. Okay, Earth Smash. I really wanted to use that in the one in the back. Let's get this one out of here to reduce the damage we're taking per turn. I'm gonna switch you to the back in case that protects you. I don't know if it does. Oh, that's weird. The Shadow Cloak goes to that spot. Okay, cool. So that's... Glaria has a lot of health to be able to absorb hits, so that's good. You take double damage from this. Now I can get at you. You only can use that, so we'll do that. And that should finish it. I just got an achievement for opening the Nexus Gateway. Let's see. Tier 2 wand raid. Upgrades a mage's tier 1 wand with a tier 2. Okay. Okay. Insufficient lightning wand, insufficient no wands available for upgrade. Oh, I see. So I need a tier 2 wand to replace it, is what I'm taking this as. Because it says insufficient tier 2 wand. That's fine. So what that means is, like, a person's attached to their wand, we have to get a better wand, and then once we have it, we can give it to them to effectively upgrade them. I do have multiple wand upgrade recipes here now. Ooh, and we actually added another one. Yeah, we do have those, but they're all waiting on the potions of recharging, which requires the alchemy bench, which I did just unlock, but I need to actually put down here. So alchemy station. Now a big part of this game is, like, your rooms have different settings. So you see, like, this is a nurse's office, a schoolroom, a basic classroom, an austere bedroom, a mage's study, a dining room. You get the idea. Schoolroom is like your generic no anything. Let's see if there is, like, an alchemy room of any kind. So alchemist lab, it must be pristine, and it must be an interior room. All right. Okay. You can also have a staff lounge and have a, why does that oh, alchemy rate increases. Alright. Let's see if we can figure out. So you're silent, private. Let's see. What's it say for interior? Keywords interior. No not adjacent to an outside space to the left, right, above, or below. Okay, so it needs to be like a central room of some kind. I could certainly make this into an interior room. It's not there yet, but we would move up here. Because my thought is like, oh, I could make that into an interior room. That's actually what we could do here, is I could put a door here, move the nurse's office stuff in there. And then this should be able to become an interior room once that's done. I think that's what we'll actually do. Yeah, so let them build this room. This will get a door. And we'll move the nurse's stuff in here. And then this space will make into the alchemy lab or whatever. And that's just going to take time to do. I might even see what we dropped here. Yeah, so we got a wand transfigure thing. So what, that answers the question of, like, I was curious if our staff members were, like, limited, and then what'll end up happening is over time we would want to swap them out for other, like, have our students get to be better than these staff members and replace them as staff members. And I was curious if that's it. It looks like you can actually have them swap out the wands, though. Once we actually have a decent surplus of wood, I want to start replacing the furniture in this to not have the cots to get a better bedroom. Can I move these? Not really. You can take it apart and you don't lose anything. Which wouldn't be the worst idea, but I'm gonna hold off on it. I think it's fine. It'll limit the how much I'm losing like 2 tiles of space over here, but that's fine. This is the curious one of like how much we want to grow the place, how fast. Hey, Luxray, how's it going? And hey, Kelly and Sentry Cookie. Sorry, I'm not trying to ignore chat, just getting distracted. I mean, one thing we did notice last time is you've got your, this person here, it's like a ghost. They are limited to only level 1 and everything, but it does mean they can do everything and they can pass through walls. They're a ghost. So they just give you that person at the start for free. I think the intention there is that if everything goes wrong with your, school, that barring you've run out of wood and everything's just gone, you could, in theory, return from any point. I don't know if that's true, but it basically feels like a way to have someone to fix your problems. Or if you, like, you got someone up here and actually took apart the staircase and now they're trapped up there, and you're trying to figure out how to solve it. It's someone who can get around to other areas to deal with a lot of that. So storage. Those boxes are getting full, so let's make another box. But yeah, and we have noticed that, like, there's really good resources kind of left behind as the fog retreats. So it almost feels like you deliberately want the frog to advance and then push it back and advance and push back. So that, like, the various crystals and all that become available. Chop, harvest, hunt. Chop, harvest, hunt. And that way they keep collecting resources. And it's a certain time of day that the fog closes in. I don't remember, I think it's like end of the day or whatever that the fog will close in. It's however amount. Yeah, and it says 5 days until the fog consumes the school. It has warned us as well that if the fog overtakes things, some things it'll leave alone, other things it'll destroy or damage. So there's like a whole lot that goes around with that. And it is a thing in this game that it does take your people a pretty decent amount of time to recover from injuries. And it is percent based, not hit point based. So you got like Sentient Cookie down here, because they use dark magic, they always get hurt. But you get the idea that they're healing somewhere in the area of about 12 hit points per in-game hour. So it does just take them a while to heal. There probably are ways to speed that up more, but we haven't gotten to that point yet. Hey, Alexroy, thanks so much for the 10 stream streak. Again, watch the last 10 streams without missing one, so thank you. Yep, so the fog closed in, so now I got 4 days till it closes in. I'm not super sweating it. I'm letting our characters build up resources and trying to get stuff done. Okay. So, let's go to lighting. We got a nice small room here. So let's chuck a window on the back. Let's actually make that a little bit higher priority, just because otherwise they're going to have a bunch of those void shrooms show up and I'll just get aggravating. I'm assuming there's going to be an event that's like a solar eclipse or the sun's blocked or whatever to make these torches and the mana thing make sense, because otherwise it feels like you could just put up your windows, and then once you've got the windows lit, you're fine. Or like, you know, the moon gets blocked out or something like that. Lunar eclipse. Okay, that's not... You know what I'm trying to say. Okay, is that well lit? Yep. Alright, so with this, we're going to take the medical beds. We're going to shove them in there. Lucky Magic School, you nodded off yesterday? And you're guessing you got killed in heroic battle? Actually, you graduated. You graduated and you left. Somewhere in here we've got a relic you left us when you graduated. Because I'm coming to find that it seems like the intention with the game is that you would graduate people, like, if you don't immediately need a staff member, you graduate them. Magical success? Yeah, we actually haven't lost anyone yet so far. I don't think anyone's gotten knocked out so far. Okay, so we're gonna move those over there. And then, like I said, my hope is I want to take the spiral staircase, and I want to just get it out of the center of the room. Just, like, put it anywhere, like, as far over on, like, one side of the room or the other as we can. Right, exactly, JD2V0. Cool, magical diploma for Rual's school in your background. It's pretty hype, yep. Yeah, I think the idea is you rotate out a lot of students, but, you know, periodically you're going to want to keep someone as a staff member. I think a big part of that is on the research tree we've got going. There are some of these things that let me make an apprentice, so like right here, there's, this one here, Fire Apprentice of the Pyre. And that lets me get an apprentice. So my assumption there is apprentices have much higher education requirements, is my guess. And so, like, that'll be a big thing. Right now, we're still working on the lower level technology, though. So we got the mage's study, the dining room. That's still generic schoolroom. Nurse's office, which is, this is going to become the nurse's office, then we're going to make this into our alchemy lab. Alright. Yeah, I think I'll let this drop in till they're at 3 days out, and then we'll shove it back again. Alright, Pyreal now prefers eating in a room with Calaria's star, and vice versa. Oh, right, and we do actually have a dining room. Okay, so this is now a nurse's office, and this is back to being a generic room of nothing. So what I'm going to do here... Okay, so I can't move it to the background. We can put it up against the wall. And you're mad about this. So I'll disintegrate that lamp, and if I need to, I'll build another window. Because I want to move that staircase. Fortunately, this is a game that they do give you back your resources. So build that staircase, take apart the old staircase. How's the lighting in that room? It's still well lit. We didn't need that lamp. So we'll take out the old staircase, and that'll give me more room to build stuff. So we can make this into our alchemy lab, and then these 2 rooms will be available to do whatever I need to do with those. We might be able to, at that point, get 2 of the enchantophones in the same room. And we can pull that off. I can't remember what the name of the room is, but it basically makes a rec room to boost our mood more. In this game, instead of, like, your mood bonus or whatever, like we've got in RimWorld, they go with the conviction, is what they call it. Alright. But yeah, that'll make these 2 rooms usable, or better usable. I did mention we want to replace the crappier beds with the better beds. I think we'll wait till we push back the fog again before we do that, because that's going to cost me a lot of wood. And I don't have a lot of wood.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All of these staircases are like 1/3 done. So none of these floors are connected yet from that staircase. It's fine. I do imagine it becomes a thing later that you have to make the decision of you could add another staircase to give you more paths around to go around your school faster, since your people don't exactly walk very fast. Or do you want to make sure you have the dedicated, like, not take up that space? Let's see, have you had any students of all magic schools? Any favorites? You don't know about the game, just curious? It does seem like everyone has a thing that they specialize in. So if we look at this one, you know, Infinity Simplex has 3 lightning, but otherwise not much of the others. We have Pyreal has 3 earth and a little bit of the others. You have Sentient Cookie has 3 and the dark magic and just a little bit of the others. Calaria's Star has 3 water, same deal. This one will be able to get to 3 fire. This will be able to get to 3 earth, 3 air. So they all have like a mix of stuff. I do recall seeing one person I thought we had that had a bunch of 2s instead. So like they still had the 1 at 3, but they had kind of a lower base. But we also had an option down here at the summoning thing to summon a gifted student if I have enough of the Gnosis shards, which is part of, I think, the idea is that we turn through a whole bunch of not gifted students to then acquire a gifted student, because we get those Gnosis shards every single time one of our students skills up, as well as graduates and a couple other things I think will also give you Gnosis shards. Okay. New building. We can get a brazier. Meanwhile... Alright, so we're taking out the old stairwell. Randall Thor has completed food focuser bronze. So XP gained while becoming a thing. All right, so go 2 days without getting very hungry. Congrats. All right, so now we've got a chandelier, which adds luxury. But I'm not worried about that. We want the crafting, the alchemy station. You can tuck that in the corner over here. Because I believe, yeah, interior. And what else did you need? Did you also need pristine? So... Oh. Workshops. Oh, it's fine. Alright, Alchemist Lab. Yeah, so it needs to be pristine. And what pristine means is the torch has got to go. Anything that has a negative appearance has to be gone. That does mean I'm going to need lighting and another small window to keep this well lit enough that we don't have stuff growing in there. And then that should make it an alchemy lab. Actually, we don't need to wait. Superior Repel Fog. And we need one of our students to help, so Randall Thor, you get to do this. All right. And my hope is we'll be able to make those replenishing potions on our alchemy station here. Because if I could do that, we can make this work. And then the next thing is we can move you there. Yeah, I believe if I put both of these... That's fine. I believe I put both of those in one room. I believe that'll make it a rec room. Let's double check what the requirements for that is. So select goal. Where's the rec rooms? Rec room, conservatory. Yeah, so it just needs... Ooh, it also needs 25 or greater luxury. Alright, well, we're not anywhere near close to that. Still. We'll put that in there. And do all that. We can also go lighting. Add another window here. And then once that's done, we can tear down the torches. Okay, so we did the ritual that shoved the fog back. So mine, chop, harvest, hunt. Basically, that's what I'm kind of constantly doing, is just telling them to be like, hey, if there's resources out there and you can get at them, go for it. Not really targeting anything specific, just tear into it. Okay, we got essential medicine is the new thing we unlocked. We can make an incense burner, which gives us luxury. Okay, so we've got these 3 level 2 wands available, and that's it. That's fine. Okay, so we got this bench. Add potion. Potion of rejuvenation and potion of recharging. Honestly, with those, just keep 5 on hand. Let's see. Which one did I actually need for the wands, though? Recharging, recharging, recharging. So we're going to prioritize that over the other. Because with that, I should be able to get level 2 wands. And we're going to start by working and getting our staff swapped over to level 2 wands. Okay, we just got the new research, Grave Thoughts. Which lets me bury a corpse of a student if any die. This will also let me destroy relics to make stuff. Alright, but first, before we get too far, I want them to finish that wall there. Use alchemy to make whatever. It's fine. Are you... Why are you not an alchemist lab? Ah, we need the tincture shelf and the... Yeah, so we have more stuff to unlock before we can make it that. But it's the start of one. Midden Jelly. A refining beast that processes non-human corpse and makes them into useful reagents. Cool. Put that down there. Okay, so that's a recharging thing. We're gonna start by making... Well, actually, you should do that on your own. Yeah, they should just do that on their own. We've already got it queued up. That basically, when you can make a wand, make a wand. You'll just keep some of them on hand. Sometimes you just need a dance party. Okay, we can disintegrate the lamps since they lower our luxury. We can probably move the gruel pot somewhere. Alright. I don't think we can... Oh, we can put it down here. I don't think it makes sense to shove it all the way down in the basement, though. The poor person's got to walk across the entire world to get to it. But that is useful information that I can just chuck it down below and call it a day. I'm gonna move it down there. So we can slowly make this more luxurious. I think also was like the kitchen. There's one of the rooms that needed to be on the ground floor that we had to figure out still. Yeah, so research is plugging along at a pretty good speed. Alright, Spectral Rift has formed. We have a Spectral Rift that's going to have a couple of enemies. Let's check to see if any of our students, they all have like passions they want. Do any of them want to deal with a defending the place from surface attacks? No. Alright, so we don't care who we send then. Alright. Let's go ahead. We can go ahead and just start the battle right now. So they are weak to plant, water, and earth. So we got water there. Honestly, for this one, let's have Sentient Cookie sit that out. The dark magic's good stuff and all that, but you almost never get to use it. So who we want to sub in as instead? Earth Armor, Smash, do that. Not really a great choice here. We'll bring Galahad. Double up on the earth magic. Well, you're an earth mage. So have everyone top off their mana. Where's the rift? What room is it in? Oh, it's right here in the garden. Okay. So you are weak to water. And this is our lightning mage. Let's go ahead and try and just deal with this immediately. So you're gonna get the boost here. So you do your crit and all that. Let's have you smash. It is the one in the back that's weak to smash. I should have looked at how that works. That's fine. Okay, really small damage, lots of targets. Please stop beating up on Infinity Simplex. Alright, you're the one weak to water, but I can't get at you. Torrent is 20 damage, he's got 20 life, he doesn't have a defense to it or anything else. I will go ahead and use that. That'll give Infinity Simplex a bit of armor, so that'll help protect them. Okay, and you're the one who's weak to this? Okay, you can't do anything, you have no mana. Yeah, we'll use it on them. I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to hit the other person for more damage and have someone else try and finish it off, but it's like, nah, let's just make sure it's down. Poor Infinity Simplex is getting bullied. So you're the one weak to water. So you're slowed. Just bully. You have nothing you can do right now, so just pass your turn. And finish the job. Cool. So we got some ectoplasm and some other goodies for it. A lot of people took some minor damage. They'll all want to go rest in the nurse's office thing, whatever it is. Alright. They'll check. Everyone's lighting's good? Yeah, lighting's good. We're fine. Filth. Nothing is looking particularly filthy. Clutter. Everything's fine. Other than, like, this area, everything's fine for pathing. Support. Obviously, we're getting out into the wings where they can't really build much more off of that. Alright, so one thing I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and choose priority. Get all our students set as they're getting better, and basically as they learn their skills, they have different things they get better at. We can change that. I actually meant to go over here. Where are you at? Why are you... Why'd you play that ominous music? Oh, is it because I built the cube? So... Ingredients, small carcass. We can make viscera, sinew, and whatever. We'll keep 10 viscera on hand. 10 sinew. And 10, that's providing affection to QB, the midden jelly. So it's jelly used to process corpses into materials, and it's adorable. It's only slightly, mostly nightmarish. Alright, so tear down that wall, get the new light built, and we're gonna start building the better beds in here. I'm definitely gonna need more people who can harvest trees and all that. Speaking of time, just a little bit as well. You have tons of stone, so the question here... Oh, you need to be down one. Yeah, question here... Okay, so it still lets me expand it a little ways out, but it's not, like, infinite. Like, I can't just, like, make a 45-degree angle out. It will kind of, like, narrow up because of things. Does it may zoom in on your student when not busy? Sure. I mean, right now you're laying down, so it's kind of hard to make out what's going on. But that's you down there. I do like how some of them will just lay the wrong way on their bed kind of thing. Yeah, that's what your student looks like. Meanwhile, Randall Thor is about ready for graduation. It's just I figure we graduate all three of them, because you're pretty close about right to level, and Doka is just a bit longer to level, so we'll get all three of them. Alright. Creepiest quilting has been unlocked. That's the spindle. The spindle actually has some pretty significant resource requirements. Let's see if the spindle has a special room for it. It probably does. So it needs to be towered. Must not be adjacent to walls or rooms to the left, right, or above. So basically, I need to have like an outcrop that just sticks out of the area for that. I don't think we're ready to get that set up yet, but we'll get there. That just struck me as a little concerning. That... Build that real fast, because the implication here on the durability is this wall doesn't have support it needs to function. Because we look at the support here, all that orange implies that's not structurally stable. I'm assuming that will break. So... Please build this thing. I don't know what happens if we don't resolve that soon. I'm assuming it'll collapse or something. Alright. There's not much I can do until we get that built. So I'm hoping this will give me the structure I need. If not, what I'm gonna need to do is, put the wall back temporarily, then start building the beds, and I'm gonna need to scooch the wall over later. Come on. Please tell me that works. It's like you could reinforce your room or whatever. Rest your weary bones. It made it go one tile farther. That is what we call a problem. It's fine, they'll sort it out. But we'll see what happens there, because that was a goof. Let's see. So you unlocked... Basically, you unlocked Peaceful Chair and all that. Oh, good. We're getting a level 2 wand. And we haven't unlocked the other level 2s yet. That's fine. It'll take apart that torch. Can you build under it with a column? Did we get a column? That's a good question. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So there's not a straight up column here. You can get a hallway wall, but that's just, it's a door with no door on it, is the way to think of it. It's a doorway. And I do want this to be one room. So it is a thing that, like I said, I'm gonna probably have to put the wall back here if this doesn't work. And then we would get rid of the, Alright, how are you looking? Nope, okay, so that won't work. Alright, so what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to put the wall back. I'm gonna put an archway there so you can get through it. Meanwhile, these serve zero purpose. We'll get rid of them. Checking our lighting. Both the rooms are too dim. I mean, it's one room. Yeah, once I wall this off, it'll probably be bright enough. So what we're gonna do here... Get some of the better beds made. And we'll move you over here. And we'll slowly get rid of the cots and all that. Okay, so now it's supported again. Did we make the lightning rod? We do have a lightning rod. Oh, here, do until you have one. So with that, I should be able to go down here and say Infinity Simplex. You can begin your ritual. That's supposed to let you get a level 2 wand. And we'll see how that works. So this will be an interesting thing of figuring out where I'm gonna have to, like, move my support wall over here somewhere. and try and get that all sorted out. All right. It's probably fine. You know, it's probably fine. Alright, so Galahad is fully trained, so we just have Daka now, who is very close to being fully trained. And then we'll have graduation. It'll get our next batch of students. Hopefully we'll be able to lean in and get some, like, level 2 wands right from the get-go. If not, we'll have to see if they have to go, like, from level 1 to level 2 kind of thing. I don't know how that works. We'll figure it out. You take a while. Oh, man, yeah, like, 3 in-game hours, and Faceplex is gonna be down there just getting zapped by the thing. Yep. Alright, so curious is how this will change. Yes, a lot of these are marked with locks on them. Let's see what happens. You're a good dancer. How? Magic. Literal magic. Alright, I just got an achievement for upgrading their wand. So, we don't see anything changing here, really. We do see... Oh, so by upgrading their wand, they now have... They get 1 more level in lightning magic, 1 more level in earth magic. Okay. And then when they get a level 3 wand, they'll get another level in lightning magic. So they do become better at a lot of that stuff. Good, good, good. Hey, Cerise, how's it going? Everyone is a good dancer, though, right? Hey, as long as you're having fun, that's the whole point. If you're having fun, you're doing it correctly. And they can level up to 10 now? Not that I've seen. Right now, level 6... Oh, wait. Let's check. Yes. So by getting them the level 2 wand, they can now go up to level 10. Cool. Yeah, so we definitely need to get the level 2 wands for everybody. That's going to go a long way. So they've got Earth. So we'll add the, we have the Air Wand. And we'll add the Lightning Wand after that. So air will be the next priority. No, air will not be the next priority. We don't even have someone who can use the air. Alright, so we're going to need to get a lot of wood going and a lot of that. We do have trees queued up, it's just I don't have enough people working on them. Which is the part of potentially making students into staff. That's fine. That'll be one of those things that once we're not building as much, they should start demolishing the entire local ecosystem. As it was meant to be. Need to get some work done? Alternator went out? Ah, gotcha. Yeah. That's an annoying one. That's not... Luckily, that one's not too terrible. Like, the worst part of the whole thing is tensioning the belt. Usually just a couple of bolts and an inconvenience. Cool, and we are keeping the potions on hand. So really for this, it's stone... Man. Stone's a rough one, because I don't think we found a way to get renewable stone. Like, there's gonna be something we can do to do that. Okay, so we get an odd window. Yeah, so it's just different dimensions. Now comes the research. Are we up to the Tech 2? I think we're up to Tech 2, aren't we? Yep. So we're going for Pillars of Strength, a decorative column, and then the Relic Plinth. The Relic Plinth is the one I'm assuming... Yeah, it says right here. So we make a Relic Plinth, we put it down, we get the bonuses from the relics. And then we'll be able to take on an Air Apprentice once we get the other research. Assigned bed unreachable. Oh, I see. That does make sense. Disintegrate that cot, high priority. Alright, so... the real question here is, where do we gotta move the wall to make this work? We're gonna disintegrate that. And disintegrate this cot, and I'm gonna try putting the wall around here. And then see if I take down this wall at that point, if that's still considered supported. Get all that sorted out. Because then we could shuffle around these walls a little bit. Because right now, that's maximum level of support. If we go a couple tiles out, I think it'll still be fine. I think right here, we'll still be able to support all of that above it. It'll have this, like, weird pocket space I don't know what to do with. I'll probably just make that part of this room. Because we are trying to move this to being the better bedrooms. Alright, so either of these will give us stone. I think I need the iron more. Curse bound. Sure. Okay, so you die super easy to almost everything. So you're weak to lightning and fire, air and fire. So in this case, Galahad is not going to be our greatest choice for this. But we can bring in Randall since Randall uses fire. So we got lightning, we got fire, the water. So they have a defense against water. So Kalaria might sit this one out. And... So I'm a little concerned about bringing in too many low-level people. Because Randall does not have much life. Yes, this is the back line. They shouldn't get hit first. Alright, this is going to be a different approach to fighting than we've done. It's over a 40-year-old truck, so unfortunately, parts going to wear out. Oh yeah, no, I know that feeling. That's always having that conversation, being like, oh yeah, your car's got a lot of miles on it. You know... What is that? Not to check it all after stream, or at least while I'm on my my break when I'm welcome to home. All right, so let's see how this fight goes, because you are a chonky boy. So let's plan to get rid of them first. I'm going to inspire Randall Thor. Actually, wait. Yeah, so you're air and all that. I'm going to inspire Randall Thor to get that crit. And you're going to do Fireball level 2. Cool. You're going to multi-strike. That didn't do crap. Oh, Randall Thor, I'm so sorry. Let's try and finish the job. Get the dangerous one out of here before Randall Thor gets killed. So you can zap the one in the back who's weak to lightning. Finish it. And put haste on you. Which I just realized is a waste of time because you have no mana left. Just working trying to finish it off. Yeah, so we're not super well suited for the enemies down this wing, so let's be a bit careful about coming down here. Open the fungal caverns is the achievement we just got. So we got that stone we needed. Yeah, so we're gonna have to do some figuring out. We're not super well set up to deal with that area. That's okay. And with that, it is time for a graduation. Let's see, relics gain a mage attuned, causing... Relics gain relic XP. As a mage, they are attuned to gains XP, causing it to gain relic levels. The higher level, the more powerful, but only mages with high enough level will be able to attune it. Alright, one second. Before we do that, did I already unlock the attuning thing? There's the tuning bench. So I need 8 iron. So I probably want to have them attune stuff. You probably go like... Oh, that's weird. I didn't expect it to be like that. That's fine. Yeah, so we'll want to go for this wing once everyone's healed up. It's Pyreal and Randall Thor who are hurt. And Randall Thor's got a decent amount of healing they need. Actually, they're doing pretty well. Okay. Yes, let's try and open this up for that, because it seems like what we'll be able to do is have them attune And once they attune, then it's those things that they can get, you know, however many levels, so their XP starts going towards making a relic. Let's see, it's only got 467,000 miles. You've been driving it since you were in high school. It still runs good. Could get a new truck, but don't want to. They don't make them like that anymore. New cars don't last so long anymore. To be fair, you're definitely at that point. Those repair costs are gonna add up real quick. You are right that a lot of vehicles are now not made with the intent of being drive forever kind of vehicles. But at the same time, that's a hell of a lot of miles, man. That's a hell of a lot of miles. Okay, so Randall Thor. If I can really close to, sort it out. Yeah, because what I'm trying to do is get down here so we can get the iron. Because if I can get the iron, then we can, make an attunement bench. And the assumption is then I can get higher level relics. For right now, chuck a window there. So you don't get mushrooms. Okay, how does the supports look? Still no dice. Alright. Well, alright, change the plan. We're going, alright. Complete change of plan. Cancel disintegrate. We'll go here, construction, build wall. Do that. Go over here. Demolish. Cancel that assembly. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just the reality. It's those things that having an attachment to a piece of equipment like a car like that can be a pain point just because it'll mess with your objectivity with that thing. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. Tomb's kind of in the same boat. She loves her little car, and it's getting up there in miles. It's nowhere near the point of being like, hey, this needs to go, or anything like that. But it won't be super long until it's at that point, where it's just like, no, keeping this, like, the amount it's going to cost you to keep this thing running, you're better off buying a new vehicle. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move these in here to make this the bedroom, and this room can be something else. We will probably need a second window, so let's go ahead and do that now. Please finish building that. I don't know what happens if that stays unresolved. Expensive parts be expensive. Is it at 400? No, it's nowhere near that kind of mileage. Generally speaking, by the time you get to that kind of mileage, you've long since stepped past the point where it's economical to keep the car. Like, usually the cost of repairs, if you do the math, getting a new car with a car payment's still cheaper, even if you include the cost of repair of the new car. Hey, the Inns, how's it going? Because that's usually the algebra you're doing. Is going, okay, if I, instead of keeping this car on the road, like if I were to get a new car, at what point is it more cost effective for me literally to just have a new car? That's usually the math you're doing with that. Is everyone all healed up? Yep. Alright, so let's just go ahead and not drag this out. We could start the next battle. So you are weak to air and strong to strong to lightning in that. So in this case, let's get Randall Thor out of here. We'll bring Kalaria back in. Man. Daka's damage is just bad. Let's bring you out. No, bring in Galahad because it's not strong, it's not weak, it's just fine. Hey, Chunky and Funky, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Do hope it is a good stream and all that. Yeah, so it's a decorative pillar, and they make it a point to make it say, hey, decorative, it's not load-bearing. And a relic plinth. Wait, did that say it requires brains? Okay. But for those that don't know Chunky Funky, fantastic content, someone to check out. I've been playing some Dark Souls 2, the Scholar of the First Sin, V Rising and Helldivers 2. You'd go for a tricycle. Yeah, so we're moving all the beds over there, so let's go ahead and get this fight. Alright, so you are weak to air and strong for lightning. We did get Bolt 2 for that, but we're going to have that bonus. Why do you have a glowy spot below your feet? What's that mean? Mana Vein reduces mana cost of spells by 50% when starting their turn combat in the slot. Moving away from the combat slot will end this effect. Okay. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to use Inspiration. It doesn't matter. We're going to use it on Pyreal and just try and force our way through without playing the weakness game. So smash it for crit damage. Alright. Oh, that's not what I want to see. Smash it for more damage. And you don't have a strength against that. So hurt its speed. Let's see, you probably already spent enough on that truck. You could have bought a good cheap car with the same money. Yeah, and that's again what you're kind of trying to worry about with all that stuff. Is just the fact that you sit down and once you like do that math, you're like, oh man. It's gonna be 1 health left. Alright. But yeah, it's really easy to get attached to a piece of equipment like, you know, car's a very common one, but like even if it's like woodworking equipment, it's easy to get to your point to being attached to the point of not being practical or objective because you got, you know, because a car's a thing you use for so much for so long, you literally get like an emotional attachment to it. You know, you'll have like, oh yeah, you know, first kiss happened in here or whatever. Like all those moments, like, oh yeah, I remember the time I did this in my car. And that, you know, the car starts to get into bad shape. They're like, no, really, you've hit that point that repairing this car, you're just better off replacing it. But there's still that attachment. So it's kind of one of those things that the way I dealt with it with cars past is I had a spreadsheet I kept that it basically was like, okay, here's the cost of gas in this you know, for this car and this with the gas mileage. Here's the cost of like the repairs they've got going and averaged over the course of a year and yada yada yada. And you'd get to the point where you'd estimate like, okay, if I were to buy like whatever car I'd want next as my new car, what would be like the expected cost of maintenance on it and or like car payment, kind of add that all together. And the moment the repair gets to the average over a year over that, then it's time to go. Like, assuming I have the money to do it. Because that's the point where you take the emotional feel side out of it and go, let's just talk numbers. But yeah, a lot of people do not like giving up their car, like when it's you know, been around for a while. And it's, again, because there is a very distinct emotional attachment to it. There's memories in there. It's like moving out of a house to a lesser degree. It's not quite that extreme, but like moving out of the place you've lived for a period of time, that you're leaving memories behind and yada yada. There is a very significant, like, sentimental attachment. But it's kind of one of those things that there's a point of realizing that's like, this is a thing. Like, it is a tool, it needs to be practical. If you have the money, like, keep it around, sure, but it's a mechanical thing, it wears out. The parts get harder and harder to get a hold of and get more and more expensive as a result of that. Eventually you get to the point of having to go to junkyards hoping to come across parts. I've known a few people that still have, like, their childhood car from when they were, you know, people who are, like, getting up there into, like, their 70s and all that, and they still have that childhood car they've kept forever, that they end up, you know, like, ordering in parts for what should be $100, $200 part, and they order in for $800, $900, because finding, like, an alternator for an old GTO, because not only that, they don't even want to get, like, an aftermarket. They're like, no, I need an original. It's like, man, it's a car. I get collector stuff and sentimental. It's a car. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's funny because my dad was definitely on the opposite end, where he was definitely someone who'd get attached to vehicles and all that, and he'd kind of only get rid of it when it literally, there was just no kind of bringing it back without it being a fortune. But for me, the moment the numbers didn't work out, it's like, it's gone. You don't even have a car? Public transportation here is fantastic. Which I wish so much that we had good public transportation here. Every time I go to a place where I can get on, like, their local light rail and all that, has been a whole thing. That's just like, oh my god, if I could live in a city where it's just, you know, you go out to get to dinner or whatever, you just go downstairs, walk across the road, you got like 8 or 9 places to eat, the grocery store, you just go downstairs, it's 1 block away. Like a really walkable city. I would love it. Granted, there's definitely a negative having all your neighbors right on top of you kind of thing. But I would much rather deal with that than, like, if I want to go out and grab a bite to eat, I have to get in my car. Because suburbia here in the US, like, literally to get out of my neighborhood to being able to get to, like, any business, you're already talking almost a mile. Because you gotta go, like, into the neighborhood farther, because cul-de-sacs and all that, and go out, and then you gotta get around the shopping, like, the little, because you're on, like, the backside of the area, and there's not a road that goes in, so you gotta go the whole way out and around. So it's like, you have to drive. From a pragmatic standpoint, when it's 98 degrees and humid out there, you have to drive. Versus, in the times I've been, like, at one point I was, like, downtown Orlando, I thought that was wonderful. You just go downstairs, go get food, walk back in, go back up. It doesn't help that you got the truck for your grandfather, and he bought it brand new. There's so much sentimental value in the truck. You have many memories of the truck as, you know, as a child. Yeah, no, that's exactly the thing, is it's a difficult thing to let go because there's again, emotional, sentimental attachment to it. But at a certain extent, it's like, hey, if this is your daily driver, this is a tool you're using. It's like a hammer, a really expensive hammer. If you get to the point with that hammer, the metal in the head is just not sure anymore and the handle's kind of cracked, you get to the point that the correct decision is to get a new hammer. Because at some point you're just replacing the entire hammer one piece at a time, and buying the new hammer is cheaper, especially if they just don't make hammers that way anymore. Hey, it's a dormitory now. Would you look at that? It is a better version of itself. So we'll have it so we can handle 9 people in there. It's 5 minutes to the next station. It's easy, clean, and very reliable. You do your weekly shopping on foot. It's about 20 minutes each way is your favorite supermarket. Man, it's like 20 minutes for me dealing with the car. Like, if there's no traffic and no lights, it'd be 5 minutes. But by the time you get into, like, you're gonna hit all the lights and find a place to park and all that sort of stuff and all that, it's basically 20 minutes. That's, when I worked for the city government a long time ago over on the coast itself, the Space Coast. And it was about half a mile to a mile or whatever each way to and from work from the apartment I had at the time. But it was one of those things, if you're going by car, you had to deal with, like, there was all these different, you know, lights and all that you had to come across. But I kind of noticed I could just get off to the side of the road. I could almost just clear sail on the bicycle the whole way there. And I usually made about the same amount of time on the bicycle as I would driving, sometimes even better. Just because of, like, the weird ways the roads were, it was just a chore to try and drive it. Yeah, so you got a dormitory here, so that's nice. And I got this extra room here I can chuck something in over there. We're waiting for... Okay, we actually have what I need for the attunement bench. Before we do anything, let's make sure there isn't a room that I should have for the attunement bench. Okay. So, a library that needs 3 or more attunement benches. Okay. I was not realizing... I mean, we're nowhere near getting any of those kind of thing. But... okay, that's a significant thing. For right now, I'm just going to chuck an attunement bench down here. And a pulverizer down there. So that's just our relic room. Usually I walk to the grocery store, it's maybe a 10-minute walk. Though, that's the thing about living in small rural town. Everything you need is 10-15 minutes walk across. Well, that's kind of the catch-22 when you're living rural. Either one, you're like in that rural situation where there's like a downtown rural, where like there's just a handful of residential smashed in with some small commercial area. And everything's right there. Or you have the polar opposite rural, where you leave your house, and then the next house over is a quarter mile away, and then, you know, the 2 restaurants in town and the 1 grocery store, you know, that's 5-6 miles away. And there's like very little in between. It's either everything's like right there and you can pop out and do it, or everything is just way too far away for anything. Because down where I'm at, most of the rural falls into that second category. That there's like that one little downtown area that maybe it has a school and like a gas station, a restaurant, or whatever. And then like everything else is like way out in the woods. You can spend less than an hour walking around here and know the entire town. Yeah. So you got like one of the towns that they've got like that one road that's, you know, 1-2 roads. A corrupted mana lantern has appeared. Monsters in the Underschool are performing a ritual that causes mages bearing Tier 1 wands to have a thrumming headache. Defeat them and destroy the corrupted mana lantern. The battle will stop the... Okay. And that's recommending a level 5. This is probably going to be a bad time. Oh, this is going to be a real bad time, so this is going to be... The good news is they're weak to all our stuff, so Sir Galahad, get out of here. Sentient Cookie, get in here. Alright. So these two are weak to the Earth and the Shadow. You're weak to Lightning, and then Kalaria Star is running support. So, we are getting the grown-ups. They're running downstairs because everyone's going to start getting penalties, and we need to deal with that. There's no waiting for it. But that's the first time we've had this event. So my hope is once we get the attunement bench, that we're going to start being able to have our students attuning, because the implication I get is that we can basically trade XP to make the relic better. Okay. So yeah, so we need to deal with the lantern keepers, and then you deal with the lantern itself. Can you get at the lantern? Yes, you can. Destroy the lantern immediately. No delay, dead lantern. Alright. And now just start bullying. Why does everyone bully in Phase Simplex? Yeah, just finish the job. We'll play it safe. Kill them. You missed a streak, by the way? Oh, my apologies. Very last Sardine on their 430 stream streak. Catch the last 430 streams without missing a single one. So thanks so much for that. It means a heck of a lot that you continue to tune in all this time without missing a single one. Really appreciate it. Alright. It's the same thing here. If you want to nightlife, you drive like 30. Oh yeah, nuts. Well, whereas like we need brains at some point, I'm like, I don't know where we get those. We just got brains. So that's messed up but kind of cool. Wait, did that force me to go deeper? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so we had only cleared this room. And basically an event triggered in the next room, forcing me to continue pushing. Okay, I can get behind that. What was the thing that needed brains? Oh, it was the... No, it wasn't the spindle thing. It was the relic plinth. Right. Either way, we're basically out of stone. Well, not... Are we out of stone? No. We're okay on stone. But we're really low on wood. And at the moment, they're just clearing out those trees because we're growing all this stuff down here. Okay, so we got an Earth Wand, too. Let's go down here. Tier 2 Wand. So the only ones I had was we had an Air Wand. We do not have that. Yeah, that's fine. So it'll just be Pyreal. The Pyreal's getting their wand upgrade. Because I haven't been paying attention to this at all. Let's pause those. No, actually, we're okay. We're okay. We don't need to pause those yet. Because I'm curious if I can bring students in with a level 2. Is the slime a friend? Yep. We feed it corpses and it gives us goodies. Alright, just gonna delay the ad break a little bit. Can we hug it? Your students actually will go up and, like, console it, pet it, whatever. Give it attention. Play. I don't know exactly what we'd call it, but they make it feel happy. I was actually hoping we get a mana crystal out of destroying that, but it doesn't look like we did. Alright. Once I get another tier 2 wand, we're going to try bringing in a, an inspired student, or whatever they call it. Storm incoming. we are like just barely fully covered inside the main building. I don't know if this stuff will get hit. But yeah, so the curiosity is if I will be able to give people a tier 2 wand immediately, like right from the get-go, or if they have to go through tier 1, then get tier 2 and all that. We'll figure that out. The big concern I have is the earth wands. Just because so far we haven't seen a renewable source of stone. Because once I clear out the stone up here, it's gone. And the only other way I've been able to get stone is by clearing these areas down here. And I imagine that doesn't go on forever. So it does have a big area it could potentially take. I imagine somewhere down there we'll eventually get some way of renewable stone. And right now, we are getting the Air Apprentice mechanism, which I assume is what's going to let us make a, we're going to be able to take one of our people to being an Air Apprentice. Which I assume an Air Apprentice lets us level them up higher. Okay, they're making air one. Oh, is Tomb already home? Let me see if I can't check to see if Tomb's already home. Because she's normally not home for a bit longer, but this is, like, this isn't a time she couldn't be home, like if she had, like, a very smooth ride home. Nope. Okay. Because otherwise I would have run downstairs and, you know, started the break and she wouldn't have been there and everything. Then we get in that weird back and forth. Let's see, here everything is within a mile of downtown. Even the most recent developments aren't much more than a mile from the town. You have 2 housing develops that are being worked on right now. Gotcha. Yeah, no, like I said, it depends on where you're at. That sounds like they're trying to develop a walkable town. It's just, it's not a busy walkable town yet. Which makes me happy that we get more and more of that, because, like, typically, at least here in most of the... So, Storm is raging. Storms result in violent rain that will damage and eventually destroy that which isn't covered by roofs. Storms have lightning strikes, will do damage and eventually destroy roofs. Non-protected by, you know, not protected by 1x1 lightning rod or rooftop. Mages with lightning wands will start having lane waxes. Mages with fire wands will start having fire wanes. So basically, if you have a fire wand, the things don't work as well. If you have a lightning wand, things are extra murdery right now. And all the crap we've had piled up outside will be rotting. Oh, that does damage your durability. Let's put those at max durability, or max priority. That way, anytime they get damaged, hopefully our ghosty ghost buddy will prioritize fixing them. Yeah, but a lot of random goop and all that's gonna rot out here. That's fine. That's part of me cutting down everything outside constantly, is a lot of it goes to waste. Please stop zapping that. Please stop zapping that. I mean, I'd rather it zap that than other things, but also, please stop zapping that. Okay, so attuning. So I don't have anything that goes here. Let's see what happens if Daka here goes click to attune up to 3 relics. Oh. So I have to choose relics to attune, which weirdly, I didn't get choice A relics there. We can open the relics windows. Let's check you. So we could get this. Mage Crafts. Alright. So we've got them all set. Relics gain XP as the mage they are attuned to gains XP. Gains attuned XP, causing them to gain relics. Higher level relic is more powerful, but only mages with high enough level will be able to tune it. Gotcha. Oh, so I think what happens here is because of other stuff we've got going on. Because of stuff we got going on, Okay, so it looks like we really do need to make sure we have roofs. Because I'm noticing all these other ones are leaking. And that will damage some of the furniture. So where I use the floor up there, that's fine, but yeah. Please stop zapping my roof constantly. Yep, so we got Randall Thor's Goblet of the Hunter. Mages hunt 1.5 times faster. We got a Swift Claw, which gives a little extra mana and movement speed. While displayed, enables human convocation at the summoners. Allows you to use an unassigned relic with a human affinity to summon one human initiative. So you can basically choose races or whatever. And that will give extra conviction when doing earth stuff. And give earth work spells chance to do extra work. Okay, so we can only summon using level 1 wands. That is important information. So, that means while I have been getting those level 2s, we can go... Let's, you know what? We can go here. Go out of our way to do an air wand, a dark wand, an earth wand, fire wand, nature wand, and a lightning wand. That's gonna take entirely too long to do, but that's fine. Why does a dark wand get to work right away? That's fine. Okay. So be able to summon a gifted one with infinity. So once we get a wand, we can get that going. So hopefully the storm goes away. It's complaining about the lack of students because we just graduated everybody. And of course, the moment the students are gone, they're throwing a party. Don't worry about it. They don't mean anything by it. The students are out of school and the teachers are living their best lives. All right. Yeah, so I think the idea with the rain is it does just clean up a bunch of the junk you end up piling out here over time. Like the carcasses and all that kind of stuff. Okay, the storm has passed. Let's go ahead and grab everything over here. Harvest and hunt. And all over here. Harvest and hunt. Yeah, so it looks like we give them level 1 wands and all that. Here's because in the middle of nowhere, because if you're going north, you won't find another gas station for at least an hour once you pass this town. Yeah, there's places like that. I know Michigan gets to be in parts of that. Like, once you get past, like, the main developed part of Michigan, you start getting to, northern Michigan. It's just forest. It's just forest past there for a long ways. Let's see. So you're gonna give me more stone and sinew and ectoplasm and a monocrystal. Yeah, and that'll be stone and iron and all that over there. We'll definitely want to do that as well. Okay, you are making a what wand? So you're crafting an air wand. That's great because honestly, you know what? Okay, let's change our approach. So get these out of here. Get all of those out of there. We're gonna start by going out our way to make air wands. And the reason I want to do that is because right now we're just about to finish researching the air apprenticeship thing. So I'm going to like temporarily specialize in air mages to see what I can do to set that up. Alright, so we can summon a gifted initiate. So I've got you doing that. We can go ahead and get ourselves a gifted air initiative. So you want to move to the northern part of Germany, you want to smell the sea, but with this perfect location here, it's hard to find something similar. Yeah. Well, and it's one thing to keep in mind that no matter where you live, there's always a pro and a con. There always is a pro and a con. Now, that pro and con, like, that con might not mean anything to you, like, that con might not be a big deal, or, like, the pro is just too important to give up. But, like, there's every single place in the world. Like, the places that, like, everything's perfect, like, the climate is mild year-round and everything's nice, they end up being the con being, you know, like, absolutely unreasonably expensive, or you'll have all sorts of other stuff like that, but then there'll be, like, a certain really rough natural disaster going on, or it can even be that's not expensive, that there's just no work opportunities in that area. There's always a pro and a con. The con here are your neighbors. I mean, jokes aside, that's actually not an unusual con. There's definitely places that you go, it's like, what's the con? The people you live next to. So put the support stuff over there. Let's wait on using more wood. I'm fine with using the stone for a little bit. Actually, I'm not, because we just basically used it all. I need more wood. Which we got all our stuff for all this. We are going to need to get more wood, or it's going to be a problem. Which I got plenty of stuff queued up here, we just have to actually do it. Yeah, so the hope here is, I don't know what I have to do to take on an apprenticeship and specialize and all that. We're going to learn it, and don't spoil it for me. But we'll get there. So for a minute, this is probably a mistake. Let's bump up the priority on cutting these trees down. To just get ourselves a immediate influx of wood. But this will be our gifted student. My intention is we will probably keep our gifted student on staff. Because my assumption is what a gifted student means is they'll have a higher baseline on a lot of their stuff, or where it's like, oh, they're S quality this, and B quality that, and D quality that. It'll be just generally, on average, better. 'Cause you're not very typically German person. Alright, so we got our brand new student. So, immediately looking at this, this doesn't look like it's any higher than before. You have an F power grade. What makes you gifted? You seem terrible. Like, because you got your 3 air, that's fine. So it seems like it's 3, 2, and 2, and then everything else is 1, so that's pretty typical. The spells don't look like they're anything special. You will gain... Nah, I mean, those are the same normal gains there. You want to defeat an enemy party that recommends 4 or higher without anyone getting knocked unconscious. You want to go 2 days in a row without getting very tired. Defeat 2 enemy parties of 2 or higher without using any potions. Those should all happen as long as I bring you into the fight. Huh. You do have an extra relic slot, which is interesting. Alright, regardless, we'll keep them around and see what we can do with this. So this will be illicit NZ. Yeah, like, on the surface, it doesn't seem that good. But I'm probably looking over something. But for them to be considered, like, gifted or whatever is the whole thing. So let's go to attune here. So we can get you the Swift Claw. That gives you speed and mana. Okay, so I don't actually care about being able to go out of my way to get human. So we will go ahead and select for attuning. There are no relics that match the air affinity that we care about, none that match the water affinity that we care about, and none that match whatever that last one is. So you're gonna be our first person to attune a relic, because we're investing in your future. I'm expecting much out of you. That's the other question. Can I immediately have you upgrade your wand? Is that a thing we can... Okay, that'll give you a gold trial, skill-specific need. Apparently, I can have you show up with a level 1 wand and be like, here, you just arrived, here's your level 2 wand. We are giving everything to illicit NZ on a platter. Yeah, don't feed me too much information. We are, like, literally we're just figuring out, so, like, where I started to read that, I'm gonna kind of ignore the rest of what was said there. You know, we're new to the game. I like learning it as we go. But, yeah, that was the one thing I definitely noticed with the gifted, is I did notice we have this here. These are all random. Honestly, those are all pretty good. It's just that power rating. So we'll see if we can't rescue the power rating. If not, it could just mean that illicit NZ isn't a particularly good combat person, would be my guess. But that they would probably be able to do a lot more around this place. Okay, so our wood stat is catching up in a big way. Now that we're doing all that. All that. Hands box of Kleenexes on a bronze platter. But yeah, so I really want to see where we get that done real quick. Let's go here and lower that back down to 3 priority. And when Illicit's done with that, we will do the thing to push the fog back, because it's getting a little snug in here. Yeah, so we're getting our wood stuff sorted. Alright, learn about apprentices. Trials. The students enter the school with various trials, which are feats they can perform to unlock extra magical potential. Each student's trials are unique to them. Mages who complete the trial earn experience, allowing them to quickly level up. Completing the trial also increases the level the relic is able to manifest. That's what I thought, but it wasn't very clear. Promoting apprentices. Each student in your school begins the magical training as initiate, but they can continue studying, being promoted to an apprentice. By holding a ritual at any of the 7 apprentice stations, you can promote an initiate into the apprentice, matching the teacher's station skill type. Benefits of apprenticeship is where they will gain a skill cap based on the skill they have chosen in the apprenticeship, and they will also be able to cast spells of their apprentice skill in combat. In addition, apprentices can take on new tasks such as carve and paint. They'll gain more level cap. Once fully trained, apprentices can be hired to be particularly powerful staff members. That's kind of what I figured. It was a way of investing a lot more before we go with that. So with that said, what's going to end up happening here is we are going to be going on, it is my long break. It's about 5 minutes. So I can run downstairs, welcome my wife home, and throw some food on the stove or in the oven or whatever. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
They had a family, children, a job that now needs to be reassigned.
Whoops. I missed with the whale. I'm sure they'll figure it out. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post, consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt compelled to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like, just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she is trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour, once...
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh woo.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say "ooh woo" that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just want to.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, "I like it, ew woo."
Oh no, ew.
She's like, "Ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it." What? It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there, and we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. All right, I have a potato harvest all, but I want to eat the pizza. Okay. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Ooh. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Oh no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure we were around the silver, which is these asteroids here. Well, that's not what you want to see. Where are my SWAT? Oh! How'd you get through the door? I was busy focusing on, there's one of the prisoners over here had a shotgun. Edward over here. I was like, oh, I may not want to go there. How did you get through the door? Oh, he probably stole keys. He must have stolen keys off of one of the people that got killed. Well, that was Rita's go. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there. Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. Okay. Oh, none of these are great choices.
No, those are both real bad.
I know. Ah, yes. More things. Any preference on which one you'd be like to subject to the most?
What I'm gonna invite Obi real quick so he can come help us out.
Sounds good.
Me and Obi played this a lot.
Doing a shoey? No. Alright, here's the deal. If it is relevant and I am in a situation where me and Drongo are both present, and Drongo is willing to do a shoey, and it's something like a milestone for charity, I will be willing to do it only under circumstances that Drongo is with me at the time it is occurring, and it is for something of meaning. Again, like, you know, we've hit some major milestone for charity, raised a bunch of money, or something. Like, I won't just, even if, like, me and Drongo are hanging out with John, was like, I want you to do a shoey with me. It's probably not going to happen. Drinking something from a shoe is just really, really not something I'm excited about the idea. This group, we're going to bail.
I just need to clear enough that I can get out. That was our tire. We're dead. Oh, how did... I'm not asking questions. It's fine. I don't know.
And off the cliff. Whee! Well, that's interesting. And I'm trying to fold them up. There we go. Like the new novelty, and people have such ridiculous numbers. There's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just detached itself from my desk, so give me a second. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Alright, and I am back. Okay, so let's figure out where we left off. What's this game? How do I play it again? Let's see. Right, so we were waiting for you to upgrade your wand, which you've already got sorted. And then we were going to repel the fog so that we can get that thing sorted out. And are you already attuned now? Yeah. Oh, and the other thing we're going to do is we have the luxury of wind chimes, and we have teaching of the air apprentice, which requires eyeballs, which requires Koa corpses. Okay. A corpse of a Kroa will spawn spectral Kroa at night. Can be processed in the Mind jelly for regions. Okay. Aw. The jelly's all sad. Hey, Infinity Simplex, and thank you for the welcome back. Don't drive forklifts off cliffs. Yep. Physics gets angry when you do that. A battle awaits. A mysterious concentrated crystal of malaligned magic waits. Alright, so first, let's grab all of this and say mine, chop, harvest, hunt. And grab all of this. Mine, chop, harvest, hunt. Okay, so we've got a battle. It's recommending mage level 6 as the baseline. So this is gonna probably be the toughest fight we've done so far. There's not really a reason for me to wait. So we've got the mana vein spots. You are strong to air and earth and have no weaknesses, and you're level 13. Let's move you to the back. Well, here's a question. Actually, I take that back. Do you just reduces the mana cost? Okay, so I'll put you in the back. Put Sentient Cookie up here. And I think we go with that, maybe? Because unfortunately, Cookie's spells cost health, not mana. If the jelly is sad, will we eventually get a sad that's jelly on someone? Probably. Blood magic? Yeah, they call it dark magic, but basically blood magic. Alright, so we got one tough enemy here. Now, they have no weakness. Attacks a target 50% power and 50% V contributes to damage. So this is a much, much stronger than attack than you've had in the past. We are going to go ahead and hit you with this. We're just going raw damage on this one. You hit hard. So Quake, that's 54 damage. That's 59 damage. Alright, so Flow lowers the enemy's power and speed for 7 rounds. Let's do that to weaken them. Not that they're going to live that long. Because we're just going with the strategy of throw everything at it. Okay. That should finish it off. Cookie's gonna be pretty rough shape. But, you know, it's already dead, so it doesn't matter. Alright, so we got Viscera, a Mana Crystal, an Invigorating Slingshot. Okay. Mages gain extra XP from trials. Mages restore mana passively. The rate... Okay. So if I put the item on it, that person gets passive mana regeneration. If we put it on a plinth, we get extra XP for all trials. And it gives us another light one of these. So we could go ahead and build you. We'll put that in the dining room. Okay. So the question is, if we go to you, yeah, the new relic doesn't fit in there. All right, so what we're gonna want to do is we need to get more stone. So let's wait till everyone's healed up, and then we might push one of these other tunnels to grab some more stone. Both these are requiring 4. That one's gonna give me another mana crystal. This one's gonna give me a little iron. But with that, potentially, we could get ourselves more stuff. And what do we need for the... teaching? The air apprentice mechanism requires the eyeballs, that's right. So I want to push towards getting more air mages. And just work on that for a minute. Because I'm hoping we'll be able to do the air apprenticeship thing, and that we can keep leveling things up. And that might end up being really good for us. Yeah, because you can already get up to level 4 on your air affinity, and level 5 for your base level. Any more wands for students? Not yet. We do have the materials now, they just have to come down and actually craft it. It is the one downside of having way less people around here, is less people to do stuff. But that's the reason I'm trying to fully invest on Illicit NZ to get ourselves as good of a staff member as possible for someone to be our air affinity person. And then hopefully by then we could switch over to like getting our next inspired student or gifted student to be someone who is of another affinity. And slowly like work our way up. But yeah, so they're making another air wand. Alright, so we got Place Lightning, that's luxury. Visionary small rug, so that's just aesthetics. Calming small rug. Got you, so we can have scholarly luxury, peaceful luxury, or creepy luxury. Alright. So you're about to finish another Air Wand 1, and we'll just bring in another student. Because honestly, we could probably handle the full 9. Cool. And... But you just finished an Air Wand. Are you making an Air Wand 2? Oh, you made an Air Wand 2. Oh, you require stone. Let's see. Nature Wand, Dark Wand, Lightning Wand, Water Wand, Earth Wand. We already get you a level 2? Yeah, you already have a level 2, and we don't have the ability to get you a level 2. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, so he just queued up a bunch of level 1 wands, because we're out of stone because I've been using those to make wands. Alright. And once Sentry Cookie's fully healed, we will push on to another area down there. Because what were your things you wanted? Oh, and you also got another one. Go 2 days in a row with Conviction over 89. And then you have to beat a party level 4 or higher. Yeah, so worry about a lot of the fighting stuff down below once Illicit NZ's got some levels. Or if it's a situation where, like, the other 3 could just carry Illicit, and Illicit could just hide in the background. Alright, turn up the priority on killing those, because those are what I use to get the eyeballs. That should give me just enough for the Air Apprentice thing. Spectral Rift has appeared. So the problem there is Sentient Cookie's still not in great shape. Can I see what we'll be fighting against here? Okay, so it'll be a group of 4, all level 5 and 7. If we bring Illicit NZ, there's a good chance Illicit NZ gets absolutely throttled. Because they don't have a weakness. That's fine. That's actually a pretty rough group for us to deal with. Kalaria's going to have to carry that a lot. So how are you liking Wizard Dynasty? I'm enjoying this a lot. We're just starting to see the difficulty escalate a bit now. So I'm going to try to give Cookie a bit more time in bed. Because we might be able to get Cookie fully healed before that next fight. A Torch Snuffer will come to this rift and attack your school. Defeat the enemy party guarding the Spectre Rift to close it and banish the poltergeists it's summoned. Like, it'd be nice to have illicit go through there. But I think that's going to be a bit much for them to handle, and they're not near leveling quite yet.
Pretty wifey. Thank you.
Enjoying.
You too. I love you.
Alright. We'll probably do Chaz when we hit our next ad break. I'm going to try sneaking in and eating this real fast because I'm hungry. Yeah, so we've got the wood coming in still. The stone's our current problem. We've not been seeing a source of stone. What is food? Barbecue pulled chicken and mashed potatoes. Alright, well, it's too late for us to do that. Alright, so we need a lot more supplies for that. Oh, wait, is this getting more expensive as we go along? I don't remember this requiring a pile of ice petals. Harvest, high priority. There we go. Providing affection to QB. The slime that processes corpses, living its best life. Wall torch broken. Oh. I see. To start the battle then. I thought it was gonna wait till it was done to pull them through. Alright. This is a bad idea. Alright, even though we just waited for it, illicit. We're doing this. I'm destroying a bunch of those torches down there. Because the torches do have, like, a negative thing to, like, the luxury of the room. So I'm just taking it as that thing's forcing my hand to deal with it. Alright, so. None of them are weak to lightning. Your lightning bolt does 57 damage. This one in front is strong to lightning. Now, what I should probably do is we're going to go ahead and boost, Calaria, because they do water, and there is stuff weak to water here. So the two blue ones are weak to water. We could double the damage and guarantee crit. So almost killed it outright. Illicit, just poke whatever. Okay, Quake. Attacks the frontmost row of enemies, then swaps their position. So that'll finish off the one on the right. And the one on the left, apparently, because we critted. Alright, so you don't have much reason to do the other stuff. No one here is strong against you. So you work on the one that we don't have someone who's got good damage against. You do the same. Oh, you're strong to air. That was a waste of my time. Alright. So you're weak to water damage. Let's do that and penalize your stuff. Gonna quake both of them again. You have nothing you can do, so pass your turn. Yes, honestly, it's not going that bad. Even though Illicit's involved in doing a whole lot of nothing for this fight with the 4 damage per hit. Alright, but that went well. I think that was a good call to get Illicit in on that. Because with that, Illicit gained 2 levels at the same time and finished one of their trials. So now we just need to have Illicit defeat 1 more group without using a potion. And go 2 days without getting very tired. And get over 90 conviction for 2 days. Let's bump building the windows and the rooms are going to be dark to 5 so we don't get a bunch of mushrooms growing in there. Oh. We'll make that higher priority so they keep the slime happy. We got ectoplasm? Yes, we did. Okay, and you are making... Oh, did we get stone from that? Where did the stone come from? Oh, wait, you're making just a different wand. That's fine. You fumble, you curl into a ball and start rolling on the floor. Life is tough. We can make a fire wand. Mashed potato gravy is your favorite comfort food? It's a very good comfort food. Yeah, because the yellow rooms won't have mushrooms grow in it. That blue room will have it grow slowly. And if we ever have a room that's just not either of those colors, that means it'll grow quickly. All right. Gloom incoming. I don't know what gloom is in this game. But I guess we're gonna find out. Alright, we got our new student here. And I'll be Conright. So welcome to school. Alright, where we go? Right. So welcome to school, Conright. According to this, you want to cast while full during 25 times in class. So you want to eat a bunch and then do work. 2 days with 70 conviction or higher, and cast 50 times in intermediate or advanced level, or class-specific classroom with at least 6 staff and or students present. So you want to show off to the rest of the student body. Nature Wand, bringing in our student. All right. So we got our next batch of students going in. The fog will advance at 150% its normal rate during the event. Ah, that sucks. Thanks. I hate it. All right, we got yet another new student for the school. Welcome, Earth Rush Stony, to school. And your character, they want to charge a mana lantern 3 times. They want to attune 1 relic at the attunement bench. And they want a pet a refining beast for a total of 3 hours. So they want to give all of the loving to the little beastie. Alright, so What type of mage were you? You're a nature mage. Let's not have you do the fire attunement thing. Well, I don't have a relic ready for you. That's fine. That does strike me that I guess we'll just start attuning these. So you can go ahead and do that, because I'm guessing we might get them back later. Select for attuning. Okay, so you can move them between people. That's good. So basically, I should just go ahead and attune what we can. Let's see. Mage hunts faster, mage crafts faster. Sure. Extra conviction and lightning. Sure. And nothing for air. Let's just attune everyone. So that'll be Kalaria Star's Instructive Eye Patch. Mage Research is faster. Extra effect on Earth spells. And then nothing there. Okay, that's already assigned to Illicit, so let's leave it on Illicit. No Dark Relics. No Water Relics. That's already assigned to someone else. Nothing here. Already assigned to someone else. Okay. Can you use stuff? You can't. I didn't think you could. Cool. Yep. Now, for the record, if we do have anyone who is already here present, like if your name's already up there, and you get drawn, you'll just be skipped, because I only usually allow one person to have one name. It's different once we graduate or retire you. I don't mind putting you back in the queue. Alright, so we need to keep going after the burbs. Because I need their eyeballs. Yes, it's kind of weird and messed up, but I need their eyeballs. Okay, summon another student. And then this one will be a dark student. Goodness, basically going by, let's just get one of everything in here. I have room for 9 people. We're gonna use all 9 spots. To just try and, you know, get as many people in here as we can. Illicit NZ we're planning to keep as a staff member, go through the apprenticeship and everything. Whereas the other ones, you'll likely graduate and then, you know, then we'll move on to the next thing. Because my assumption is we want to go after... Oh, we have another vein there? Do things reappear down here? That's fine. Alright, we got our new student here. Okay, so our dark mage student is going to be Sir Galahad, of which you will have, you would like to dance on your own with no other students nearby. You would like to go 2 days in a row without being in pain. And you would like to cast during class 75 times. Oh, you just want to cast a whole lot. Okay. Well, the dance on your own's pretty easy to accomplish. What you could do is add a custom group. Alone time. And we can edit that. Sir Galahad will be in there. I don't... Oh, active trial. No, that's not what we're looking for. I thought I could just add Sir Galahad here to this. Time of day, level crouch, reach. That's not what we're looking for. Alright, delete the group. So it doesn't look like you grab one person to do that. Okay. Yeah, so you're gonna add a bunch of conditions and all that. What I want to do, add a custom schedule. Ah, here we go. Sir Galahad. So you get your own schedule different from everybody else's. You're gonna recreate all by themselves. That way you can dance to a beat of your own drum with no one else there to bother you. Okay, Conrad has already finished one of their things. They finished their being full and then using the spell a bunch. So that's cool. And do we have another wand ready? We do... Yes, we do. We have a lightning wand. So begin the ritual. And then this will be our last student for right now, because that'll be all 9 beds taken up. And how are we doing on those eyeballs? We're up to 6 eyeballs. I need more. So that'd be 8 eyeballs. I might end up being 2 eyeballs short. Alright. So we have an air wand 2 and a water wand 1. Okay, and the last student for right now, rocking the plague mask. And that'll be Yokosu, who wants to sleep in an austere bedroom for a total of 18 hours. That's gonna happen. Well, austere or better. So you just basically need to sleep 18 hours. Cast 25 times in any classroom with no other students present. And cast while rested during class 50 times. Alright. Probably bad for you to tune in while I'm playing something new. Yeah, I know how that goes. So let's go for schedules. So we're going to have another custom schedule. It is going to be for you. Let's go to your schedule again. So you're going to have your own time here. That you got your own lesson time. Except we're going to run into the problem that you have no teacher. Alright, so add another custom schedule for one of the teachers. There you go. Alright. So that way you can have private lessons. So you know you prefer learning on your own, but what about your thoughts of the learning about something the game misleads on? Like, if the game gives me information that's just like straight up wrong or misleading, I usually don't mind that kind of thing. Like if the game's like, oh yeah, you need to make your person do 10 jumping jacks to do this. Like, well, actually, you don't need to do that at all. Instead, you have to do this other thing. So the game has like straight up bad information. Knowing that it's bad information, I'm fine with. All right. So I'm gonna let Kyoku get through their lesson plan today. Let's see this. So the game it says to start only control your people indirectly. This is wrong. Gloom settles over the school. The fog is gonna move. Thing. I mean, I can set priorities. Yeah, so we don't have... I mean, I guess you could sit there and be like, go to that task and skip to a direct task kind of thing to intervene. But I haven't seen any kind of equivalent to like drafting someone or anything like that. Alright. So you're gonna get your dedicated lessons. Why are you here? Get out of here. Yeah, so we've got Hyotsu getting private lessons to satisfy their XP bonus. And then Sir Galahad will dance appear by themselves to satisfy that. Because it doesn't seem like you need to min-max getting your people leveled up quickly as students. Yeah, it'll only take like 1 or 2 days for that to work out. But once we're done with the lesson plan for the day, we will have them go and push one of these other areas for more stone. It honestly doesn't matter which way we push. Both of them are level 4 requirement. All that. Kyoku hates using fire. Well... priority. So yes, Yes. You just won't do it. I didn't realize there was an even higher level of priority than what we've already got here. Have you prioritized mining? Prioritize quilting. You prioritize cleaning. And you prioritize research. What is the recurrency for getting gifted students? It's this stuff down here. The Genosis shards. Sometimes you get them from these veins down below. That's one source. You also get them every single time a student learns a skill. So the way you get more gifted students is effectively getting lots of students. Oh, I see. Okay. New lesson here. Don't do that. Those are emergency level priorities. So they will overwrite all other behavior. So good to know. So that's kind of in the equivalent of like where I've complained in RimWorld, I should be able to say, hey, doctoring should be overall. That's literally that thing saying, you will doctor until you collapse. Okay, and how are we doing on eyeball? We do have 10 eyeballs. Okay, so let's see real fast if we need... Let's see, Lair of the Dark Arts, Windy Pinnacle. So a chalkboard, a flutter sail, and an air apprentice mechanism. And it must be elevated. No adjacent rooms or foundation below. No adjacent rooms or foundation below. Okay. Gotcha. So it has to be like this one here. Which might even be how we deal with it. Let's go ahead and grab you. We can move you over here. And move you down there. And then we can go to the... Where are you at? It's learning. Or teaching. The air apprentice mechanism. So you need to be taller. You need to be taller and wider as a room. That kind of ruins that whole plan. Okay, we can work with this. So, construction. I don't have stone. We can't do crap. Yeah, so it seems like what we're going to need to do is probably put it up here. And just widen the room a couple of tiles. Make it a big tall room. Probably put a roof over it to go this way. But it is going to require us to get stone to do that. In the meantime, we will pop down here. So we have, you're weak to fire and wind, you're weak to earth. Prevents hastened movement on this tile combat slide. Include incoming fire, deals 2 times damage, and remove ensnaring. So you're going to do double damage. So this is one that we probably want to swap Kalaria out, because enemies are tough, and Sentient Cookie in. And I think we'll be okay here. I'm going to keep Illicit in here, because this will satisfy the second fight for Illicit. Is you guys plant magic? Yeah, you're plant magic. So we're gonna push into the next area, try and get more goodies, and all that good stuff. Now the big negative we have with Illicit is Illicit, if we look at their mage sheet, their actual power is bad. Is real bad. They've got really, really good like tankiness and all that, but they just got no oomph behind any of their spells. Okay. So nothing here is weak against lightning. What we could probably do is let's inspire you. And I can't reach the one in the back, but I can use that. So that does 20 damage. It's such a shame that's so weak. I'm going to go ahead and put the defensive thing, because everyone bullies Infinity, so we'll give Infinity some defense. Multi-strike isn't going to do crap. But double damage, it's fine. Yeah, so double damage of 20. Ooh, that is not what you want to see. Can we knock you down real fast? Just do it. I don't want you to get another attack off and hit both our people. There we go. So 60 damage, 55, so we could go for the 60 damage. Just zap you. And Infinity... Oh, never mind. We'll just crit. Cool. So another fight done. We got ourselves another mana crystal and other goodies. Under School Chamber. Okay, so keep pushing that. That did give us some of the stone we needed. So let's go here. Platform. How are we doing on wood before I do that? We're doing fine on wood. We want floor. So we can build that out. I think 7 will work. That's fine. And a door. Okay, in the meantime, we can build another one of these lanterns. And I have no idea what room to put it in. I guess right now I'll put in the side of the classroom. Alright. A stone quarry would be great. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, is if eventually we'll get down deep enough here that I'll have a place where I can get stone, but just really inconveniently. Or like it'll be renewable, but I can only get so much at a time. You get the idea. There'll be some type of limitation on it. And then last but not least for this, we would need the teaching. Yeah, so that should work there. I'm assuming it doesn't have to be exposed to the sky. If it does, then we fix it. Yeah, so we're slowly tunneling our way around down there. I have noticed I'm not seeing another way down yet. With how much I can zoom out here, I'm assuming like this will go over here, and then we'll have like a path that maybe goes up a little bit to go under here, and then maybe down a little bit to go far over there. There'll be like this whole maze down there. That's what I'm guessing. We do have plenty of wood. Yeah, so we will want to go and use the thing to push the fog back again. We'll get that all sorted later. So you're considered elevated. You're considered lofted and skewed. I think this will be considered elevated because I'll have this, like, ledge hanging off here. We'll see. If it doesn't count as elevated, I'll have to figure it out. Remember the sky thing? You said it couldn't have a foundation underneath it? Yeah, this is foundation down here. I don't think this counts as foundation. I'm not sure what the rules. Oh, yeah, foundation. Right, so it's foundation can't be under it here. So we should be fine because there's no foundation under it. Yeah, worst case if I have to adjust it because we're not going to be eligible for that to be a room immediately. It's going to take a little while to get there. Is there any overlap of those? There is. So let's move you. Cover just a little bit more area. Khan right now likes gut bean meals. Cool. Yeah, so we're gonna need another lightning rod eventually. That'll be the interesting one, is for like some of these rooms, getting them to be not as... Like, this doesn't need to be nearly this big. There's probably a lot I could do to consolidate that. Meanwhile, let's check on some of you. So you've got those. You need to go 2 days without getting very tired. You need to go 2 days with 90 conviction. You've already fulfilled casting your 25 spells. You need to go 2 days in a row without dropping your conviction too much. You just want to have a whole lot of people in the classroom. You want to charge the thing 3 times. You want to tune a relic. You want to pet the beast. You want to dance in a room with no other students or staff present. We have not managed to pull that off yet. And you are halfway towards, you know, being satisfied having, like, just private lessons. We'll get there. Was it you who wanted to recharge the mana things? No, it was Earth. Okay, so let's go to our priorities. Humans perform worse in battle is the new event that has occurred. So Earth, when it comes to charging, you want to do that as your main priority. The moment something needs charging, you want to deal with it. Let's see. A fog incarnation approaches. When a fog incarnation reaches a school, it will invade a room. Monsters from the fog periodically invade your school, taking over one of your rooms. Defeat them in battle to reclaim the room. After some time, they will leave and severely damage the room if not defeated. That's not what I wanted to do. Please hunt that thing. So we are not doing nearly enough damage to this thing. But I also don't have any real high-level fire mages, so... Don't do the bedroom. Okay. So it's invading the study up here. Level 6 mages rewards thing, and because we did 33% to damage to the thing. Alright. So it's a level 13 and it's only got strengths and no weaknesses. In this case, let's get you out of here, Alyssa. This is a fight for the grown-ups. The other three are gonna go for it. This should be fine. So we have had a room invaded. The grown-ups are rolling out to deal with this. So, you don't have any dedicated weaknesses, so rather than trying to just go for a crit, I think we're going with just hit it with everything. The tried and true strategy of, what if we just hit it with all the damage we can? Ooh, 60, that's a lot of damage. That's fine. It's gonna get knocked out here pretty quick. And it gave me 10 eyeballs. Requirements for researching Lighted Up is not met. So you drop down to workshop. Let me guess, you needed it to be a private room. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Select, clear, research. Mage's Tower. Pristine, skewed, towered. Oh, that's the mage one. You just need to be pristine and skewed to be a mage's study. Why are you considered not pristine and skewed anymore? What? Room goal. Select your room. Mage's study. Select goal. Can only have one door. If I make this, oh, so teaching lightning. Look, we'll get to that in a moment. So here's the question: if I make you an archway, does that count as a door? Or is it strictly doors? Like, is it strictly doors, or do both count? We'll figure that out in a minute. It's worth doing the science. Now we're gonna make the thing for getting our heir apprentice. That way the moment Illicit NZ levels up, we can go through the apprentice ritual to get Illicit NZ to be an apprentice and future staff member here. Okay. Alright, so we need light in here. Let's get lighting. Actually, cancel that. And build you right in the middle. And realistically, I'll probably... What is your room's lighting stuff? So you need 688, that's gonna give 200, so yeah, I'm gonna need more lights. So what we could do here is go lighting. And I'll need more ice petals to do more. Hunt, harvest. Hunt, harvest, chop. Pulverize. Oh, that's for the artifact. Hey, Sherry, how's it going? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. For those that don't know, Sherry Kind, a fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a lot of RimWorld among other games, and playing some Schedule 1 recently. So if any of that sounds good, you can find it over there. Has these really cool, like, shark avatars and all that stuff. Really good fun times. How's Mind Over Magic? It's good. It does have some stuff that reminds you of RimWorld with, like, the random events that are impacting things. And just, like, the way there's the priorities and leveling and all that. But also, you know, very different in its own right. Okay. Alright, so we have learned. If I turn that into an archway, it now doesn't... Now it's back to being a mage study. So that's good. Okay, so Conrite is fully trained. Is there more stuff we want to work on with you? We just need to get one more day with the conviction. You probably won't get your third option, but that's okay. And are you done with your private lessons yet? No, you're right about to be done, though. Yeah. Same publisher, different dev team. Okay, so you finished your solo learner, so we can go to our schedule now, and you no longer get your own custom schedule. Which also means Infinity Simplex doesn't need their own custom schedule anymore. All right. Yeah, so we're getting pretty close to Conrad graduating. Yeah, because you just need to go 2 days with conviction 70. And like I said, I'm not going to worry about that third one. And then for Illicit, Illicit's been making pretty good progress. They finished their combat ones. They need to go 2 days without getting very tired. And 90 conviction for 2 days. Spores Shroom Rash. -5 conviction. Look. What element are you? You are lightning. Okay, and Illicit's getting really close to getting back up to 90 conviction. Because all these different rooms we're doing are permanently adding to our stuff. Yeah, you need more ice petals for that. We'll add that, and that should give us enough lighting. Let's check our room's lighting. Yeah, so it's just this one's the only problem, and they're actively working on fixing the lighting there. Okay. And what are you doing down here? Oh, you're just grabbing more of the stone. Alright. So pretty soon we're going to want to push the fog back again, so I can get at all the goodies out there. Yeah, it'll be good to have an extra like permanent person here with Alyssa once we've got that stuff going. And you're getting your wands all upgraded. Alright, let's see. No classroom learning bonuses yet. That's fine. But we do have the Air Apprentice mechanism. Promote an initiative to become an Air Apprentice and manifest a relic. Create an Air Seal key. Create an Air Seal key to open a sealed door in the Nexus. I have no idea what that means, and don't spoil it. We'll figure it out at that point. Oh yeah, no, I turned on the timer on it just because otherwise it got too spammy. It's okay when a bunch of different people use it, but it was the fact that like one person could just be like, roll, 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 roll. Attune a relic to a mage. Okay, who got one attuned? No, no, no. There we go. So Conrad is attuned with a relic. So my assumption is now XP will go towards the relic as well. We'll figure it out. Alexis Carr, you say? I'm missing something with that reference. Okay, so you get an Earth Wand, and that'll be it for the wands for right now. Alright, so that should help with the light, because I'll add 200 light to this room. Cool, so it's still considered dimly lit. I'm gonna try and improve that. Yeah, so you are at your max level, but you still have more learning to do. All right. Dance in a room with an enchantophone and no other students or staff present. Nexus is Lexus, but not Rexbus. Okay. And you got this little room that doesn't physically have anything going on in it right now. Let's avoid using more wood. Let the wood supply go up because we need to push back the fog. Oh, wait, we actually have enough. Oh, it's not taking wood anymore. Oh, do the requirements just flat out change for this? Interesting. So that's interesting. Also, I'm noticing there's a stat over here that says fog repelled. Restores manages to made. Performing the repel fog ritual purifies the mana font, forcing the fog to retreat, revealing more land and advanced resources. Gotcha. So the requirements change over time. That's somewhat concerning. Because now it's requiring 4 people to do, instead of the 3 it was before. I guess I'll make the attunement bench really high priority so people actually put their relics on. Because it seemed to be not getting that done. Okay. Okay, and that's still dimly lit, so we do actually need the chandelier. Or chandelabra, not chandelier. Chandelier hangs from the ceiling. Okay. It'll probably be a thing later on. We'll most likely want to make dedicated bedrooms for our best students and all that. Or teachers or whatever to, like, max out what they can get. And have we gotten the ability to get the other wands at level 2? That's one of the ones that's curious to me, is I've got these 3 we can do level 2, and we haven't unlocked the others. I'm willing to bet there's going to be certain technologies or milestones we gotta hit, like... I bet you we get the, when we get all the way down this path, because it was talking about, like, necrotic and all that, I bet you the dark magic, once I get down that path, then we can get the tier 2 wand. Bloom the jade eggplant. Invigorate the jade eggplant, bringing it back to life. Requires a bloom ritual to begin growing. What? Drain all mana. I don't have literally any of the things I need. Hunt, harvest, chop, mine. Harvest hunt. Mine. Chop. Okay, so we got the lighted up technology. So outdoor, that's gonna be more planters and all that. Requires the bloom ritual to begin growing. We do not have... Okay, so we need a bunch of apprentices to do that. Can you not expand the tunnel to right below your door? Oh, the tunnel, so we expand it here and here. They've got dedicated space. Fiery Mitt has reached level 2. Love to see it. And now a bunch of stuff that's on the ground outside is all being destroyed by the rain. It's just what happens. Construction. We can make a glass roof that provides light a window, blocks range, and required to make a room skylit. Okay, now are you bright enough? Yeah, you're good now. Alright, Conrite has achieved bliss. So Conrite now has achieved everything they are going to probably get done here. So let's go here. So with that attuned... So we can de-attune it. So if we go to you, and we try and give that to you, what happens? Ah, I have to de-attune it first. So I'm going to see what happens if we have them graduate with the item. That might be a mistake, but the heck with it. Must be fully trained. Oh, wait. Why are you not fully trained? Oh, right. Because you've got a relic and it's leveled up, which means you can gain another level in fire stuff. I need to get a roof over that. So when I've got some extra stone and all that laying around, let's get something over here so it's no longer leaking. Alright, Sir Galahad has completed Avoider of Pain. Because they didn't get pain in 2 days. Let's look at our priorities. All right. So I've got all those boosted. I guess let's make everyone have a high priority to attune. Because I'm assuming they just go over there, they attune it, and then they're done. And then maybe when it levels up, they have to like do something else with the bench to trigger it. Ah, boo. There were shards out here we didn't grab. It's fine. These shards are easy enough to get more of. So for Illicit NZ, the only thing they're missing is going another day without getting very tired and staying above 90 conviction for 2 days, which is pretty hard, actually. Can you expand foundations more than they are? They did say eventually we would be able to mess with the foundations. Like there's a like eventually, as in there's a technology or something I need or something I gotta unlock. Spore Shroom Rash. Yes, they're all going to attune their stuff, and that'll be fine. Meanwhile, so what was the furniture? Relic plinth. Let's see here real fast. We can look at relic. Okay, so we would have rooms with a relic plinth. Right, so that could be the room we put up here as we make our library. But you can temporarily move those damp beds to a dry side of the floor to avoid debuffs. Oh, they're not debuffed, they're just straight up broken. So if I move, they're just still broken. I need to put a room up top here, and I don't have enough stone to really do that. Because I'm going to make a room kind of like this one on this side, and then we'll move the attuning stuff up there with the intent of making a making ourselves a library. Yep, so it's back to being a nurse's office. Yeah, now the rain destroys a bunch of stuff that you leave on the ground, and that's what's happened here. Yeah, so it's gonna be hard for... Alright, let's change illicit schedule to, like, guarantee this. So add custom schedule. Let's go to illicit. You want a little recreation. And you're not gonna worry about that second shift of learning. You're gonna take a nap instead. Because then that should make sure we don't, like, we get all of our tier 1 trials done. The tier 2 is the 90, is like the 90 conviction. That's basically keeping their mood, like, practically maxed out for 2 whole days. I don't know a really good way to do that. It's 7,500 if we pull it off, which is an absurd amount of XP. Let's see. So craving recreation, very tired. 8 outside of dining. Well, I mean, that's your own choice. Yeah, so craving recreation. Which we do have... This is our recreation we've got right now. What I probably could do is if they're still getting craving recreation, let's see what we could do to help with that. Let's expand how much time they spent recreationing. Try and keep those moods up. Right, the fiery mitt has reached level 3. Oh, that just lists all of them. Blessing of Zeal. Yeah, I wish it was more clear on this one how much a difference the levels make. I know it told me at the beginning. Mage gains fire skill cap from and shards when gaining fire skill, or teaching a student who gains fire skill starting at level 7. The amount is increased by the relic level. And this gives a skill population cap increased by level. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Like I said, I want to experiment if I just let them max it out and just have them bring it with them or whatever. Or what, like, basically, you know, have them max it out as best they can. What happens if I then have them graduate with it still on their person? Will they leave it behind and I get to keep it? Will it be brought with them and I get some bonus? Will it just vanish from my map? We'll figure it out when we get there. But that is what the science is. Sir Galahad is also ready for graduation. Does not have anything to attune. And honestly, I think we just graduate Sir Galahad. Alright, so Sir Galahad, congratulations. You done good, kid. But it's time for you to go ahead and graduate. Because then once you graduate, we'll get the next person in here. That was fast. I mean, it does seem like... I think what I've actually got going on in my schedule is I might actually have too much teaching time going on. Might be the problem. We have cut into that a little bit. And we got Sir Galahad's Enshrouded Effigy, which, if we attune it, a dark skill cap +1. Otherwise, if we do the thing for the whole place, dark work spells have a 10% chance of doing extra dark stuff. Which means that's going immediately to Cookie, who is going to be attuning that right the heck now, because that is going to be really good for Cookie. How close are we to Gifted Student? We are there. And I'm going to go ahead and grab, we have an Earth Wand 1. You'll grab the Earth Wand 1, because we'll be able to make an Earth Wand 2. So we're going to get our I mean, that'd give a second... Do I want to do that? Wait, let's cancel that. Cancel that ritual. Let's not do the Earth Wand 1. Let's summon a Gifted Student and do a new type of wand. So we will go ahead and get the Water Wand 1 for our Gifted Student. Because then we will work on trying to basically get a going through the apprentice and everything water mage. For all that. Look, they've already had Relic already? Not in them. The Dusty Relic goes to Earth Wreath. Oh, you just haven't attuned it yet. Right, because I only recently bumped that up to her as a priority for him. Yeah, because you still don't have Craving Recreation. Pauses during sleep. Will recreate if scheduled. 8 crappy soup. All right, so let's Illicit's gonna get the luxury schedule. Illicit just puts a little bit of time into class and just otherwise relaxes and just has a good time around here. You're gonna try and go for that 90 conviction. This game looks fun in a crunchy way. In a crunchy way. Okay. Alright, there's the fog doing the fog things. Don't worry about it. So we're summoning ourselves a new student. Alright, and for our brand new student, you get to be White Jaguar. And the things you want to do is you want to clean up 3 messes, you want to cast during class 33 times, and you want to ward an underschool ward Fog Aegis or Scarecrow 3 times. I have no idea what those last ones are, so we just won't really sweat it, I guess. But yeah, so they look like fire, but they're attuned to water. So... Right, and they're a gifted student, that's right. So let's see, are there any relics we can give you that aren't already in use? Yeah, they're already all in use, so no things to attune for you. We do want to try and get your hands on a level 2 water wand. I don't think we can make those yet. So you're just gonna make do? Can I move you around? No. I was gonna try and see if I could move them around to drag them over here, that kind of thing. Because they're a gifted student. So they are going to potentially have other goodies. Basically, the thing we saw is we can get an extra relic. They have very low max hit points, really low max hit points. That's, yikes, that's bad. But they're really fast and really, really good power grade. But we'll get there. And what were we waiting on for you? Oh, I think we were having you deal with this. And you're tuning stuff. That's fine. Let's see. Gained skill or XP very recently, +9 conviction. They've got this rash thing that's going. They ate the soup that sucks. They ate outside a dining room. Why are you doing that? Dining room right here. Eat in the dining room. Do I not have enough tables? We can fix that if that's... what? Hold a feast that boosts conviction, but makes a bit of a mess. Hold a feast that boosts conviction. Okay, so you can hold a feast. Alright, so we're not doing any of those. I guess maybe I need another dining table? And what would it take for us to make this the even better version of the room? So dining room. So it's a dining hall. If we wanted to make it a mess hall, it has to be an interior room, which means it can't be up against the other walls. We would need a private dining room to staff diners. Gotcha. So the mess hall helps student diners. The staff stuff does that. So I think it's fine as a dining hall right now. But it looks like we would need to make an internal room. Oh, actually, how hard would it be for us to make this into a dining room? We grab this room, clear goal, set room. We wanted to make this into a mess hall, select goal. So it is adjacent to an outside room on the left. And we need 2 dining tables. Fair enough. So I can put it up here. I keep forgetting that you can do this. So we can go to this room and say select Alchemy Lab, set goal, and it tells me what we're missing. We have the nurse's office. We could change you to the infirmary or the hospital ward. And it tells me what I need. That's a cool feature. I like that. I appreciate that as like a mechanic to expand that. It's going to take some work to get a bunch of that done. So we're doing really, really good on wood now, so we can be pretty wasteful on our wood. That's fine. Oh, let's also check the classroom. So for classrooms, we have the basic, we have intermediate, and we have advanced. So for intermediate, it must have a bookshelf or a large bookshelf. And for an advanced classroom, it must have a chalkboard and a bookshelf. All right, so what we can do here first is I actually could just do that right now. Where's bookshelf on here? So that'll bump it up to what we need for that. To make that the next higher one, we can build a copy of you. And that requires ice petals, which I don't have. Alright. So we're basically going to bump this up to being an intermediate classroom. Alright, make it a couple more places that we can get crops from. Because my goal is to try and get all those plants so we can just grow here and just grow them so I don't have to send people out to go get them. We'll just have a trickle feed of those things forever. We're going to need more people to be able to really take advantage of any of that. But yeah, so the intermediate, yeah, so it's now an intermediate classroom. So the thing it looked like if we looked at our room goals here, you had the first classroom gives 50% chance the speed of learning, the intermediate gets 100%, and then the advanced gives 300 or 200%, and then we have all the ones that are specific to the different groups, like the different types of magic. So this will be our generic classroom. Yeah, so I don't have a chalkboard. Let's see if I can't figure out where the chalkboard is. So all natural, which is what we're learning right now. That's... Classroom essentials. We'll add that to the list. Okay. Okay. Kyotsu prefers sharing a bedroom with Illicit NZ and vice versa. That's fine. You're all shoved in the same room. We'll also want to make a kitchen at some point and all that. That's fine too. Okay, so everyone's doing relatively okay. Let's go ahead and get a bunch more stone here. Alright, so you're all weak to lightning and fire. And you're strong against water. What is this saying? Causes max 10% damage when moving out of it or ending this turn in this combat slot. Ah, so every turn we're going to take some damage there. Cannot be knocked out unless at 1 hit point in this combat slot. Incoming nature attacks deal 2 times damage. I hate all of that. This room sucks. And are any of you considered human? I'm pretty sure Sentient Cookie is human. Let's wait on that one, because we have this penalty that humans will be worse in combat right now. What about over here? So that seems way less awful. That seems like downright reasonable by comparison. So you're all weak to air, and then you're weak to just about everything. So maybe this is another one. So you get Sentient Cookie out and Illicit NZ in. Because this seems to be a fight reasonably well made for Illicit. So you can go ahead and push the stuff downstairs. Keep that all moving. Yeah, so my assumption is as you're doing that, your relic is gaining XP. Yeah, so it is. I don't know if I want to wait till it gets all the way to level 6. I think that's just going to take... Okay, so that's another stairway down. Alright, so none of you are weak to lightning, but you are all weak to... Let's go ahead and we'll boost Illicit at the start of this. Okay, we've got multi-strike, and that works on literally everything. But your damage is so terrible, I keep forgetting that. Okay, so I normally have been avoiding this one. Oh yeah, because that'll be 33% of your health all at once. And it's going to do 40 damage. Versus this one does 80 to go with. So like literally, you can just kill that now. It's done. So it does 55, 60 damage. And you just go ahead and zap it to finish it off. Shield of Wind, add shield to a caster. It's fine. So one in the back is gonna be a booger to kill. So we do half damage with ours. So I'm gonna have you work on the defense. And just start having you give everyone defensive abilities. And you smash it. And you're also have all that. Man, this sucks. Right now everyone's good on mana, so let's go ahead and have you just pass. You just sit there and take stuff. You're going to do your negligible damage. It's fine. Go ahead and shield yourself. And you smash it. You're gonna be doing most of our work, so we'll just buff your mana again. Yeah, so you can only use that on yourself. So little damage. Shield illicit. Smash it again. This will still like do 30 something damage, just do it anyways. You never know when I might get a crit or something. Okay, and finish it off. Yeah, so we weren't well set up to hurt that one. I keep forgetting that while illicit does have the air affinity and all that, the damage is just bad. Yeah, so I think this is gonna be shadow. This I think was air. This could be. This is well, actually, both these look like they could be stone and or fire, and this is just generic. Yeah, so it seems like there's like a neutral one that you just kind of wind down the paths, and then each thing is nothing. Runaways have appeared. Some runaway gifted initiatives are wandering in from the fog. Yeah, so gifted just means an extra relic slot. Okay, so the curiosity there... Oh, it literally just gives me students. Alright, new plan. Graduation time. Let's see. Yep, you get out of here. Alright, we got our new people popping in here. So, the first one who wandered in, that'll be Bassett. And you, just want to stay in a bedroom. You want to not get tired for 2 days. And you want to use an intermediate classroom. So that's just going to happen. Alright, and so our next contestant here, if we go ahead and draw, is going to be Longclaw. And Longclaw wants to be full, like being well fed when they go and they cast their stuff. They want to go 2 days without craving recreation, and they want to go 3 days without being in pain. And then the last one is going to be Alpin. And Alpin wants to just cast... Alright, you want to have like the solo lesson plan. You want to pet the animals. And you want to eat honeyed gruel. Cool, man. Love that for you. Alright, so Alpin needs to be on their own schedule. Okay. Ah, so in the future I should keep this set aside. So put Alpin on this schedule. Where are you at? Where are you at, Alpin? There you are. That's how I think we're going to handle this. We're going to have that where there's the flip schedule. And then we can also add Infinity Simplex on that schedule as well. So that's the whiny student who wants their own private lessons schedule. Wait, did I say... wait, dancing? Oh, no, you just want to crave recreation. You like food and not being in pain? Yup. Oh, and then... We got Dice of the Alchemist, Tooth of the Strong Man, Fiery Mitt. Okay, so the Fiery Mitt did get given back, just to be clear. So with that, it's time for another graduation, because Earthrush, you just became available to graduate. And no additional beds were needed. No, you graduated. Wait, wasn't one of those one of my gifted? Oh, right, we have lots of gifted. So the gifted students aren't at... Oh, no, it was you were the gifted student. Yeah, so it seems like being a gifted student isn't nearly as much of a big deal as I was originally thinking. Which is fine. So we can have Kalaria take the Dice of the Alchemist, brews stuff faster. Alright, that's gonna be stuff where I assign to other people. Tooth of the Strong Man. Okay, it's already assigned to someone. And that's already assigned to someone. That's fine. So we won't grab another gifted student yet. But we'll get there. Alright, so we're gonna want another nature affinity person. Yes, we're missing a nature affinity person. Yeah, that's the only one we're missing for right now. So that once we get someone processed through, we can get a nature affinity student in here. Alright, how much longer until you max out? You're about halfway through maxing out your air affinity. How are you still having difficulty going 2 days without hitting very tired? Considering I've got you on a schedule that you're sleeping twice a day. Alright. So that was not an event I was expecting to suddenly be bombarded by a really large number of students all at once. If we wanted to build a copy... Okay. And then you need 2 incense burners. Which I'm not sure where those were at in here. Okay, those are expensive. So I'm gonna need more iron to do that. That is a lot of stone out of that one. Okay, so you are getting the thing for the nature apprenticeship. So right now we just have the thing for the air apprenticeship. which I'm just not ready yet to do much with that. Those will be needed for our apprentices. So right now we're going to focus on the air, get that all set up, and once that's set up, we'll get the next one going. Let's see here what we can do with this. Construction, floor. Sure. Now you can put a door there. And then this is going to become our library. We stop having leaks there and all that. Eventually, I'm going to need to rearrange these rooms. So what's probably going to end up happening here is where I've got this dining room up here. Actually, you're no longer considered a dining room. Why are you no longer considered a dining room? Dining room. Select. One dining. Oh, I'm sorry. I put too many dining room tables in there. That's my bad. I was just trying to make it a nicer place. Yeah, so most likely what we'll end up doing here is I'll likely build another room up this way, make another area up top higher. We also will need to build copies of these. I'm going to leave it be for right now, but we will need to expand that. Still get this tiny room to do something with. All right. So we'll get that all sorted. Alright, so you've almost made it through through your 2 days without getting very tired. You've almost got rid of the spore shroom rash. Let's see. Add... So we don't have more things we can add here. We're definitely going to need to get a dedicated kitchen to get better food happening. Is there anything that needs to be on the list? We are pretty low on wood and stone. That's fine. We are expanding our growing area out here. And then we're going to want to get some of the other plants down here. Can I make any of the other plants you really care about? Okay, so... I know I have the sun shadow trees. I've got the gutberry. I've got the wormweed, and I've got the bitter rice. I do not believe we have the smokereed. Nor do I believe we have the bristlecone. Oh, you're tiny. Alright, so get a couple of those set up so we now have a renewable source of that. You're thinking to yourself, sweet, I'm still alive. Then you remembered you're a ghost, so technically you died. Yes. Man, we must have pushed that fog way back. That's going to take literally like 10 days to close in on us again. Alright, so we're making a nature wand for whenever we get people out of there. Checking priorities. Got all those set up. Okay, so it's back to being a dining room. That's gonna need more stuff to qualify. Yeah, so for the teaching, we are slowly getting more and more stuff. Like, we'll have the lightning one and all that we'll be able to build. These are definitely larger rooms. So we definitely need to build up and make big. Which it's kind of amusing, the fact that we're just kind of going wider and wider and wider to manage this. One of the things we will need to do is check which rooms actually need to be skewed. Or towers or whatever. And try and deal with giving them as many as bonus as possible. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Wait, what room did you just become? You became a Scully. "25% cooking rate. Grounded and pristine." Oh, okay, I didn't even realize we had managed to make that happen.
Thank you DigiGuy801 for subscribing for 8 months.
And thank you, DigiGuy, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 8 months, and it means a heck of a lot that you continue subbing. So thank you so much for that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. Yes, that's good. And we were missing stuff for a bunch of these rooms. Like, that would be, we would need the tincture stuff and all that. Man, it takes a long time to attune that. Now I understand why it's like the library, get like 3 attunement benches. Because they do need to just sit there and attune and attune and attune for a good long while. It makes sense, you're giving the character a really strong bonus, and then they start leveling up, so it's a very high power thing that you're getting out of it. Okay, so storage is starting to get full up there. Trying to think of where I want to go and have, like, just a bunch of storage space. I mean, we've already been putting up there. Make another storage box there. Okay, are you attuned yet? It seems like that is a major ordeal. Okay, so it looks like you've attuned to both your things, you just need to gain levels. And then there's an unattune, which I'm assuming you just have to go through a headache of a process to give up the thing. We still need to get the plinths. That's all that's going to go up here, because we're going to put the attunement things, the plinth and all that to get bonuses. I do wonder if we go over here. Okay, so it's going to give not supported. Right. So we're kind of on the limit. I can't expand out farther there without some type of increased support. So anything that needs skewed, lofted, or tower needs to go straight up, and we'll just have to work on that. So I'm gonna have to check, like, what rooms need to be interior, so, like, make this an interior room, shove this up a little ways, put the next room above it. We'll get there. Because those room bonuses are a big deal. Alright, what did I need for the, Right, the chalkboard, which is on our research list. The good news is it's actually looking like we're finally getting caught up on the research list. So, ritual accessories. Under lock and key. Broom rack allows you to allows direct travel between broom racks, so we have a way of fast traveling between areas. See the future. I don't know what that does. Crystal prophecy. That's fine. So fancy. Fancy bed. We have an easel and all that. Large portraits. That's the large bookshelf. That's peaceful luxury. We can grow a new material I don't know what is. We'll want that as an option because that gives us more recipes we need. Outdoor support column provides ground support outdoors. Ah, there we go. Foundations, ladders, earth apprentice slabs. So we're gonna need that for the foundations. Arched windows. Good ventilation, so that's for the fire. We have recipe for better food. That's going to be necessary to keep our people happy. That's for the fire 1 level 2. Rat ranching. We'll be able to ranch our own rats. Okay, that's the water wand level 2. Bunch of potions. That'll be the dark wand level 2. Okay, so we got the dark, the water, the fire wand. Let's make sure we didn't miss any wands. That's already the nature wand level 2. You got that sorted. Already got the lightning wand level 2. Okay. So go with that for a while. So that'll give us our other level 2 wands as new things we can get on the list as well. Because you two have level 2 wands. Yeah, because we can make air. Alright, so we can make our, let's see, we can do air, nature, earth, and lightning. So we can't do the dark, we can't do the water. You've already got your level 2. And Longclaw and Alpin. We can add 2 of these on here. Those will probably not get done anytime soon, but we'll try to make it a point of getting people the better wands. I don't know if it's actually important to get them to the higher levels or whatever, but we'll figure it out. They are a gifted student, let's just roll with it. And you're busy attuning. Yeah, the good news is it does seem like we're getting a decent number of Gnosis fragments. Alright, so we have need for more stone and iron. As well as mana crystals. I would like to keep pushing this way, though, because I have a feeling we're 1 or 2 rooms from this being done. Researched all nature lightning. So we have the apprentice nature room. And then we did get a, another type of plant we can grow. All right. Oh, right, there's a harvest limit. We should also probably get that going as well. Longcaw completed full learning bronze. Right, that's where you just wanted to be well fed when you're learning. We're just watching all of the learning happening constantly here. But that's good. It's good to see the giant pile of everyone skilling up. It'll also be good when we have more dedicated staff to being able to chop down trees and clear the land and all that. The students can carry stuff back and recharge things. But we're now starting to get to a size where it's becoming a little bit of an issue. Alright. I'm imagining I also could make these rooms a lot smaller. I didn't notice particularly a size limit on the rooms. Okay. So we're getting pretty close to the well-rested thing. I'm having a feeling the only way we're going to get Illicit NZ to stay above 90 for that kind of time span. Oh, so you're sad that Kyotsu left. Right. Because you had a quirk that you you liked recreation or eating in the same room as Kyotsu or whatever it was. That's fine. That'll solve itself in a little time. Are you making off-brand Hogwarts about? No, we're making better Hogwarts. Hogwarts is a terrible school. You don't blame them. I'd miss you too. Miss me too. You see, the reality is Hogwarts is actually like the really bad school that no one actually wants to go to. But you know, because you watch the movies and read the books from the angle of people going to Hogwarts, so you get a whole thing. Like all the other schools aren't dealing with, you know, literal murder of students and kidnappings and all that. Yeah, this had a great PR team. Exactly. Hogwarts is state school. So to be fair, I actually don't punch down at state schools. I actually think state schools a lot of times do better than private schools. Because if you actually look at the way a lot of the private schools report their numbers and all that, there's a lot of shady stuff that happens there. There's a lot of shady stuff that happens when it comes to the number reporting of private schools and accreditation and all that. Was he who want to go to school? Stairs randomly change place. How can I find my way in it? Yeah. Imagine anyone who's been like to, you know, actual like college and university and all that, and you start your first day and you go to your classroom and they're like, yeah, this is supposed to be classroom 104. It's actually over in building B in room 302 now. And you're sitting there like panic trying to figure it out because you checked for your classroom like the day before, but you didn't plan for this completely other room to be a thing. But imagine now you go there and you figure out where your classroom is, and just spontaneously it moves because it feels like it. The staircase just rotates and you're just like, yep, your classroom's not there anymore. It's someplace else now. You know what? Let's just take you off your special schedule. Priority or schedule. The schedule doesn't exist anymore. You're back in the normal student schedule. And Alpin, are you done with your private lessons? Can I take you off that schedule yet? Nah, you got 6 more casts. Hogwarts has more entrances than faculty. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, it's fun for weird storytelling. And for the record, I'm not, like, a big Harry Potter fan or anything like that. It's kind of something that didn't blow up until kind of after I had moved over to other stuff. I was more sci-fi than fantasy, personally. And then with Rowling's being a disgusting human being, that's not exactly made me want to go back and do anything with that. Okay, so take you off your special schedule. Now that you got your lessons. So it's just kind of one of those things that I'm not super knowledgeable on it. Like, yeah, I saw the movies, like, back in the day. I think I saw, like, 3 of them before we started to learn who Rowling really was. They didn't do anything particularly impressive teaching either. You'd 100% homeschool if Hogwarts is a thing. I mean, to be fair, from the position of what they present the home life of Harry being, maybe don't homeschool there. Because I'll be honest, I did have to work a lot with students who were homeschooled versus other strategies and all that. And I actually don't have the highest opinion. It's one of those things, like, if you have really, really good people doing the homeschooling, yeah, it can be absolutely amazing. But I generally did not see most people who went to homeschool that they were providing the best experience. Without digging into that a whole lot. There was a lot of the kind of people who'd yell like, "Yar, deep state." They aren't teaching life skills, they're teaching magic. Counter argument, in a world where magic is a thing, magic is life skills. Because if I could just wave a wand and food happens, I've learned cooking. If I can wave a wand and my house cleans itself, I would argue those are life skills in that context. In a world where I can, like, make my furniture do the jobs, like imagine outside of those books, that you could just, like, wave a wand and your clothes washes itself. That's a life skill at that point. There's not really a way to go around it. Now, they're maybe not teaching basic accounting. You still need critical thinking. Magic's gonna teach you math. On the contrary, they literally have alchemy. And if anything, alchemy would be mathematically a huge pain in the butt. Because you'd be constantly doing that. So I would argue in a world where we have that, we would literally be dealing with almost all of those things, would be that. Is bold to assume that public schools taught you critical thinking and accounting? I mean, to be fair, public school did not teach you accounting. These days they do teach critical thinking. Like, they're actually better about critical thinking nowadays, more so than we were kids where we were told to shut up and just take the lesson. And you go, but why do I need to know this? And they said, because we told you to. Like, if anything, you know, people talk about, like, new math versus math. New math actually teaches you the method versus memorization better. Oh, that's why I was looking at the wrong place. Lighting. Small round window. And exterior, a chimney. Right. Creates slight protection against thunderstorms. That's true. You're being uncharitable to your schooling for the joke. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things. Let's see, you did the private school thing, came out the other end, barely socially functional, one step above homeschool. That's the thing. With private schools, again, you can have really good private schools. But you also have some real crap private schools. That's kind of the issue with a lot of private schools. They skirt a lot of the checks and all that a lot of your public schools have to live up to. And it's not to say that there aren't crappy public schools as well. Method versus memorization, but my timetables. Let's see, and there aren't many systems in place that could actually audit that stuff. Yeah, well, I mean that's getting into assessment-based learning. We've had that conversation that assessment-based learning is literally the worst way of teaching someone. Because assessment-based learning, by its very nature, is punishment-based learning, and punishment-based learning is the worst methodology there is. Because the moment you remove the punishment, then suddenly, people don't want to learn anymore. Because you've made it so learning is genuinely a bad experience that they associate it with punishment. Now, before everyone's like, oh, you just want to spoil people, on the counter-argument, like, the reward-based learning is the second worst type of learning. Because it has the exact same problem of once you remove the reward, people don't want to learn anymore. You gotta focus on actually making the learning experience desirable within itself. Whether it's you make it, you know, a feeling of accomplishment, or you go and have it where it's like, you know, there is the, like, entertainment. Like, edutainment is actually very effective. It's hard as hell to do, which is why it's not done more, is it's really, really hard to figure out a way to make it entertaining within itself. But, yeah. Crappy public schools are crappy for other reasons, usually. Yeah. I will say, so for people who haven't been around the channel for a while, I used to volunteer going into public schools to help promote STEM education, you know, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and all that, in addition to, like, my software dev and all that for a long time. I haven't done it since, but, like, it kind of stopped around the time that pandemic came up, and then nowadays it's honestly too hard to volunteer. But, generally speaking, from all of the schools I've gone into, from the magnet schools that actually had really good programs and funding and all that, to, like, troubled schools that were really struggling to get by, I never once saw it as, like, as a general thing, that it was a lack of passion or desire from, like, the teachers. There are individual teachers who suck. That's true. But, generally speaking, every one of these places I went, the teachers were doing the best with what they had. Which gets to that second part of with what they had. The schools I saw struggling, it was always along with what they had. Where you'd go in these schools and they're still running, like, computers that got floppy drives and everything because they can't afford to get better equipment. And understandably, students using that for their day-to-day class stuff is not going to go well. A lot of them had books that, you know, were barely holding together, that they literally had, like, tape on the spine to try and keep the book in one piece. And so it's kind of one of those things that, understandably, the students don't perform as well. They got garbage equipment to work with. And that's a whole thing. And then also, like, the problem of, like, you go into the classroom and there's one teacher there and, like, 40-something students, and yeah, the students aren't going to get nearly as good of an education opportunity as if you have a classroom where it's, like, one teacher and, like, 18 students. Let's say, were never any schools where they had enough teachers to keep sizes under 40? Yeah, no, that's become more and more and more of a problem. Let's see, homeschooling is illegal there. There are some private schools, but not that many. And they're really expensive. And you have to take the same exams as the public school students. Yeah, so there is a exam, and this is me talking from the context of Florida because I don't know every state's rules. That generally speaking here in the US, you do have on the federal level, there were set guidances. I mean, I think there still are, but there were set guidances that you had to be able to accomplish a certain level of performance on certain things like mathematics on the federal level was set. And then independently on that, you'll have states will have their own actual test for dealing with that. And that's standardized tests, and that has its own nightmares going on with it. But in the world of not having a better approach because we don't have enough teachers to accommodate one-on-one lessons and all that, it's about the best we have to try and hold schools accountable for actually doing good teaching and all that. And there's a whole bag and basket to get in there that's a problem. But we're trying to be like, hey, are the students actually learning? Those standardized tests is about the best we've got. Like, barring someone coming up with a better system. Which, please, come up with a better system, I'm begging you. But that's what we got. So we still have that federal level, even if you're a private school, you do have to hit. But a lot of that's controlled in the state of how you actually assess it. So that's where you get some states, they have really, really strong tests that you do have a pretty high bar to hit. And then you've got some states that it's like there are states that have a reputation of having particularly bad quality students that they then go on to try and go to college, and their success in college is abysmal because they're just not getting educated well. Let's see, you used to want to be a teacher. You took intro to education course, and it made you so angry and hopeless it showed you that 1, teaching was not really what you wanted to do, and 2, you never want to do it in the system you have. Yeah. So I actually pursued public education for a little while. Like, I had been doing a long time in software dev, and I had worked a particularly terrible job, and it just burned out hard. And I had worked education in my background on the college level and in post-grad skills. So, like, the one is for actually getting certifications for computer repair and all that, and the other one was just not really for a cert. But like, hey, you learned Java, and your boss says, hey, I need you to do this thing in C#. Well, you don't know C#. And we would bridge that gap. So it wasn't about getting some piece of paper. It's about making you effective in whatever tasks it was. So it was technical learning. But as I said, I did a lot of volunteering in public schools for a long time. And so it's kind of one of those things that after I burned out hard on dev, and I was like, screw this, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm tired of making a whole bunch of other people money and then not at least feeling like I've done anything meaningful on the other side of it. Let me go back into education where at least on the other side of it, it's like I did good, I helped people succeed and all that. But it was one of those things that the headache that is trying to get through all that here in Florida, that it's supposed to be even more accessible for you to become a teacher if you're like you have a separate route you can take, that it wound up being a whole thing. All right, so first we want to figure out how to make... All right, so I got a couple people coming through here. I'm gonna go ahead and take these two and have them graduate. Okay, so it's looking like literally everyone is ready to graduate at the same time. So let's graduate. So Illicit is not going to be graduating with the rest of them. Illicit we're planning to keep around to make an apprentice and all that. So we're going to begin the ritual and get all of them out of here. Now what I gotta figure out is I want you to become an apprentice. Oh, so we need an apprentice station. I thought I needed the apprentice mechanism. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. So yeah, so we'll let these ones finish graduation. And then Illicit is going to become an apprentice with the air stuff. It's taking them so long to build this room. And everyone will be back in the normal schedule, which is good. All right. Attuned to the Temperance affinity. Yep, so we're graduating a whole bunch of students. Is there a way to get more gatherers, like extra woodcutters, for example? Yeah, I need to make them staff, which is what we're working on. Is I'm trying to make illicit as good as possible, and then going to turn them into staff, so I have like a dedicated person who we just maxed out as much as possible. A drab hair teaser. Cool. So yeah, so as soon as we're done with this, the graduation ceremony here, we're gonna go up and make illicit an apprentice. Cool. And so we are going to heir apprentice. And so illicit goes here. Promote initiate to an heir apprentice. They can perform more task types, and their level cap is increased dependent on their wand tier. Additionally, they will manifest a relic. They also gain the ability to use air spells in combat. They will gain and lose skill cap depending on their wand specialization. So you'll become an apprenticed Aeromancer and gains 1 ultimate cast per day, whatever that means. And so they will lose some earth and plant affinity and gain 3 air, or we gain another air affinity. All right. And then meanwhile, let's go. So you can't attune anything there. You can attune this. You can't attune anything. You can't attune anything. And you can attune these. Because we're at the point I'm just going to tune literally everything we get our hands on. And then after that, we want to summon 4 more students. It's finally built. Holy crap, that took forever. Alright. Lighting. Aw, man. And we're still just really short in light pedals. That's 180. And what's your max? So 180, 360. You need to be over that. I'm gonna need 1 more. And after that, you need to move this up here. Because we're going to make this room goal. We want to make you... We can do a tune. We're going to make you into a library. Silent. No adjacent rec rooms, workshops, ritual rooms, or classrooms. I'm going to have a feeling I'm going to not like that. So you need 3 attunement benches, 2 small roof decorations, and 20 or more luxury, and 8 or more scholar luxury. So basically, we're gonna need a bunch of attunement benches, and all that. Let's wait to do that till we have more stuff. A corrupted mana lantern has appeared. So wait till the air ritual's going, and that's forcing me on to go after the next room. Gotcha. So that requires a bunch of stuff to make you apprentice. Gotcha. Oof. 54 shards. That's about the cost of getting a gifted student and then some. And with that, Illicit becomes our very first apprentice here. Now, I did try and go through and get all these maxed. I got these first 3 done. We did not get the last one done. Getting that much conviction is proving to be very difficult, so I'm just kind of choosing to be like, you know what? It's fine. I also don't know if that'll go away when you become an apprentice and be replaced with other ones, or if we keep working at it, or how that works. And you don't have the trials, so that's fine. Promote an initiate to an apprentice. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So that stays, so we're still good. You have got 3 more levels you can get into air stuff. So literally what's happened is they are no longer able to use any earth magic whatsoever. They took a hit on their natural magic, but now for air, they're going to absolutely be the best there ever was Pokemon. Yeah, versus our other people max out at 4. So we are pushing that person to be a very, very, very strong specialty. Yeah, so now we're going to less jack of all trades and more specialized. Okay, so with that said, we need to deal with this. Alright. So, you are weak to earth, you are weak to earth. So these 2 can deal with that. The one in the back is weak to lightning, which is going to be Infinity Simplex. And then meanwhile, let's start working very specifically on Illicit and Z to be the one carrying on, because they can now level up a lot. Versus, unfortunately, we got a bunch of these other ones that are capped. I haven't looked. So we have Air Wand 2 and all that sorted. So we've got the Lightning Wand. All right. Lightning Wand 2. Try to keep 1 in stock. Nature Wand 2. Try to keep 1 in stock. And you already have Earth Wand 2 there. Let's go ahead and remove. Alright, so you can just use the bolt right on this, on the opener, to make that not part of the fight. Because it is weak to lightning, so it's just sorted. So mass, let's see, mass Shield of Wind adds shield 1 to allies in the targeted row. We can haste and we can multi-strike. So they have no weakness to my stuff, so let's try this mass shield win. So let's go ahead and put that on the front row to protect them. Meanwhile, you can go over here and slap that one for double damage. Gotcha, so I see how shielded work. It just counters 1 spell. We can go ahead and hit both of them with Earth. And we'll do Inspiration on... If I inspire you, will that bump you ahead of Cookie? It does. So you can just smash them. And we're sorted. So yeah, so we ended up clearing another room, just by the nature of how this all works. That event seems to be a thing to force you to progress the underground, or, you know, get punished. Yeah, so we got a bunch of stone and all that. So there's the attunement tables. So what else do I need? Okay, so I need the 3 attunement benches, and I need 2 small roof decorations and 8 scholarly luxury. So let's go to our luxury stuff here. So that's a scholarly luxury here. You've got more than enough of all of that stuff. So that'll be a ton of scholarly luxury. Now I need decoration that goes from the ceiling. Which we'll have to figure that out. You know, it says wall and back walls. So we don't have what I need for ceiling decoration. And if we get a second incense burn, then we can make that into our next thing up the hospital or whatever. Because you thought you did wake up, Freemanette? Did you? Bitches themselves. Yeah, so we've expanded our medical to heal faster. So we're getting that set up to be a library. Can we also make the plinth now? I should be checking that. No, you need sculpt stone. Okay, so that comes from the underschool, so we don't have that. They've expanded that towards being a library. That's fine. Crafting wise, we still haven't got the spindle, which also needs iron, and we should probably get that because I don't even know what that's blocking me from doing. Alright, meanwhile, we will summon an initiate. There's an earth wand, get to it. So what I was doing here, so... So yeah, we can get a lightning wand on there, and a nature wand. There's a nature wand. What I'm trying to do here is make it so the wands that we can get level 2 that will keep a wand on hand, so we can just rotate through the students faster. We're going to try to keep... So I feel like the level 2 wands we want to save for gifted students. I don't know. See, that's the thing that's unclear, is like, if I level up my people all the way to apprenticeship and then I have them graduate, like, does that give me way more, or is it not really that relevant? We'll have to figure that out. I'm assuming tranquility is water, and you have earth. Let's also look at you. Okay, so we have Illicit NZ's Swirling Bow. Gives a higher air skill cap. Select for tuning. Okay, so Illicit NZ made a relic that Illicit NZ can use. Love to see it. Alright, we got our first new student in a good while. Let's go ahead and draw a name, and that'll be Serverlord. Will be a Earth Mage. And you're going to go ahead and grab that item for tuning. And this item for tuning. Oh, you must be level 2 before you can attune that. That's fine. And that's already spoken for. So you want to have private lessons. You want to eat in a room with at least 6 other people present. And you want to be full, rested, and tranquil at the same time. I don't think we're pulling that off. Spectre Croa has appeared. Emerges from a Croa corpse every night unless put in mint jelly. Will emerge even if the Croa corpse is in storage. Damages furniture until it disappears at dawn. Hunt it, high priority. Meanwhile, we'll go to schedule. So you need to be put on the private lesson schedule. And summon Initiate. And we'll get a nature one going. And how are we doing on our, Yeah, so Geonosis crystals, we don't have nearly enough for, a bunch of their stuff, so we got all that. Yeah, so I think we're right about to finish this tunnel. So once everyone's all medically rested and all that, we can worry about that. Yeah, so pretty soon you'll get that mood penalty off you, and that'll help. Because, yeah, there's a pretty big expense on becoming an apprentice and summoning a gifted student and all that. Alright, so we have our new Nature Mage. So let's go ahead and get this one brought in. And this will be Jaywalker. And so if you look at their stuff, Jaywalker would like to go 2 days in a row with very high conviction. They would like to go 2 days in a row without craving recreation. And they would like to eat honeyed stir-fry. And meanwhile, we have a ring you can go ahead and attune to yourself. Then we're going to summon another Initiate. Using an air wand. Maybe the tiny second floor. So the kitchen, I think I need to be on the bottom. So, like, we've got that. We need the actual, like, kitchen stuff. I'm wondering if the spindle should go in there. Like, see what the requirements for a room for the spindle. So you can go here, select thing. So spindle. Yeah, so it has to be grounded, so it has to be on the bottom. So the spindle needs to be towered. That sucks. Because that room's definitely never going to be towered. So let's see what else we can put in there. We've already got those set up. Ooh, actually. I mean, the Alchemist Station might be able to go in there as well. And all these look like they're going to be huge. That's what I'm learning here. So we want to do the nature one. I'm going to need to make a dedicated space for it. And that's going to be a whole thing to figure out. This might not need... I need to double check what this room needs. I might literally be able to just build more up here and put, like, the nature one on top of it. So we got the crafting. Alright, we got our new student here, who is another air mage. And this will be Ulkar. And Ulkar here wants to dance by themselves. They want to pet a refining beast for an hour. And they want to eat bitter stir-fry. You can't use that. It's already taken. You can go ahead and grab that You need to be level 3 for that. Okay. And I should have room for one more student if we end up with one more wand. For the time being, we will go out of our way to craft a dark wand for that last student. Okay, so let's double check. So if we were to make this room into the Windy Pinnacle, it just needs to be elevated. Okay. If we go to do the nature one, it needs to be private, which just means only one entry point. That's fine. So with that, what we can do here is we can bisect this room. And that might let me... Alright, and what do you... The Magistite need to be in a skewed room, right? Alright, so if we want to move that room up... So, the maxim is lofted, pristine, elevated, and private. So shoved way off to the side with one door in is what we need to get to the max one. Right now, we're over here. So the good news is that doesn't require the tower either. Okay. So we'll plan to make that off one of the sides. So this room needs to move. Do you need... So you only need to be silent for the library. You don't need to be skewed. So let's go here. Right, so looking at this, so you only need to be silent. So what we can do here... Why is that going to be mad? Oh, yeah. This room's gonna get real weird here in a moment, so we'll not build these two. And then we can go and grab the roof here. And then we can go over here. And I'll make sure it's elevated. Group dinner. Like small carcass meals. Yeah, I'll see what we can do to figure our way around that. Need 2 roof decorations? Yeah, no, we don't. We haven't got that figured out. If I have to move this around, we move it around. Basically, I'm trying to shift that over to try and qualify to have this. Trying to get more... Basically, I'm trying to make it so we can put like the nature room in there, budge that up. But we are running to the point where... Oh, wait, did we get the... We haven't got the actual columns. And I'm curious if those will let me build support outside and whatnot. You have to unlock roof decorations. Okay. Now I just need you to actually start building all of this. Researched there be dragons. So crafting. Dragon walk. An intermediate station used for cooking meals requires fire to use. I do not have nearly the requirements for that. Dragon egg incubator. And I do not nearly have the requirements for that. Okay, the dining room is fine. This wasn't allocated to be a room. That's still not allocated to be a room yet. We still have the mage's study here. Yeah, because we'll move that over, then we can raise this up. Shift you over just a couple of tiles for right now, so I can build that up later. Okay, and so with this, we can go construction, roof. So we're just waiting for that to get done. Oh, it's telling me it's unsupported, not that it's being deleted. All right. People are leveling up just fine. Did we make that last wand yet? Nope. It's fine. People are making good progress, so I'm not sweating that taking a while. And we have Illicit NZ now learning at a more advanced level. Would be really good. Rain is incoming. This is a bad time for rain. That's a whole mess of a problem. Alright, that's not my favorite. Yeah, and we can't make that connect there, it doesn't work. So let's move you in here, and move you in here. And move all of you to scrunch this room up a little bit more. I'm gonna try to do is inch this more and one more and try and add that roof piece there. Realistically, I'm gonna have to... This is gonna have to just be a different room. That's fine, we can worry about it when we get there. Okay, and move you here. And move you here. And put a door there, I guess. And then we'll just demolish all this. Because this doesn't have any support weight-wise. So get all that out of there, and that should make that a little bit sturdier up top. But needless to say, we are not going to get the roof decorations on there and all that, so that'll be its own grief. But at least we got all the stuff in there so it won't get ruined by the rain. And you still need more iron to be able to make you. We also should be good to push on to the next area. So let's go ahead and start the battle down here. So you're weak to lightning and fire, earth, earth, and dark. So we're going to go with that. Illicit's not going to contribute a lot this fight, but I don't really have a much better choice because the other one would be water, and they're strong to water. Yep, let's go ahead and pop down here. And more stuff will get ruined. I don't really care. But then with this, we can open up a little bit more space, find some more goodies, keep this going. Need to find purpose for this room. And the big thing is I want to move this over here, because that'll make that elevated. And I believe that'll let me push it towards the third room. Which might end up being a problem just because of how much stuff it needs. But we'll see what we can do to get there. Oh, and also, Cerberlord now should be able to attune this thing. Ah. So we can't have two of the same type of relic. And that requires a level 3. Oh, I wasn't even watching. Okay, so we got the plant. That's fine. So, the ones in the back are weak to lightning, and I can hit them right on the opener. So let's just deal with you right now. We apparently got to double cast. So we'll just get that out of the way. So you're going to work on defense. So we're going to shield you two. And we can use the Dark Tentacles to do double damage. And you're also weak to Earth. And again, you got to cast twice. Alright. And now we're in mop-up. So again, shield them. Finish the job on this one. Okay, well they both have like no health left, that's fine. Okay, and we got that hallway cleared out. We got ourselves some more stone and all that. What the are you? Okay. Tate, curse bound. What is a curse bound? Bound by a curse. We can remove the curse. That will give us an extra student that I'm not really prepared for, but that is what it is. You have relatively good stuff here. Sure, that's fine. We'll go ahead and bring this person in, I guess. I'm assuming they join us. So, who gets to be the curse-bound mage? Is PS_PST4. D4 is curse bound. We do have it set up where someone is going to de-curse bound you. I don't know what I'm going to be doing about your sleeping arrangements. I guess for right now, I'm just going to shove a bed in this other room. And I'll just go with it. It's not really what I want to do, but that's fine. Also, maybe prioritize that. Actually, it doesn't look like I can give it a priority at all. And what you want is you have you want to go 2 days without being very hungry. You want to eat gutberry. You want to be full rested and tranquil, and you want to go 6 days without craving recreation. You do have a lightning wand level 2 though. Shove 3 in there. How is our wood? Probably not. I'm gonna save that wood for right now. We do have the stone finally, which is nice. Oh, we could go ahead and take that door apart because we're not gonna have them going out there. Oh, come on. Still construct the wall, please. Okay, so we can go to furniture. Right, we still can't make the plinth. We can go to crafting. Yes, the rest of those still require iron. That's fine. Just keep working on all that. 3rd floor emergency exit. Hey, world has magic. Probably fine. Bumped it up to 5 so it gets built earlier. Bound by a curse, is there any greater horror? Requires level 1, send aid. What are you doing? Ah. So you're recovering from your injuries. Yeah, it's fine. They could just say curse bound for a little while longer. It's okay. I don't have their bed built yet, so let's just let them stay curse bound for a little while. Yep, so we're gonna close this room. And like I said, it won't be able to be the library we were setting it up to be. That's fine. We'll worry about getting this to be the next arcane room. Once that's done, I'll make this room able to be the nature apprentice or whatever. I might have to like go up a floor and then make it nature apprentice. And then make this bottom spot into something else. We'll get it all figured out. Spectral Croa has appeared. Hunt it. High priority. That's fine. It's been a while. We can just drag all this over here. Chop, harvest, hunt. Harvest, hunt. Okay, so that's a generic schoolroom. That's not going to change. Meanwhile, this room, we want to make that into here. So you're not elevated? What do you mean you're not elevated? Oh, right, because we're going to outcrop it. It's fine. This will still work. So what I can go ahead and do is grab you, move you up there, grab you, move you up there, shove some bookshelves in here. That should be good. How much light do you emit? 150. So let's go to lighting. Candelabra. I'll put in the back there. Requirements for... Yeah, it's just telling me I can't research because I'm in progress of moving rooms. Alright, so with that, we are going to need to tear apart most of this. Let's wait till the rain starts... I mean, the rain's gone now. What we're going to need to do is go to demolish. Get all that sorted. Go to build, floor. And cross there. And add a door. And like I said, this will become I don't know what room. And on top of that, we'll put like the nature classroom or whatever. Nature, lightning, doesn't matter. One of the other classrooms. So we can like specialize in it. How are you doing, Cookie? You're getting close to being recovered? Yeah, Cookie is recovering. So someday Cookie will go down there and help you. You now at least have a bed that you can go to when you, when you're ready. And then we'll start working our way to the right here. Yeah, because these only require level 4. But once we get all that fixed, I'll worry about the next thing. Meanwhile, so you still need your private lessons. We can go to your maid sheet. You can attune to that. You're already attuned. You gotta wait for a couple more levels. That's fine. Keep disintegrating it. We get all the resources back, so it's not a big concern. Yeah, so we're gonna work on getting this all built out. Then we'll need to adjust where the lightning rods are and all that. That'll be good. Let's also check on our priorities. Okay, so Jaywalker loves tending, so we're gonna go ahead and give them a boost that, even though they're not specifically good at it. Which it's weird how many of them, they end up loving something and it's just not something they're good at. It's just an awkward one. Wait, what's the arrows mean? Oh, it's saying you can do that faster. Right, and that'd be because of relics. Yes, the goal is to make that a mage's study. It's just missing the scholarly luxury stuff. Yeah, it didn't... Yeah, you... Wait. Why are you not considered elevated? Oh, you know what? I bet you we can make it elevated. I bet you if I were to go like this... Rescue a curse-bound mage. I bet you if I do it just like that, where we just smidge it through the wall the tiniest little bit. It's fine. We just kind of, just slightly, put it through the wall there. That'll consider it elevated. And then that'll work. Yeah, you can correct the ceiling there. What I'm trying to do... cancel disintegrating that, it's already a floor. Yeah, I'll disintegrate that and connect it, and I think that should make it qualify as elevated, because technically it's hanging off of there. And PS is all that. Yeah, so you're still trying to get that all built, that's fine. You're getting all this built, that's fine. Okay, so now let's see if we can't connect the roof here. Alright, and so once they get that all closed off, that should be a valid room for, like, the next better one. I actually don't know if it needed that stone or not. It's fine. Alright. Okay, so we're getting all that sorted out. You've got your priority set. Get that one turned up. When you hit level 3, we can bind a new item to you. And are you over your private lessons yet? Nope. Still working on your private lessons. Yeah, so the thing that's taking me the most time to figure out is just a lot of this stuff being like, okay, how do I make this get the correct keywords? With the structure we have available. Yeah, and they're all getting their relics leveled up, which is all good news. Oh, did I get another mana crystal? I feel like I got another one of those recently. Build a copy. No, we don't. Okay, that's what I wanted to check. And is everyone all healed now? Yep, so with everyone all healed, let's not drag this out. We're just gonna go right in the next one. Okay, so you are weak to water, you are weak to earth. So in this case, I think Illicit hops out of here. And Calaria hops in. Because we keep trying to push the underground, because I feel like I've been slacking on that one. And that's where I have the most room to get things to happen. And building-wise, we can go to teaching. So I'll probably do the nature apprenticeship thing next. Yeah, so that'll be enough room in there. They do the nature room here, and they've got this room available for the interior. So I'll have to figure out what room we want to make that. Okay. So you're weak to earth and the miasma, or earth and dark, and you're weak to water. So we're going to go ahead and inspire you. And then you can slap it for double crit damage. And I can't get to you in the back there. You're not strong or anything to it, so we'll just hit it for a regular attack. Yeah, and regardless, I can only hit the front row, so we'll go ahead and just throw damage on you as well. Okay. You don't have any strength to it or anything, so we're just going to zap you to throw damage into it. Ah, so you have a counterattack. Oh, for a moment that turned gray for a moment there. I was like, wait, did you just go down? I'm going to have you pass for a moment. Actually, we'll have you put defenses on Infinity Simplex. Kalara should be coming up here in a moment. You can finish the job here. Meanwhile, you can crit them. Just go ahead and throw damage in there because there's not much else you can do. Infinity Simplex is getting straight up bullied, but this should finish it. Open the lava mines is what we just got. Cool. So we did get a mana crystal for that. We opened up a new area. So meanwhile, it definitely feels like mana crystals and that really should be put in rooms that we are going to potentially need lots of power used in. Honestly, the number of those we get is pretty spectacular. Okay, we can go ahead and put another incense lamp up there, and I believe that'll make that the better version of that room. Jaywalker likes using lightning. Why? Why do all of my mages be like, I like using someone else's magic type? It makes me happy. Alright, so we're trying to get all that built. I wonder how high of level that you're gonna be able to get air spells at level 8. Very, very much. Illicit NZ is gonna become an absolute monster on the air front, which is good because their power grading is F. I do wonder if you can ever force that to change, or if we'll have to overcome that with items or what. And that might just literally be it, that we just keep trying to trade up air mages until we get one who can fill in the gap there. Alright, so that should close that off and make this into one of our, Okay, so it's a mage's study for now. We could set its goal. Oh, you need to be above a schoolroom as one of your requirements for that. That is going to be a pain to set up. That's fine. Regardless, that makes it functional again, and that's the important part. And then this is about to get finished. Okay, let's check the light in all the rooms. Okay. Alright, so we got people who need medical rest. And that one's designed to destroy torches. I don't think we have any torches handy. So it's recommending level 6, which basically means my main team. Unfortunately, Infinity Simplex is pretty messed up, and Sentient Cookie does have some decent damage on them as well. If we can get Sentient Cookie rested enough that they're full, we might just grab Infinity Simplex out of the group and have the other group go. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Meanwhile, we can go up here to teaching. Oh, we can go ahead. So we'll make the room use lightning. Construction. Okay, we want to move it. Right there. That way it has full coverage there. Hey Christoph, how's it going? I might. Alright, I don't like this, but we're probably just gonna go for it. So, alright, so Infinity Simplex sits this out. They're hurt. Illicit and Z is gonna hop in. So they're all weak to water and they're all strong to fire. I think that'll be fine. The big thing is we're keeping our most injured person out of the fight and getting everyone else in there. Because I don't want to just like leave it alone and have problems come from it. Okay, so Sentient Cookie is a little injured here. Alright, so thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and use Mass Shield Win on the front row to protect ourselves. They don't have a particular weakness to this, so we're just going to go ahead and slap the one in the front line here.
Thank you down there a BitHole for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you down the rabbit hole for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot that you do that. But thank you again so much for doing that. And I do hope you you enjoy the stream and all that good stuff. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and slap you with the earth stuff. And that'll finish the job on you to hit you with that water magic. Because you're weak. Oh, no, it didn't. So even though they're weak at it, unfortunately, Claristar doesn't have a lot of damage. Again, put up the defensive line. I don't really want you to burn your health in this. So we're gonna double up the defense. Okay, so you smash that one and finish it. I'm gonna try and soften you up. And again, protect them, because that's just wasting the enemy's attacks. Okay, and we'll quake them. Now finish that one off. At this point, they're not gonna get another turn. Your damage is so bad. Win 25 battles, we got an achievement for. That's the only downside. Elicidenzi's damage is appallingly low. Lots of utility, but 6 damage a hit is not good when our people are doing like 50, 60, and 80. Alright, so I've got a random room here that I gotta figure out something we're gonna do with. So what can I potentially put this room to use for? So classroom-wise, not a whole lot there. Bedroom-wise, not really what we want. We could make this could be the mess hall. That's exactly what you could be. You could be the mess hall. So you can build a copy there. Yeah, and that won't be adjacent to the outdoors in a moment. Cool. So that'll increase the conviction of our students. It'll also get the students away from the teacher so they can, you know, enjoy their evening. Alright, everyone's getting themselves healed up. Right, so you can't equip another one of those. You're still waiting on more levels. Alright. And yeah, so pretty soon we're gonna go ahead and get the, I think the lightning one did I go with? Because I was making the nature... Yeah, we switched over to the lightning one when I got the option, because before I didn't have the materials. Under the mage study could be a classic. Oh yeah! Because this isn't going to be... Yeah, so what we'll probably do is once we get another room, I'll move this. We can make just a tiny little classroom here that we're not even probably going to use. That would satisfy this one's being above a schoolroom. Oh, I was hoping that was going to qualify... Oh, it's because the interior space is what's measured. Can I get out a little farther? Let's wait to see what that arch support gets built if it lets me go just one block out farther, because then I can tear down that wall, making it slightly larger, and it'd be fine. Every room is well lit so far, so that's good. And wait till everyone recovers. Alright, so fog's still 6 days out. We've been pretty much ignoring it, because it's just not been a factor. I'm doing really well on stone and really well on a bunch of stuff. We need more iron. We also do want to get to the point... Oh, right, I still need the, what is it, relics, or sculpture stone or whatever. Crafting-wise, we can get the spindle now. And so right now, because I don't have a better place to put it, we'll just shove the spindle in the basement if I can find room for it. Because I've been kind of doing that. Oh, you again. Please get off before it starts trashing my stuff. Because I have been finding, if I don't have the proper room dedicated for it, shoving it in the basement is an easy way for me to be like, ah, that's the one. I don't have that set up yet. All right. There's too many things that need doing. Please kill it. Got some of you all set to hunting. Okay, just damages it in the hut to repair it. That's fine. There, I think you're on your way. Maybe? No, you're refilling the water. Oh, that's probably what it is. It's probably one of these ones, or the ones they normally have hunt. But just by the fact that you've been in the medical bed, you haven't been doing it. So you're getting back to researching. Yeah, hunting you set to 5. It helps if you actually choose hunt and not just set not, you know, like no task to priority 5. So should be getting out of there soon, and you're still in there. Yeah, you're about to be back in your feet. I think once they finish recharging the medical bed, the ghost guy will go up there and start hunting the Roa. Or what is it? Not Roa. Proa. Alright, and Infinity Simplex has reached level 10, so Infinity Simplex is now back to being maxed out level-wise. Technically can learn some more earth magic. Man, it makes such an incredible difference to do an apprenticeship. Like, just looking at the fact that Illicit here can get to level 8, yet Infinity Simplex is stuck at only level 4 for their spells. Apprenticeship is really strong. Okay, so we're getting rid of the Croa. In the meantime, we do have a spare air wand. Not seeing most of the other, like the other ones we seem to have materials for, they're just not happening. I mean, I guess part of that is I keep bringing them down below to make them fight. And when they're doing that, other stuff isn't getting done because they have to stop and wait in the medical beds and heal after each battle. All right. Yeah, we're gonna need a dedicated nature person. What's needed for the next level in the first aid room? Just have to build the incense burner that's on the wall there. Like, I've got a lot of these rooms all set to upgrade and change stuff and all that. We just have to wait for construction to happen. And, you know, it's just taking its time. Because for right now, it's Pyreal who's the one who does like most of the construction. Some of it's also done by Mohanrai, but Alright, so if we go to lighting... Okay, so you're short in Spore Cap. I can live with that. That's 125 per window. So yeah, I think... Oh, we can't do 3. That should do. Alright. That'll be another room, so we'll be able to get our... Honestly, what we're going to end up doing here is I'm going to bring in a brand new lightning person. We'll get a gifted lightning mage. Get him a level 2 lightning wand, and it'll be like Illicit and Z, where they'll have a much longer time to level up. But then that person will probably end up replacing Infinity Simplex. We'll retire our first actual person. Because I think we've kind of capped out what Infinity Simplex can do unless we get a Lightning Wand 3, which is still probably a ways down the road. Is this Luigi's Mansion? It feels like it, huh? The whole cursed shoving things out, hanging off of ledges and all that. All right. We should probably go to our priorities. So I've got all them set to teach. Like, literally everyone's set to teach. It might be worth it to prioritize Calaria to teach. Yeah, so keep it to Calaria and Mohanrai. And the reason I'm thinking that is because Mohanrai is, like, kind of only okay at everything, and then Calaria, out of the staff as far as what they can do around here, is kind of more limited than some of the others, so it's not taking as much away. Okay, so we have the Fire Apprentice Shrine we've got there. That's gonna be the hardest thing, is getting all these individual rooms with all the apprenticeship types. Okay, so Server Lord is fully trained. And Jaywalker is about to be fully trained. Ulkar isn't too far from being fully trained, and then PST-4 is nowhere near. Let's get those 3 to be fully trained. We'll graduate them out. And then that might give us enough that we can get ourselves a gifted person for lightning. It is one of those things I do wonder what, like, if you graduate an apprentice, how far it goes. So we're at just let it cook for 20 minutes point of the game? I mean, we keep making change, like, I keep fighting. Like, I could definitely pick up the speed more, but that is the nature of a lot of these games, is it's like Oxygen Not Included. It's not that something is happening every single second, nor does a game need to have that. But yeah, no, you set up stuff and you get it, let it work. Part of that is they don't have enough people working. Okay, so Jaywalker is maxed out. Ulkar's about to, and then we'll graduate the 3 of them. And so Calaria's getting some of that stuff done. But yeah, that's where we've needed to get more actual staff, and that's what Illicit's working on, is becoming our next staff member. We're trying to get them set up as best we can. Alright, we got our mess hall made. Yeah, so Ulkar only needs like 10 more XP, and then they're maxed out, and it'll be time for graduation for them. Alright, so it's time for graduation. So we get Jaywalker, we get Server Lord, and we get Ulkar. And so we're gonna get them out of here. And then it'll be time for us to start bringing in the next group of students. But yeah, no, it's kind of like in RimWorld where we're partially waiting on research. Cool, so we just upgraded our hospital into an infirmary, so that should help people heal up even faster. And with this, we're going to take apart that bed and make this back into not a room, because this is a lower level room than that one, so I want to make sure they go in there. Okay, they have to harvest those plants. Yeah, what we need is a nature mage. So that'll be the next apprenticeship we set up, is the nature mage. I'm still not sure where we're shoving that. But you don't need to be a vaulted ceiling or anything, do you? That's going to be the big things. I'm probably going to need to move the dining room. Make this go here. Go up a room. Make this go here. You know, put another classroom on top of that. Food focuser, you got your bronze one there, so that's good. Oh, that also means we can go on your schedule. And you are no longer on the special schedule. You're on the regular schedule. Now I don't got a pain in the butt student who wants all that sorted. Okay, so we're all working at taking care of the plants. I wasn't even paying attention to what relics we got, so we got a bunch of relics laying here. So let's see what we can do for that. And none of you can use any of the relics laying on the ground, that's fine. Okay. So gifted student. We can do an earth wand. Alright. Let's go down here. Take that off of there. So we want the nature wand. I mean, honestly, we just need them working on the wands. Yeah, it's fine. So do a regular summoning with the air wand, because we already have someone who's coming up through the air route. So upgrading this, do you cost... Apparently there's a thing called ethereal status. Meanwhile, let's see what we can do with this room to be useful. Oh, right. We talked about... We can move this over, make a mini classroom. Right. First, let's see if when I make this go, if we can go out here, if it qualifies as elevated, before I start switching that room around. Because if I can make this elevated, then we'll move this junk down here, make this into a classroom that I don't... Well, actually, we might even be able to make it a decent classroom. We'll make this into a classroom. That could satisfy giving that to the highest level. Then this will be where our library stuff is. And I'll do that. Okay, we got our new person here. So let's go ahead and get our new air mage, and that'll be Burning Sun. And Burning Sun wants to charge the Mana Lantern 3 times, land a killing blow on 3 enemies during battles, and defeat 3 enemy parties of level 4. So you want to fight. Okay. And you will probably not get to use that. Now the big question is, even if it's not a gifted student, do we still want to go up the whole level of wands? Because I'm not, let's do that anyways. So, Burning Sun. There's your level 2 wand. You go for that. Meanwhile, we're going to go to this. I'm going to tell you, don't just keep making these wands. We're gonna manually make the wands. So far as what we need. So let's so you've got the nature wands 1 and 2 to do there. Do we have any more wands on hand? No. I lied. We have an earth wand. Because yeah, that'll put us back up to 8, and we got room for 9. A high stink arises. It's gutberry season. Gutberry vines spawn much higher rate than normal in the garden next to the school. Mages with air wands will have extra damage. Lightning wands will have reduced damage. Mages eating gut berries or gutberry soup will suffer additional conviction penalty. Well, that sucks because that's what we're eating the most of. We do have plenty of wood. So once we're done summoning people and all that, all right. New plan. Honestly, just do it forever. Actually, change my mind. Because it keeps respawning the ghost of it or whatever. All right, so new student. So this is our new Earth Mage. So let's go ahead and do that and go for Chrome Wolf. And Chrome Wolf here wants to defeat an enemy level 2 without any allies going unconscious, eat a bunch of gutberry soup, and to have really high conviction. You know, casting spells and lessons at high conviction. They still got room for one more mage, so let's go ahead and say do that. Oh wait, I don't... Yeah. So we need that one. I also need a lightning wand 1. And a lightning wand 2. Okay, because then we can summon in a nature mage to help out around here. But I don't have the nature mage room 2 or whatever. We gotta still open more. Researched pick-me-ups. I don't see that as being under here. Oh, right, that was under alchemy. We can add new potions. So we've got these two. We got the bravery to remove all stacks of fearful. Revival, throw a flask restores 15 points of health to someone who's been knocked out. And we can go ahead and do that. Hey, Salford Sal, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Sorry for everyone popping in who's not going to be hearing me say this because you got caught in the mid-roll ads. But they're almost over. For those who don't know Salford Sal, alright, Cookie's already on it. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend. Has also been playing a lot of Mind Over Magic, but also plays like Timberborn and Galacticare and all sorts of good stuff. It's definitely good times. Is really good at coming up with like really long-term goals in games and seeing them through and all that. This is only our second day playing Mind Over Magic, so we're still very new. So don't spoil me on a lot of the stuff, but we're doing pretty good. We're getting Alyssa and Z here totally jacked. To slowly start switching my staff over to being better at what they do. But yeah, so definitely go check out Salford Sal and drop the follow and do all that kind of good stuff. And my apologies to everyone who raided into that ad. I do not have pre-rolls. We do have mid-rolls. It's just the unfortunate timing. You get how it goes. Cool. Got berries everywhere. Is this a game where you can lose? Yes. To my knowledge, yes. There is combat, and there is this scary murder fog, and it slowly closes in over time. And you have to burn resources to shove it back out. There's a dozen ways to achieve anything that you like about it. Neat. So far, and we are on the default difficulty, so far, we haven't had much problems. I haven't had anyone get knocked unconscious or killed. We have had a couple of spicy fights, but nothing too terrible. But I don't think we're super far in yet. We are just getting our first apprentices online. Like, Illicit NZ is our very first apprentice, is an air apprentice. And we're now working on getting our Lightning Apprentice online, which T4 will not be doing that one, I don't think. I haven't really gone, because apprenticeship is expensive from what I saw. It's like 4 or 5, or sorry, it's like 50 something of the shards. What's the combat like? This is your first time seeing the game? It's turn-based, so it's like almost JRPG kind of turn-based thing. But you got like your front line, your back line, that kind of thing. The combat's been fine. I enjoy it. I'm not huge on turn-based combat, but it's not like... It's not been something I've been playing gone, aw man, I just wish this was different. No meals available. That's... How did... We've had no issue with that this whole time, and just suddenly the food's gone. We're in this gut berry season thing. So harvest and hunt. Harvest and hunt. Make those priority 4. So we actually get that food off of there. Yeah, I think what's happened is I increased the priority on a bunch of our stuff growing, and I think those haven't been doing that. So it's a bit of a concern that we're running out of food. That is not ideal. Okay, so we're waiting to get more wines. It's actually one of the reasons I'm trying to get a nature mage up and running. Alright. Oh, you're ever so slightly not done from the looks of it. Yeah, 1 point from done. Hey, Randall Thor, thank you so much for the 135 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Catch the last 135 streams without missing a single one. Means a heck of a lot that you do that, so thank you. We could still bring in one more student. If I can get one more wand sitting around here. But again, I think we're just not getting stuff done because of, you know, a lot of things lagging behind. We might end up being at the point that I need to increase our food production. Did we ever get these set to be decent priority? Nope. Yeah, so I need an actual nature mage to just be out here dealing with the harvesting all those plants. What types of mage do you start out with? I think it was lightning, earth, and the dark is what it gave me by default. Because this is literally my first playthrough, I didn't take anything like out of the art. Like I just basically went, yep, go. Yeah, you can re-roll them if you want, but I didn't know anything about the game. All right, Spectre Rift has opened. So this one's only required level 5, and everyone else is in good health. So let's see. So we've got weak to nature. That doesn't help me. Water and earth. So we do have our water and earth. And you're strong against air. So let's take illicit out of here. And put Infinity Simplex in. And I'll just keep accidentally putting it at the wrong spot. So I'll have everyone get their mana topped off, and they'll go deal with that before it causes me grief. You're so curious to see if you'll survive the first roll. Your first roll. I don't know what that is, and don't spoil it. Or do you mean your first round playing through? Because so far things have been going pretty smoothly. We've had some pretty like badly timed defense, but even then we've been able to handle them. It's not a spoiler first playthrough? Gotcha. Yeah, no, so far it's been going good. I mean, I don't know if there's, like, a win condition or whatever. There could be. Oh, weird. Why did it change the order of your spells? It's fine. Why? Oh. Oh, here we go. Okay, so it's the higher level one. I like that. Alright, so they jumped the level on that a lot. Versus the miasma has been just terrible. So you do 121 damage, so you could just say, this person, they're not in this fight anymore. Get him out of here. Quake we can only use on the one individual, or you can do the 68 damage. So you'll just 68 damage that one. Okay. So you're the one who's weak to the water in the back. I can't get at you. And honestly, you're gonna pass your turn. Oh, the bolt's only gonna do 40? That's not what I wanted to see at all. I'm going to count on... That's fine. I did that in the wrong order. It's fine. So you'll crit it, you'll finish it. I was going to try and boost it for that. I forgot it gave me speed as well, which jumped them ahead in line. That's fine, because this tentacle sweep is just absolutely ridiculous. So we're going to use it on... It doesn't really matter. Because both of them are going to be low. We take a hit for, like, no damage. Then it'll be... Sentient Cookie again? Oh, no, there we go. It's like... Shouldn't be Sentient Cookie. So you'll finish that one. Just go ahead and zap him. We got nothing better to do. Even though he's strong against it. And... Yeah, so Sentient Cookie getting that extra level in their spell, which I'm not sure... Oh, it's from your relic. That's how you got your extra level. I was saying, I was like, but you don't have the better wand. I can't make it yet. How are you doing so much more damage? Right, we gave you a relic a while back, and you must have leveled it up to the point where you could get another level in your dark magic. You love the turn-based combat? It reminds you of DOS2 combat? You love that? I have no idea what you mean by DOS2. Relics are so powerful, but such a pain in the butt. Yeah. Well, I totally forgot we were working on it. But, yeah, so you've got that all set up. So that room is all enclosed. And you've got your light all sorted out. Yeah, no, the turn-based combat's fine. Like, I'm neither excited or super against it. It's fine. I used to play a lot more turn-based combat games back in the day. Just kind of Divinity: The Original Sin, gotcha. But it's been fine. It's got some cool mechanics. I'm willing to bet as we level stuff up more, I'll get some more creative spells and all that. Was it Toy Relic or Dark Relic 1 left? The Enshrouded Effigy is the relic we've got going on there. So you can't use that, you're not high enough level. Let's see, can you build up your house and stuff? Yeah, no, we designed this whole thing. When you start, it's just a flat base there. And then there's, like, how much... Like, the light blue here means it's well supported. The dark blue is kind of where, like, you're hitting your limit of what you can carry. And that orange basically means it's unsupported. Which, we've got that queued up. Oh, no, I don't. Made that mistake again. Yeah. So we got that queued up to be destroyed. We just don't have enough people working. The next things we have on our queue to do once we get that done is I want to get the support done, so I'm hoping to get one more block over, because I think that'll make it considered elevated, and then if that's the case, this becomes a crappy classroom. That junk goes down here, and then after that, we're going to kind of bisect this room, to try and make it eligible for, like, the nature apprenticeship room or whatever, and then make the dining room up on top of that. But we're We're kind of stuck waiting to deal with a lot of... Like, the amount of stuff we're having to do to support ourselves is slowing down a lot of other things from getting done, unfortunately, right now. But, once we get Alessa and Z to start maxing themselves out, that'll go a long way. Do you need both a dining and a mess hall? The mess hall is for students, the dining room is for staff. That they both get their conviction bonuses from different rooms. So if I have the students up here, they don't get the conviction bonus, same with the staff down there. Let's go over here and say gather. They've got a lot turned up, they're just not getting it done. There's just too many tasks that need doing. Hunt. Was your day in first 15 your first game, and half the time has been spent reading the Book of Rooms? Yeah, no, there's definitely a thing there. One thing that I did find that I don't think the game makes super clear is, so let's say I wanted to make this into the rec room. I can go here and say rec room, conservatory, and I could choose click to set that, and then it shows me what I need to do to make it fit that. Obviously, I'm not doing that because it's not going to be towered. Common room. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we can make... I missed that there's this common room and a house commons and all that. So we can make special rooms there that add a lot of convictions to students. Like for just a general room. Okay. Alright, so that might be something to strive for. So what we might do... Oh, we don't have it. Alright, so we can go ahead and let's check, what do you need to be happy for what we want to set you for? You are one of my learning rooms. I do wish there was more categories here. So this is the lightning one. So you need to be towered. You're just not going to happen is what you're going to be. So I just won't fuss with it. So what I'm thinking we do is we go over here, we add a door on this side of the room. Get rid of that. You know, get another window down here or whatever we need to. And we cut across here, and I start building a room over top. And we can try and make the common room with the beds and the recreation all in there, because it looks like that's going to give me a ton of bonuses on my students. So I think that's going to be worth doing. A room can't have a room above? Yeah, no, that's the thing though. That's for setting the windy. Yeah, because it wants to be like, it's another one where we can't do hardly anything in there. Wasn't common interior? That is a excellent question. I don't remember the... Wait, how could you be interior and have a lofted roof? Not adjacent to an outside space on the left, right, above, or below. Oh, lofted is taller than wide. Okay, my brain was making it think it was the other dimension. Okay. Yeah, no, so it needs to be interior, but it needs to be lofted. That's probably not a problem. Honestly, that wouldn't be very hard to do. I could literally just, take a room like this, the mess hall, bump this to be the mess hall, maybe, and then try and, maybe just put like a little stairwell up here to this room. We could figure that out. Either way, I think we cut this room in half, and this gives me another area on the top we can go with. Yeah, because right now that's a dormitory. It's a little annoying that even though this also contains beds, that these are considered separate things. Yeah, so we would want... So a common room, a house room, so that's lofted, skewed, and interior. Which, again, I'm curious... Does not require a roof. Oh, that just means I'm going to have, like, an L shape to it. Alright, and that's plain beds, canopy beds, dining room tables. Alright, so basically, I'm making a room that facilitates all the needs. Alright. So that'll be a curious one. So I need to make, like, an L-shaped room for that to work. So no more reasonable boxes. It has to be interior, so I can't use that space. So what we could do for right now is move the alchemy lab over there. Because that's not a dedicated room. We can move you two down here right now. That's going to take some figuring out. Because we make this taller, but I would need a way to get across to here. And like I said, it could be one of these things that I'll check. I don't think we can just plunk this down here, unfortunately. Oh, is that actually going to let me do that? It doesn't feel like that's going to work. Because then we can make it lofted by letting it go up here. And honestly, it could be those things that if I'm able to extend one of these rooms slightly farther, we can give it its L shape. Unreachable object. Okay. That's what I figured. Would you make it so you can see what I'm doing? Alright. Spiral staircase can go through floors. They have weird ways of exit. Yeah, that's the reason I'm shifting that over. So it's you again. Hunt. High priority. Have a good time. I canceled the hunt, not added the hunt because it was set automatically. Hunt. There we go. Alright, so pretty soon we're going to push that back. I have more than enough wood for that. Alright, let's go ahead and repel that. So it just wants wood and gut berries. That's fine. And I'm down to use those same people again. Okay, so that way they should be able to work their way around here. And you can get that gone. You're gonna need to move around some of these beds to do this. Because we're looking at changing your room type. Room goal, set goal. So lofted interior, lofted skew interior. Let's just try for this one first. So the room height, yeah, so we just need to make it lofted. Have more total. And we need to add some beds and all that. So I can make it lofted. That should be easy. What would it take to make it this one? Yeah, so honestly, I think the goal here would be to try and bisect this room in some way. Just, honestly, we might only need to move like 2 tiles over to make it so the walls are different heights. Okay, that I hate. Okay. Rancor Crystal, Amethyst Crystal, Rancor Crystal, Rancor Crystal, Rancor Crystal. 12 Mage. Oh, okay, so... Alright, this seems horrific. A mysterious crystal concentrated. So, does it tell me... Okay, so I don't have to do these. I want to do these, but I feel like being half the level of what it's recommending, probably not going to cut it. Yeah, those aren't happening. We fought every single other event that has happened in the game up to this point, but my highest level character is below the recommended, and I would have to send a party with people at half the level that it's recommending. So I think the game is telling me, hey, poke this if you want to die. Alright, so I think that'll make that qualify as lofted. And then the question is what I can do for wiggling this around. Like, can I shift this wall over a tile or two and bring those in there? We are going to have to move where our staff are sleeping, which is another thing to consider. So let's go here to F1. That's not going to stay that room, so that's fine. So for the staff lounge does not have room, so this still needs to be just a straight-up bedroom. At which point the bedroom... Silent is not near a classroom. That's okay. Oh, that just needs to be interior. Okay, so what we'll end up doing is we will probably go to this room that's kind of a nothing room. We can move... These down here will probably work. I could barely not fit both in the room. I can move you down, so you're all functional rooms. It's fine, we'll leave it alone for right now. Because what I'm thinking is, we would go over here, shove a bunch of beds in here for our staff. This becomes like the students' room, this weird little L-shaped room. And we're gonna have to like fuss around with a lot of this. Would you actually build that, please? I'm tired of that. Because this is an experiment to see if I can't go and make this one wider to make it consider elevated. Because then you have like this room one tile over unsupported. Because if that's the case, I could change that into a classroom down there. And once this is a classroom down here, that can be made up to the higher level. I'm not sure... Well, actually, no, this one we could probably... That'd probably work, because we could move that over there, shove the bookshelf in there. Make it the intermediate classroom. Alright. Wait. Is that needed? I would imagine this is needed, right? It's not. I just straight up don't even need that anymore. Huh. Okay. I'm still going to build it because I need it for this area to work and all that. To make it lofted. Yeah, this floor goes away. Okay. Alright, so we're clearing all that out. I'll leave the windows there for right now. And that should make it lofted. I wonder if it's because we have these along the outside walls that it's kind of made this middle column not necessary? Well, yeah, no, the elevated set can't have a room below it, but if we look over here... Ah, no, that's right. Yep, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Alright, so I misunderstood, so, hey, you know how I told you to build that? Forget about it. So that just won't be able to be the higher level one. And why are you still not taking this apart? Just take that stuff apart, it's bothering me that's still sitting there. Okay. So now, that's lofted and all that. And so you need 2 dining tables, 2 recreation furnishings, and 15 luxury. Alright, so this is where we're going to see what we can get away with. This should not let me take this wall out. So if we take this wall out, it should be like, yo, you are not supported, friend. Yep, that's exactly what I figured. So the question is, how far can I get away with shifting this over? Well, no, it'll only not be lofted if I get rid of this wall. Like, so I make this a big open space. Because as long as it's an L, I think that'll have this wall as like 5, and then this wall is 10, is I believe how that works. The problem I gotta do here is I gotta shuffle stuff around. Please hurry. Okay. So. Let's grab you and move you here. And move you there. Yeah, no, I'm gonna shrink it. I'm gonna shrink it here, sorry. I see what you're saying. Yeah, my plan is to move these over and try and shrink this room down a little bit. Because this also needs to be supported. It's not structurally sound. Now granted, I've not actually had it like collapse or anything. I'm sure that's a thing that happens. Or like maybe there's even like an earthquake or whatever. If you have something suspended, it collapses. I don't know. Or it just eventually takes damage. And don't spoil for how it works. We're gonna figure it out. Please move the dining room table so I can add the wall there, because then we need to move some beds and all that around. For right now... This is going to take some finagling. Because we also need to get rec room stuff in here. Cool. You got Blissful Learner. Do we ever get those wands made? No. I just got my people spread too thin. Let's see. You can order one of your mages and ghosts to do something directly. I mean, I could also just go here and say you're a priority 5 and they'll take care of it. Yep, no, like I said, we are going to be putting a wall here. Oh, and teaching, we have unlocked the water. So then the plan is to go here. And my hope is that this will be able to support that now. And I still need to move a couple of beds around and get a recreation thing in here. You know what? You bet you could put a platform as long as you didn't close it so it counted as 2 separate rooms. You could have a second floor. So it's considered a dormitory again. Are you... Okay, it is structurally stable. How is your lighting? Your lighting is fine. Yours is not quite up to snuff. We'll deal with that. Let's move our storage out of this room. I'm sure this is going to be painful. Oh, that's not what I wanted to move. Because what I want to do is move our storage just, I don't really care, not there. So we can make this into a bedroom for the staff for right now. And then that'll let me get a couple of beds out of here so we can get our recreation stuff in here. What is your dimensions? Because you're not lofted. I need to see your height and width. I thought that was taller than it was wide. I think it's probably about equal. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Worst case, we scooch that over again. Just a couple. Yeah, so set goal. Rec. Common. It's 11 by 13 is what that said. So it's got to be 2 tiles narrower. It needs 4 beds, 2 dining tables, and 2 recreational furniture. All right, so we're gonna do some nonsense here. Because what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna see if I can't make a second floor with a stairwell up here. Let's see, I read your bio. I thought you're getting a teacher vibes from you. Do you teach software development? I have in the past, so I taught Piece Repair, Advanced Piece Repair, and A+ certification in college level. And then on top of that, I did teach, I have authored courses on software development. So I only use that terminology because it wasn't like I sat down with the students teaching them in that one. I created educational material for people to learn. That was like interactive courses and all that. I'm not doing that right now. The company I was working for basically is a bad acquisition kind of situation, which is what led me to putting more time into this. I had more time. Let's see, just an upper loft with a door to the air lab might work. Oh yeah, and that's you know what, you're not wrong. I was thinking I was gonna like sneak in some stairs or something over there. Storm is raging, that's fine. It'll probably zap part of the edges of the roof, unfortunately. do not connect it, so it counts. Calm down. Gonna make those doors since we have the spare wood. Because, yeah, then I can go and toss all the bedrooms up here. Or the beds, not bedrooms, beds up top. And we can put all the wreck stuff down below. Calm down. Okay, so they did make the nature wand. So let's get the nature isn't the one we're going to get the better one. The nature we're just taking a regular old one. Because they don't have the thing for apprenticing them. So we'll just get a regular old mage for the nature one. And then after that, we will bring in a gifted mage for electricity or lightning or whatever. And that'll be the person that we're going to continue to level up with the intention of eventually having them take over for Infinity Simplex. Because by going through apprenticeship and everything, they'll just be way, way, way higher level on everything. You can't keep your eyes off Mind Over Magic. So far, what is your best part you like? What do you think needs to change? I feel like the keywords, they could do a little bit better job of explaining that would be like my negative kind of thing. But even that, I would say, isn't that big of a problem. As far as the best goes, like, there is just a lot of depth going on here. Like, the fact that you have, like, all these weird, obscure shapes of rooms and all you have to do to satisfy these things kind of gives you a fun thing versus making a bunch of rectangles. It just, sometimes it's not super clear when it's like, oh yeah, it's this. Because we can go in here and click on it and be like, what's that? And you put your stuff over. It's just some of these, the lofted and all that, some of the keywords, if we go into the Book of Rooms and we go into the keywords, like, no path to another room isn't like, okay, how do you need to just be detached? Must touch foundation of the ground is pretty straightforward. And no adjacent rooms or foundation below is a little unclear, because to me, there's no foundation below. So these should all be elevated. But it really means just not having a room below it at all, or the foundation. So it's little stuff like that, and it's stuff you, like, mess with, and you very quickly get to understand what it means. It's not that big a deal. Alright, so move a bunch of these beds up here. Would you calm down, Weather? I think it was built on pillars. Yeah, we haven't gotten to pillars yet. We should be getting those soon, though. They are queued up. It's just a lot of stuff's not happening in a particularly fast manner because of what we're doing. Might be time to research bunk beds. I didn't know there were bunk beds, so again, first time playing, please please don't spoil stuff that we haven't noticed in there and all that. You have no idea? Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't noticed that. It could be a thing, but I haven't noticed it. We're gonna check, actually. And we just have, like, rustic furnishing and all that. Bathroom Essentials has stuff there. Good thing. You never played it here? Gotcha. Well, then you're suggesting I research stuff that we don't even know is or isn't a thing. Yeah, so shuffling stuff around to make that. I think they're bunk beds. You can search research page at the top in bed. Yeah, no, it showed there was 4. But I don't believe there was bunk beds. Alright, so a bunch of people aren't going to be as happy because they're going to be laying on the ground. You do know colleges and bunk beds are often a staple? Yeah, depending on like the type of dormitory and all that, you'll have either bunk beds or something along that lines. You'll have dormitories, and they'll usually kind of push the beds in as close as they can get them, where you're not sitting on each other's lap. Yeah, so this should do a really big bonus for our students. And another thing we can do here. Getting kind of tired of that lightning. Not even from like the damage it's causing side of it. Just the constant like shaking of the screen and all that. Alright, so that gives us another way to get in and out of this whole area. You cannot do bunk beds in high school? I mean, it's one of those things, if you go to a college dormitory and they have bunk beds, you know what you're sleeping in? Bunk beds. If you're going to the dorms, you're at the mercy of whatever's there. Yeah, we could turn that down. Because it wouldn't be so bad. Oh, it's world. Okay. It wouldn't be so bad, but it's just like zap shake, zap shake, zap shake. We should have enough materials also to, oh wait, no, we're low on iron again. Oh, I didn't even realize. Right, we got Wallace here. Alright, so we got our brand new students. Let's get that named. So that is a perfect name for a wizard, which is Max Power. And let's see if your character's a liar. No, so they have a power rating of F so your character is trying to compensate with name, which is perfect, exactly how it should be. All right, so you want to participate in a ritual while rested. You want to sleep in a common room and all that. That's easy enough. And you want to cast while rested. So you basically want to be rested. In the meantime, we've got 2 of these. I'm just gonna have you grab that one. Because, why not? Yeah, no, I don't. Like, screen shake can be okay. Like, if it's not too much, you should always have the option to turn it off. Because it causes a lot of people motion sickness in that. But yeah, there's definitely some games where the screen shake gets real aggressive for no reason. It's like someone is like, I spent time implementing screen shake, and by God, I am going to use it. Yep, so getting all this stuff that got damage repaired, that's fine. We've got our smoke plant, whatever that is, going. Did we ever get the other ones going on? Yeah, so it's these other 2 tree planters we don't have. Otherwise, we do have all the planters sorted. Okay, so we're getting all the storage out of there. And so we're slowly making this into the space with the teachers, because that'll become a, another dormitory. And then this is going to become a common room for our students. A gremlin has appeared. Please kill. No. Oh, it's the whole stack. Come on. All right. I do wish there was the option, like an Oni, to be like, that's max priority. All right, so really fast, before anything else, you, where is combat or hunt? Hunt, you're now set to urgent, drop everything, kill that thing. You're very encouraged by how little storm that did. Yeah, that's what the lightning rods do. The lightning rods are incredibly instrumental. They get trashed doing it, but that's fine. All right, so you go back to what you're doing, but that's their whole purpose. So we got like this one spot of roof took one hit, and then the lightning rods cover everything but like that one little lip there. All right, so everyone's gonna be unhappy today because they all slept on the floor because they're in progress of moving their beds. Yeah, you're short an iron? Yeah. Yeah, so the gremlin did destroy some of the Gnosis crystals. I don't really want to bump up the priority on this, but I'm going to. Because we want to get that lightning wand 1 and 2 made. So we can start working and getting ourselves a lightning apprentice. Alright, PST4 and Chromewolf now want to share a room. That's fine. PST4 should be getting really... Okay, you can actually get to level 5 because you started with a level 2 wand. I'd just rather make sure we get someone who can get 4 relics. To me, that seems worth going out of her way for. Let's check our schedules. Oh, meanwhile, you can set your charge there. Because as they level, they're more capable. You can select the ghost, right-click something you want him to do right away. Click queuing. Are you telling me that the game has lied to me ever since the beginning? That they're like, this is something you cannot do. By the way, you can absolutely do it. So, Madam Salsa, thank you so much for the raid. Let me go ahead and do a shout out real fast for you. What were you playing today and all that good stuff? Thank you so much for the raid. Looks like you are playing some Divinity Original Sin 2, and you've also played Stardew Valley recently, according to what Twitch is saying. That's what you're telling me? Yeah. Oh, wait, we got one of the mushrooms over here. Oh, I realize. I see. So we accidentally got rid of one of the windows there when we did stuff. You have DOS with a friend right now? Trying not to kill the kitty? Gotcha. Gotcha. Well. Yeah, well, that goes well. But again, thank you so much for the raid and welcome in raiders. And if you got a raid and run, don't let me hold you. You know, I totally understand, but you're obviously welcome to hang out and all that good stuff. Let's see, it's one of the tooltips that give anyone the do now task. Gotcha. Alright, so we now have the Dark Apprentice thing unlocked in the periodical kiosk, which adds creepy luxury. Does that unlock our level 2 wand? Or didn't we... Okay, so we don't have the level 2 wand. I know we got those coming. Because I've got them queued up to get all the level 2 wands ready. Because we need to get those for our other people. Alright, so I've got them all prioritized to move those beds. And once we get those all moved, that should become a common room. Drop a lurk while you get ready for bed. Enjoy the stream? Well, thank you. Figuring this game out is just as confusing as Oni. Oni, there's a lot of, like, figuring out, you know, changes of states and air pressure and all that. So you're dealing with, like, thermal dynamics, fluid dynamics, that kind of thing. Versus this one, it's figuring out, okay, this is, like, my room is supposed to be shaped like this. A gremlin has appeared. Oh, Pyrail's already on it. Alright, so it's just some void cap, that's fine. Alright, so it's now a dormitory. Goal is a common room. Right, and to make it a common room, I need to make it narrower. So I can move this, actually, we can make this much smaller. Because then I can bring the wall, like, right over here. And go construction, wall, door, and then demolish this wall. I am so happy this game does refund all your materials when you deconstruct, because this game would be obnoxious to play otherwise. What is this room? This is a common room. Well, it will be a common room. It's basically going to have like a little bit of everything that you would need for the students. So, sort of ironically, where this is called a dormitory, it's kind of the room you'd have between your individual dorm rooms in an actual dormitory. So it's where you'd have like your kitchen, your dining room table, maybe like a space for a television or whatever. Versus then you'd go into your individual bedrooms and it'd be like, bed, dresser, that's it. Because dormitories, they don't give you a crap for space for anything. Yep, we got all the junk laying on the ground. So get those all moved down there so I can start storing all that stuff. Because I think that's why the gremlin keeps appearing, is I think it's going to trash my stuff because I got too many piles. Okay, and my new students, with the exception of max power, should be maxing out pretty soon. Burning Sun and Chrome Wolf. Actually, what were you able to get up to? Oh, you can also get to level 5. Oh, right, I did give you a wand, too. I was like, what? Alright, so what are you missing on? Select rec rooms. Common room. Must have one. 15 total luxury. Alright, so we just need to make it nicer. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So we can go out here to luxury. So what's your luxury at right now? Your luxury's at 9 right now, and you need 15 total. And you add 4. So that'll add 8, so that'll be 17. So we're going to put down some sheets to have them calmed. You left the space in the floor on purpose. Yes. That way this counts as one tall room. So I can kind of use as a ledge. Now this is an open space that we can use for something. Right, so we could still make this the alchemist's room. So plan for that to be the alchemist room later. This room we have no purpose for right now. Okay. So then the next order of business, possible break soon. Why are you going to have a possible break soon? What is your problem? Slept on the floor, recreated with infinity simplex is positive, slept outside. Yeah, it's just their sleeping conditions. Right, which should all be getting settled here. Get over there right now. Alright, so we're going to increase the amount of people we can handle. So, because these are going to be student rooms, and then these are going to be, the teachers' rooms. We'll want to get them, like, individual bedrooms later. Right now, we need to get all that built. I've got a whole bunch of stuff queued up. Let's also go here and queue up those blankets as a priority to get that to be the common room. Because once we get that, it's something like an extra 25 conviction between all the different bonuses, like 25, 30 conviction. Which is going to be ridiculous for getting our students to be happy. Or convictioned. Did we ever get the better stove? Yes, it's the Dragon Wok, which requires a crap ton of iron. Once we get this stabilized, we need to get our people down below and going for more iron and all that, because that's been stalling out. We've been just rearranging stuff. Man, you are taking your sweet time leveling. But that's good, because with that, if we get you up there, we can get that last of the traits. And I'm going to have to do some rearranging to get the mage's study out there. So we should have the columns here at some point. So that's a classroom, so you can get the chalkboards we need. You have growth and decor. Yeah, and that's support all the way down is where we get the columns. So we got that in the list. All right. Okay, and we're about to get the other calming rug, and I believe at that point that this will be... And it is a common room. Heck yeah, so our students actually have a dedicated place for them. Then the teachers have their dining room for them. The teachers are just staying in a dormitory for right now. It's really weird that that's the way that works, but it's fine. The classroom is an intermediate classroom. I don't remember what we need to make you an advanced classroom. Must have 4 bookshelves. Oh, right, that's why we're working on the chalkboard. So you put the chalkboard in here, and we can shove some bookshelves along the wall and make that into an advanced classroom. So with that, I do think once we get one more bed in here, that'll be us stabilized so far as this all goes. Actually, I think they can still sleep in there, they just won't get the student bonus. Alright, so we've got the lava one. Unfortunately, Calaria Star doesn't do that much damage. That said, we outlevel the living crap out of it, so I think we'll just live with that part. So you're weak to lightning and air. So let's have... You're weak to water. Let's have Cookie step out and Illicit Z step in. Illicit has the problem of having negligible spell power to speak of. Like horrifically low spell power. Bear with me, chat. I was going to try to step away during the last ad break, but I lost track of time. So let me just take 2 seconds to step away, stretch my legs, use the restroom, do all that stuff, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never tried. The way we'd find out is I just back up the van and say, okay, can you hook up? And it either won't give me the option or will. Why? 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 Game. Why? I'm gonna bust up my gas station. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those fire kill zip line seems. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. No. I'll just... I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. There. There is our winner. Hey buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. Alright. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. Alright, and I'm back. And thank you so much, Sui, for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I believe I saw a shout out. If not, you should definitely check out Sui. Absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. I'm assuming you were playing Project Zomboid today. If not, what were you playing and how it goes? And it's also like if you've already had to like duck and deal with like sleep or food or whatever you got to. I totally get it. But welcome in, Raiders. Again, definitely check out Sui. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid among other games. Good times over there.
For everyone popping in here, I'm Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and you saw that clip that was me tying up my record. So that's not when I set the world record in Product Zomboid, that's when I tied back up to that previous record. I don't have the record anymore, it got beaten, but that was what that was. But that said, I'm a variety streamer, I do play a variety of games. And at the moment, we are playing some Mind Over Magic. This is the second day I played it, my first time playing through a round, so we're kind of learning as we go. And getting all that sorted out. But, oh, I forgot we were sending people even down here. Okay, it's like, what? Alright. So it is kind of a, RimWorld, but sideways in a way a lot of it works. But it does have turn-based combat for its combat, as opposed to, like, the moving stuff behind cover and all that. There you go, Twitch is being Twitchy. Gotcha. I was just, like, we gave you a shout and all that stuff, but thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Alright, so the ones in the back are weak to lightning. This one's weak to water. This one's also weak to... Or, sorry, this is strong against fire, and those are weak to get air. So I'm gonna go back here and zap the crap out of that. You played Into the Dead? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I enjoyed Into the Dead. That said, it kind of doesn't match the vibe check of my channel just because, like, it gets pretty serious. Okay. So meanwhile, I brought our person who does earth magic just because I don't have another person that could be useful here. And I could just throw damage in to help. Okay, so you have the water. That's where that's a lot of our damage is going to come from. Okay, you're set up to counterattack. I understand. So deal with that. Alright, so now we just basically keep walloping on this thing. Until it's downed. Yeah, you're not strong to lightning. So instead of that, let's go to you and inspire you, so that we get a much harder hit for the next one. So at least there we go. Cool. So I cleared that out. So I can mine the goodies in here. Okay, what's the... that's the new side-scroller zombie survival? Yeah, so Into the Dead is very, Oh, wait, what are you? What do you do? Ward. Fog reclaims room. Oh, I see. Deal with the gremlin in a moment. That's interesting that, like, we have to charge it up or the fog will reclaim the room. But yeah, so I would say the side-scrolling zombie game is more, if you've ever seen the game The War Is Mine, it's very, very like that. But, you know, zombies, it does have its own differentiations, so it's not just, like, a rehash of that game over again. Where are my people who should be dealing with that? Please go hunt that thing. And you're already killing the gremlin. Okay. Let's see, you thought it was way easier than This War Is Mine? I haven't, like, I didn't particularly have a problem with This War Is Mine or Into the Dead. Like, don't get me wrong, there's stuff that I absolutely got wrecked by in both of them. But it's been too long since I played This War Is Mine to really be able to compare them. It's just been way too long. But yeah, no, I've been enjoying this game because it's kind of a colony builder, and you also have like all the room stuff. And unlike RimWorld, where it's just like, do you have these pieces of furniture and all that, and is it over a certain size? It has all sorts of like weird stuff, like this one, the room needs to be taller than it is wide. You know, stuff like that. It's like, it needs to be taller than it is wide. It can't be an exterior building, and it needs certain furniture in it and all that. So you have a lot of like really, really weird stuff you set up in these rooms. Meanwhile, before I forget, I'm gonna need those, and then we will need the chalkboard to make it into a better classroom. But it's a kind of a cool thing that, so like RimWorld, the thing is you just get more colonists and more colonists and more colonists, and about the only reason to not get more colonists is like the fear of wealth and increasing your raids. But there's usually not a natural way you end up getting rid of colonists that doesn't involve their untimely deaths. Whereas in this one, you have like your actual staff members and all that, and you got like apprentices and students. So the students, you do end up kind of rotating through your students. That you bring them in, you teach them up, and you send them on their way. But then you'll be like, okay, well I want to get a better one, so you instead take them and make them an apprentice. And then they have a much farther, like they spend much more time there, and you can make them into staff. But like, because you can kind of, if you train them up from the beginning, they get much stronger than if you just have your existing starting staff. You end up getting in this situation where like, you end up rotating a lot of students in and out of your placing, like getting them out and then bringing in new people. And then once you get like, I'm working right now on getting someone who is ultimately going to replace Infinity Simplex because they'll just be better at that job. We're working getting that going. Because right now, Illicit NZ is our very first apprentice, and to give you a comparison, we have Infinity Simplex. They can max out in their specialty at 4. That's what they can pull off right now with a wand level 2. Illicit NZ, on the other hand, is an air mage, and they still have more to go up, but they can get up to level 8 in their specialty, which is more than double what the other people can do. And I know I can get at least one more level, and that's not even counting if I get a better wand. So you get the idea that you will slowly just get better staff to like swap in your existing staff. All right, you still need to get your thing where you're like super happy all the time. The other thing you got going on is this fog. It's all murdery and evil. It gradually closes in on your school, and then you have to burn resources to kind of shove it back. So it's one of those things that if you get into a situation where your resources get all unstable, if you don't take the time to fix it. Will the older staff have an accident? No, you actually have a mechanic to retire them. Gotcha. Yeah, no, try not to spoil things. This is literally my first playthrough, so let me discover stuff. Like, I understand that wasn't intentional there. Does Illicit NZ have relics? Yes. Illicit NZ has a swirling bow that they got for themselves. That's one thing that gives them the +1 air cap. Oh yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I understand people are like coming and going and all that. And people don't realize what I do or don't know and all that. Well, we're slowly getting our stuff moved from storage up there to storage down below. Because this used to be where we were storing stuff, and we've slowly made that into our common room for our staff. And then this is our students' room in here, because it's a special room that they get bonuses for. You know, trying to remember. Allowed all staff? No. All staff, 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 no. All students, no. All students know. All students know. All students know. And let's set these 2 beds to be a priority. Because I do have right now... Actually, no, I only have 4 staff members. That's fine. But basically, students here, staff there. Because they get bonuses. And otherwise, they're collecting stuff like trees and all that. Getting that all sorted. Oh, we can get rid of the crafting station list there. Oh, did you finally get that spindle thing up? We set that up forever ago in there. Sit there. Let's see, a quilted that can haul. A quilted that can sweep, a quilted that can mine. I don't know what any of these are, but we're gonna go ahead and make one of each, I guess. And thank you, Leafy Pew, for the Gigantify, which is certainly an experience. That is a fantastic emote. A wizard staff has a knob on the end. Alright. So I basically got that queued up so we can make whatever a quilted is. I'm guessing from context, a quilted is basically a magical laborer of some kind. Research Classroom Essentials Lightning. Alright. So that means we can make the chalkboard, which requires brains. And a hallway runner that allows mages on it to move fast. We're about to burn a lot of resources. Because I've got tons of those, and they had me at moves fast. Oh, it's so cute. Okay, and they last for several days. Let's see, you lost several chests in all the crow raids, so you might need to build a new one. No, so those weren't destroyed. We moved them from up here to down there. These weren't here before. And now they're just hauling the crap that were in those chests down. So they didn't get destroyed. We relocated them to make room for the beds. So we were kind of switching what the rooms do. This house is on fire. Oh, that makes me wonder. Oh, come on. That's the reason why we need to get that sorted. Is just the fact that it's going to keep doing that until such time that it's sorted. Which that's what we're doing, is we are gradually moving the junk from here down below. So you got the lightning wand, you've made the lightning wand 1. Okay. So we are going to summon a gifted initiate. We are going to go ahead and give them a lightning wand 1. I made a goof there. Grab you. Take over hunting. This house is on fire? Pretty much. So we're going to be bringing a new person in, and my intention is to, like, really juice this person up. To try and get them to be, like, ultimately replace Infinity Simplex as our lightning mage, whatever you want to go with. Because it'll just be way, way, way stronger. And then, so you're missing for this honey drop. There we go. So harvest the honey drop over there. And over there. So that way they can make the better lightning wand, so that our new lightning mage can have a lightning wand too pretty early on. And then that'll max out the number of people we can fit in the students area. And we get that all sorted out. Because yeah, there's a lot of basically like right now I'm waiting for Burning Sun to finish their stuff and PST4 to finish their stuff, because then we will have a graduation and it'll go away. Max Power is going to be a bit behind. Actually, Max Power might line up with about the same time, and all of them might head off together as one big group. Yeah, so we want to get the honey drop because that's what's needed for making the level 2 lightning wand. And then once that's there, we'll be able to get like them, because it's gonna be a while, because like Illicit and Z has been an apprentice for a long time. All right, so we got our brand new student, and that's gonna be Rongor. Welcome, and the things you want is you want to defeat an enemy level 2 or higher without anyone going down. You want to cast during class with more than 6 students present, and you want to go 4 days without getting very tired. We have 1 relic for you. We'll let you start attuning that. And you're just going to live your best life for a bit. Meanwhile, let's hop down here and settle those priorities. And then once we get the honey drops for getting the level 2 lightning wand, we'll get you that level 2 lightning wand, because the intention will be for you to go through. Oh, actually, let's check your other stats. Yeah, so you've got really bad max health and pretty bad max mana, but you are extremely fast and pretty good power level. All right. We can jump the honeydew to max priority. So get over there before the fog closes in too much. Hi. Yep, I saw you fall asleep. Mm-hmm. Alright, so we'll hunt the gremlin real quick. The good news, there's not much left of the floor in here. Yeah, so it definitely feels like if I have the spare resources, the quilted's a good thing to have working. Apparently the miner has nothing to do. So I guess right now the miner will stop making those. And once we get that level 2 wand sorted out real fast, then we will, then we'll probably run down below, clear up another room. Okay, was that enough for you to do your work? Yes, it is. Alright, so with that, this is asking for level 5. We are way over leveled. Okay, so for this one, so you got Kalaria to deal with the front line. You can deal with that. Illicit will probably sit this one out. And we'll bring Sentient Cookie in, so Sentient Cookie can deal with oh, actually, no, I take that back. I forgot how much damage Illicit is protecting from us. So you can take that one out. You can take this one out. Alright, we basically got ourselves a setup. We're just going to keep expanding these tunnels. I imagine we probably have 2 or 3 more spots to go. Alright, change of plan. We're going to cancel that. Because we have one, we're being forced into a fight down here. Alright, so again, you're going to deal with that. You two, so this one, Kalaria can step out. They're not going to be needed for this fight. And instead, we will have Sentient Cookie pop in here. Because I was going to push this one, and then this triggered as we're going. That basically, if we don't do anything, there's a really big problem. It's kind of a way of the game, like, nudging you forward, that these will occasionally pop. All right. And slowly expanding where we're at. So with that, we open it up by immediately taking out the lantern, because Infinity Simplex is one of our strongest people, and it's weak to lightning, and just being done with it. Put up our defense there. So they're weak to both of this. Alright. Like, just genuinely, we're super over-leveled. In this case, just go for the damage. As I mentioned, Illicit has so much utility, but the damage just doesn't exist. But that's fine. I just wanted to progress something. I don't mind that we progressed that as opposed to this. I don't have a strong feeling on that. Because then what'll happen is they'll pop up here, they'll heal up. And I want to start pushing down there more. Okay, mine, harvest, hunt. Mind, harvest, hunt. Okay, maybe we will keep the having one being produced. Just because that's the stuff that was always falling behind, is getting the mining done. Oh, I forgot that. Please build that window. Alright. We definitely need to get the staff situation improved. I've just got too few staff being stretched thin. I'm being very picky and trying to get people through, like, the whole process. Okay. Just trying to get them through the whole process, which is just holding it up too much. And then with all the farming out there and whatnot, it just Really drags it out. I think it shows literally the weakest person for hunting. Yeah, so that should take care of the mushroom. Because then this room should be well enough lit we don't have to worry about that after this. Yep. That should mean no more mushrooms. A gremlin has appeared. Where's the gremlin? There you are. Okay. You choose if people do things, not random. Needs bigger rooms. There is not mushroom. Yeah, no, we have priorities set and all that. It's just I don't have enough people running around, so anything I make a priority ends up just consuming all the time, and our things don't get done. But that should start to balance out soon as we get a lot of this hauling done. Let the gremlins stop appearing and stop trashing my stuff. So we got a lot of people running around. Well, that's one of the other things we look at. Construction. Bridge. Create a pathway in front of your school, never targeted by lightning. Because my thought is, if that doesn't make it into a separate room... Oh, I mean, the beds are up against the wall. I was going to say we could make a doorway to go through there, too. But I need to shift those beds, or I'm not going to worry about that right now. Like, stuff's getting done. It is getting done, it's just I queued up too much. And so we're just kind of waiting for stuff to get sorted. That looks like they're going to get that Lightning 2 wand ready for Rongor. Always too much and too few people to do it. Oh, it's such a real problem. Like, in Oxygen Not Included, in RimWorld, and this, that, like, it just takes time for things to get done. So you just keep queuing up the next thing and be like, alright, well, I'm going to design that room, and you queue that up. And you're like, well, I'm going to design that room, and you queue that up, while you're waiting for the first room to get done. And then the worst place is, like, this one's fine, because you have the priority stuff you can set. And same with Oxygen Not Included. But then you got, like, RimWorld, you're like, queue up all these buildings, and your pawns do, like, 30% of all of the rooms. So cumulatively, you got a ton of work done, but not one thing finished. And then, you know, all your people start melting down because they don't have any of their mood bonuses. So you have to be like, I'm making my common room. And then you stop. And you let them do it. Alright. What am I seeing here? Oh, it's the mining thing. I was like, I'm watching this thing run across the ground and it's something new to me. I'm just like, what are you? Yeah, honestly, having those quilted running around just hauling stuff for me and all that is gonna be huge. Like, it'd probably go into our priorities now with them running around and go haul. I mean, most of them it's not turned up anyways. Alright, so we've got that all set up. So with that, what we're going to do is we're going to grab Rongor. Get your better wand. Alright, so get that out of here. So then the next ones we'd probably want to do is get like the nature wand and the nature level 2 wand. I'm going to need to make a room for that, but I need to not start that now because I've already got too many things queued up that aren't done yet. Right, we already got our
Let's see. Shrinks? Oh. What? That's all fine. Yes, a chalkboard needs more brains. Might want a dedicated fire hunter for the constant raids at some point. So the reason we're getting the constant things is because I have a bunch of junk laying on the floor. The game seems to have certain mechanics to counter things. So if you have too much crap out of here, it seems to have a waiting to be raining or storming more to destroy it. If you got a bunch of junk laying on the ground, gremlins show up to destroy it, that kind of thing. So it does feel like there's a little bit of a waiting that happens to nudge that. And that's probably a thing to control, like if you have too many objects in your map. Keep that under control. It's kind of the same thing with Toxic Fallout and RimWorld and that kind of stuff. Alright, so is everyone healed up? So I can go this way, and it just gives me stone and iron. We're actually doing pretty good on all of that. And that's also just stone and iron. Okay, it's literally all just stone and iron. One thing we could do that I totally forgot about is we can go to furniture. Oh, right, I need the sculptor stone or whatever. Alright, just let them keep building. Yeah, so they're hauling material for construction. Yeah, so you're basically researching all the time. Yep, so we still got a bunch of junk on the floor. We've almost got that sword. These aren't full yet? No, not even close. Okay. Okay, we're down to just the last few things here. And then it should stop. And how close are you to leveling? Not very close. You're not very close. You're ready for graduation. You have been for a while. Alright, max power got their rested thing, so that's good. Because the only reason I'm not sending Chrome Wolf out of here is we look at their perks. They and PST4 have a thing where if one of them's not here, they'll get sad. And then we have the problem with this where PST4 has a connection to Burning Sun. And you get the idea. So all three of these are connected where if one of them leaves, one of the others or two of the others will be sad about it. So we're kind of just dealing with it, waiting for the three of them to all be ready to get out of here at the same time. Alright. So the thing I keep trying to avoid temptation of is just the fact that I could be queuing up the next rooms to be worked on, but we're already sitting here with a lot of different outstanding projects just laying around kind of thing, that I just want them to get that done for me. $40 items deep. Yeah. I've been ignoring that thing because it's like just whatever. Yeah, because like we're doing really good on all of our materials. Oh, I know what we could do. Crafting. I don't have what I need. I need 5 meat. Meat. Is used in recipes for Wolfkin. Sources: Ember Dragon Roof Min Jelly. Alright, so Min Jelly. You don't have meat as an option yet. Okay, so I still can't do what we need. So let's check some of the other ones. Let's see. We have all of these unlocked. That's the only one we don't have because we don't have meat yet. Alright, so Max Power is fully trained as well. You still got a ways to go. Honestly, we're just gonna deal with the deal with them being a little sad that their friends left. Because these two aren't ones we're planning on apprenticing up. So we're gonna get those two out of there. Because then we can make room for two others to pop in. And keep getting the other stuff in here. Do we have enough stuff for this? No. Oh, wait. Oh, it's just waiting for tier 1. So we will plan, because I need someone to be the nature one. We'll plan for a nature wand and a level 2 nature person. Because they've got the room unlocked, we just need to build it. Which then the plan is to put that here, is to like shove this room up higher. Yeah, so put a spiral staircase, because if we do that, because you need to have the skewed ceiling, right? So, dining room. Yeah, so dining room needs a skewed ceiling, and all these other ones need skewed. Alright. Yeah, so what I could do... What we could do is like... Nah, that's fine. I was thinking maybe I could bisect this over here, have it go up like that, so you have like that this weird little angled ceiling right there, and then make this space useful up here. I'm not sure if we could do it because it's too narrow though. The alternative is we'd go up here, cut across there, make this, and then we just move the whole room up, which is probably what I need to do. But it's also going to be a lot more labor to be done when we're already waiting for a lot of stuff to actually get worked on. Alright, so new research unlocked. Outdoor. So we now have the honeydew and the mandrake plants we can do. Oh, our wood is basically gone? What? Also, let's go ahead and check our people. Anything we can attune here? Because we haven't been super picky yet. Mana and speed. Sure. You're already linked to someone. You're already linked to someone. Okay, did you make the tier 1 yet? Yes, you've got the tier 1. So we can summon someone who is a gifted student to be our nature student. And like I said, we're gonna end up needing... Actually, do you even need to have this whole space? Am I able to just cut this across and make that another one? And you just unlocked that. Can I cut across here? No. It's one tile too much. Well, I could just spiral this up one tile higher. Is a way we can deal with this. Not go through all that pain, just shove it right over here in the corner. So let them start working on that. Because then we can go and just put another classroom over top of that one. Because that would also work, because we can bring it up here, make one classroom here, and another classroom right there. And that'd work right now. Obviously, later on, we want to give them the bonuses where they have a classroom beneath them and yada, yada, yada. That's going to be a thing to deal with. I'm imagining once we get the support columns, we're going to change entirely how we build a lot of this. Because then I'll just chuck some support columns here and there to let me branch the school out farther. Yep, so we can have 6 students. I can actually bring 2 more people in. What we can do for the other one is we'll add an earth wand to the queue and an earth wand too. Yeah, the problem is I can't get level 2 fire or water yet. We're still researching them. So they would be much lower level. You're not wrong that we could certainly use them. Because, like, genuinely I'm not worried about the hunting thing. Okay, so rain's coming in to destroy a bunch of our junk that's laying outside. That's fine. But yeah, no, that's, it looked like was it the air, lightning, and earth wands you could get much earlier. But then the fire, dark, and other wands were like a whole tech level higher for the level 2. So it does seem like it's a deliberate decision that you'd get certain ones first over the other ones. Okay, you're making the earth wand 1. Okay, we got our new student here. So let's go ahead and draw that one. All right. That's King Gromit the Mad. I can't add the whole name, so I'm gonna just make it King Gromit. And you want to eat gut berries, cast with no other students present, and all that. I'm not actually gonna put the effort in for that. We have continuously kept setting our schedule for a bunch of different things. All right, so you're not high enough level to use any of those. And same here. It's so weird the priorities they're taking for construction. That these floor mat things are not getting built as far as I can tell. It's fine. So you've got that set up. Alright. So we're gonna break some things here. So we're gonna tear that apart, make it go across, drop down, put another room up here, you get the idea. You're a mummy? You are just wearing a weird mask. And I'm apparently completely out of wood. Where? Oh, I'm making a ton of wands is what's happening. Yeah, so we did make the nature wand 2 and the earth wand 2 and all that, or earth wand 1. That's fine, kill it. That's because I have too many corpses in boxes. Hey, they finally put down some flooring. Oh, this is not... We goofed here. A lot of stuff is going to take a lot of damage in here because I did that while it's all going on. So let's get this closed off first, so that becomes a room again. Okay, so I did manage to close that. Unfortunately, this stuff's all going to get badly damaged. I don't think I can do anything about it. We're out of wood. Why are these not getting done? You're set to 4. Yeah, this is going to get damaged and need to be repaired. I wasn't paying attention that we had the weather coming. It's going to damage the 2 windows and the training thing. There, we bumped up the priority of cutting down trees to be higher. So that they all do that. We'll jump these up really high. So as they get damaged, they just get repaired through the weather. Those aren't being built, they have wood earmarked for them. Yeah, it's not a lot, but yeah, no, it's the whole thing. All of those need wood, we just need to get the wood. They've got all those that need to still be cut. Right. Oh yeah, you are one of our gifted students. Yeah, so you're a gifted student? Right, so we are going to have you pop down here and get your better wand. So do this, here, King Grommet. There you go. Begin the ritual. Yeah, now we're just waiting on things to get built. It's fine. It just means our poor ghosty buddy here is going to be sitting in here just repairing the entire time. Okay, just still have capacity left, not a lot, but some. But yeah, so we can get our dedicated nature person. That should really help with the growing stuff out there. Because right now we're depending on someone who's effectively like level 1 in it to do all the work. Alright. You got just a little bit longer till you're maxed out and ready to go. These two are going to be staying. Is there going to be enough wood for the fog? Yeah, all they have to do is literally go out here and cut down the trees. Like, I have hundreds of wood sitting here I just need one of my people to stop and cut it down. But I still have 5 days before things start to become too close for, like, in 5 days is when we're, like, it's game over trouble kind of thing. I'm genuinely surprised you haven't been leveling faster. What is the schedules like? Right. Right. Basically looking at the schedules, trying to be like, okay, why are we not leveling up our students as fast as we were before? And it is because we cut into the learning time to get more rec time. Because they kept complaining about, like, having the mood penalty for not having enough rec and all that. Okay, and you should just about be done upgrading your wand. Alright, so you got your better wand. That's good. And these rugs here, once they're built, that should help everyone move around faster. That's like their whole gimmick. Alright, well the rain stopped, so that's good news. Meanwhile, we are starting to get this built. I think they're repairing things? Not super clear. I'm assuming they're repairing stuff. Yeah, they're repairing stuff. Alright, because this is our person who does all the building and repairing for the most part. Slept outside a bedroom. Why would you do that? Ate outside a dining area. Why would you do that? You've got the common room for all those things. And you're still set to 4. Okay, we got new research. Alright, outdoor support column and support column. Okay. We'll worry about that later. We'll see what this does that we put over here. Because the bedroom is missing a floor tile? No, this is deliberate. This is to make this one room. This is a deliberate decision to make this one room. Because this... Why did you become a schoolroom? Oh, I see. Because this is no longer a room, it's no longer an interior room. That's what happened here. But yeah, no, it's deliberate to make this a lofted room where it's taller than it is wide, while still being able to use the space. So because this isn't enclosed anymore, it's no longer considered an interior room, so it's no longer got the bonus. Cool, I guess. But we can't fix it until we got wood. Yeah, Syndicate doing their best to keep up with all the plants. I mean, part of it is we also have an extra staff member being required for teaching at any given time because of the timing of the apprentices and all that. Let's change our priorities, so... For all of my staff, I'm gonna deprioritize hauling. Hey, Random and Lost, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go and get you a shout-out. And Random and Lost was playing some Just Chatting, according to Twitch. But yeah, so what were you up to? How was your stream and all that stuff? And thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you you had yourself a good stream. But welcome in, Raiders. We're just playing ourselves a little bit of Mind Over Magic. Trying to fix where everything's going slow because I don't have enough staff members. But otherwise... but that said, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, with the past tense, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, I do play a whole bunch of different games. So I've been playing stuff like Medieval Dynasty, SnowRunner, RimWorld, Project Zomboid. Today we're playing some Mind Over Magic. And all stuff, and just making good progress and all that good stuff. You had some Prison Architect going, start a new prison. How is this game? You've been curious since you noticed it pop up. It's kind of like RimWorld on its side, in the sense that there's random events happening, you've got people have mood breaks, you've got like a prioritization system and all sorts of stuff, resource management. It doesn't have where, like, you know, 20 people show up with guns and start shooting you, but you do end up doing combat with various stuff that does attack you. But instead of like putting people behind cover and then roll the dice and all that, it is more of like a JRPG turn-based combat where you have like your people line up on one side, their people line up on the other, and you start casting back and forth up to 4 on a side. That kind of thing. But a big part of it is also like making your various rooms. So if we put up the UI here, you'll see we have like a dormitory, a mage's place, a dining room, and a whole bunch of other rooms that are labeled in some of them. Schoolrooms are generic. Why are you only considered... Oh, that's... Okay. Okay. Cool. I thought that was being labeled as a schoolroom. I was like, don't do that. Why are they just dead set on not cutting the trees? They're at the same priority as everything else, and yet they're just not being done. And I don't want to bump them up to the max priority. Let's go to the schedule. Let's cut down the rec time. The new trees aren't selected. Well, these trees are in the flower pot. You don't actually select them. You select the planter they're in. Versus these trees over here, we have selected them and they're also set up. Yeah, no, you can expand real far. Down here, you don't really build a lot of stuff. These are like catacomb kind of tunnels you explore to find things. You can build some stuff down here. Like I've got my spindle down here doing its thing. But it's not like up here where you can utilize all of the space. Yeah, that's gonna really let me branch out those columns. The dungeon thing down there? Yeah, basically. So you'll see like there's this pathway going through. You notice there's like a door here that says we can go on. But then I need to start a battle. If we look at the battle, it's showing me like here's the people I could send, here's them. I'm not gonna do it right now. But you'd fight out a fight. So you can go this path for a fight, this path for a fight, this path for a fight. We already cleared these ones all the way to the end there. You get the idea. It's gonna zigzag all over the place. At the moment, I need them to just keep building what they're building. And I need them to start getting these trees cut before the fog closes in too much. Now we're going to lower the priority on these two. Just so they get these trees done. They're just sitting there not doing the trees. And they just go to the other one. These I want to keep going because I need the food to keep going. I see. Let's drop that down a little. Okay, they're finally cutting some trees. Alright, so my hope is... Yeah, so that's made the construction all better up there. And I guess we'd put, way down here, we'd put supports. Actually, probably put the supports here, make that floor go this way, then up. Make that room usable. But all that, we're gonna wait until we catch up on the crap we've already got going. It's pretty cool that gives you a glimpse of what you have to fight before going in. You feel like a lot of games just blindly fight the next area boss? Yeah. And this is definitely a game that you look at it and you go, okay, well, here's what they're weak against, here's what they're strong against, here's what I can bring to the side. Like, make those decisions going into it versus just running up there and having problems. I need more than Mohanrai cutting those trees down. It's also weird that you're prioritizing those and not these. It's fine. As long as they're still constructing and making progress, we're fine. If it does look like the fog is going to be a problem, I just go to these and I make them priority 5 and we just call it a day on that. Oh, actually, the next expand doesn't even require that. So we're just good. So we've got... There we go. Ooh! You repel at a rate of 60. Alright. Yeah, because it changes what we need to do this, so it's going to be a bunch of the fabric and viscera. So let's repel the fog before it closes in more. Yep, because it just dropped down to 4 days. So we're going to do that to shove it back a bunch. It also looks like we're finally getting our Earth Wand made. Is that Earth Wand 1? No, Earth Wand 2. So that when we get our next person in, there'll be an Earth Mage. Alright, so one of our corpses resurrected. That's fine. Yeah, it's good that they're finally getting that carpet down. It's like Burning Sun is moving all the stuff around, hauling for us. It almost feels like later on I'm gonna have like my staff and I'll have like the dedicated teaching staff. So like everyone else will be running around doing the work, and they'll have like the 1 or 2 people who just sit there and they teach. That's what they spend their time doing. So they like teach all day, and you'll have like the first shift, which is the regular like students. All right, so you got a spectral rift. It's expecting level 5. We're gonna wait till we finish with the fog, and we're gonna pop that spectral rift real fast, because that'll be a fight that we're kind of is forced on us. Okay. And we got another fight we can choose to do. Alright, so Spectral Rift first. Okay, so weak to earth, weak to grass, grass, and water. Well, we don't have nature to spare. So let's go ahead and get you out, you in. So I can take advantage of some of the things we've got advantages on. So I'll deal with that. And what's your battle here? That is a nasty battle is what that one is. I don't think I particularly need that right now, because it wants me to have an average level of 9, and these two are right in the money, but the next nearest is well below. So we'll probably leave the Animus Crystal as loot we just won't have. Alright, so no one is weak to lightning, one is strong to lightning. What we can do is, for right now, I'm going to put Inspiration on Kalaria, which will guarantee that she'll crit. And then she can use this, because that one takes double damage. So we didn't quite finish it off, but that's alright. I'll put a shield to protect ourselves. Oh, well, that sucks. We can Quake them, which will hit Chester for extra damage. I'll probably finish off the other one. Cool. Okay, so I actually hit decently hard. Alright, so none of them have any real strong defense or offense that we care about. We're just gonna start wailing on them. Again, put up the armor to minimize our damage. Hit them both. So you don't do much damage, so finish that one off. And finish that one off. Cool. We got some goodies, and a couple people got some XP. And a bunch of people are leveling things, so that's good. Now, downsides, that means we got a lot of people who need to rest up in the medical to recoup for a little bit. Oh, is it just the 2? Yeah, so you got a little bit of healing to do, and you got a little bit of healing to do, but that's fine. And what are you doing way the heck over here? Oh, are you still set to be really high priority? Stop it. Right, so we push that back, so let's go all the way over here. Mine, harvest, hunt. Mine, harvest, hunt. And all those will be lower priority than the chopping the trees down. Yeah, because then we got this thing. They can do the mining for me. Alright, so this we need a bunch of different things, like a life cycle. Yeah, the withered jade, it looks like I have, yields a jade dragon egg, but it requires a bunch of apprentices. Okay, so you're getting a lot of your life, that's fine. The life healing is percent based. Why the government change tax bracket mid-year? Now you have to add extra rows to your Excel. I don't know. They do what they want. Let's just speed things up to keep it moving. Alright, so it's looking like our storage is getting entirely full. And unfortunately I don't have wood to build more storage. I think graphically that might be as far out as it goes. But we'll see. So there's our Earth Wand 2 being made. Let's see. So that's Tranquility Affinity. Alright, so we can't do anything with that yet. We can attune to this, though. At least they're finally cutting down trees. Let's see. Access, not staff. Access, not staff. Access, not students. That way they eat in the correct places to get their mood buffs. Alright, so we're finally starting to get a little bit of wood into our storage. Meanwhile, construction-wise, we got foundation. We can extend our foundation using stone, which is gonna break a lot of stuff. We'll worry about that in a minute. So let's start by trying to make our, not our foundation, our floor. Alright, well that wasn't part of the plan. Oh, that requires iron? Alright, hang on. Okay, so. We do want that, but I would need more iron. Which is certainly a problem. Because then I could support this up, get this to be more able to support weight, cut across there, and able to make that work. At least you can get iron really fast. You can. You just need to go down below and fight. Okay, so everyone's all good. So. You give me 50 iron. And you get... Alright, so we'll just do this one. Okay, so this is the attack we went to do earlier. Why is literally no one in their spots? Okay. So, we want Infinity Simplex. They're weak to lightning. We want Pyreal. That's weak to earth. We want Calaria, because he's weak to water. And then we bring Illicit NZ, because that one's weak to air, and Illicit NZ is a very strong defensive one. So we'll go ahead and do that. Because we can get iron that way. Because my plan is basically build supports here, bring it across this way. Oh, you know what? This is where the trees are. That's the only reason it's not extended farther. Is because it's too... It's not enough. And I don't want to build the supports all the way up there. We done goofed with this room is what we did. Yeah, so I didn't think about the implications of what I gotta go here. I'm just gonna have to make the support column, and then this will be like weirdly like one tile higher, making this room just a funky room. Maybe we have like stairs just in the middle here. I don't know how that'll work. Who are you waiting on? There you go. This is taking their time. That's all. We'll have like this weird room here. But then we can have that support this, which will then let me go up here and support it. Alright, so. None of you are weak to electric. That's not true. You're weak to electric. So 65, double damage, you die instantly. Okay, put up the defensive wall. Alright, so we'll have you smash. Because I can't reach the one in the back yet. We'll lower your power. I also put an inspiration on you to give you double damage. Put the shield back up. Alright, well, the bolt will finish you off. And with that, we can reach the one in the back line. So again, I'm going to keep putting the wall up, because that just prevents attacks from hitting me. So we'll get double damage out of that. We can just penalize your damage. Zappy, because what else am I gonna do? The multi-strike does nothing. It's like 6 damage. Illicit NZ has like an F power rating. Is so good for so many other things. But the damage is just sad. Cool. So we got iron and all that. We can mine this material. We can mine that material. Mine the stone and all that. Okay, so let's go back up here to trying to do what we were doing before. Alright, and we can go right here. Cool, so I've got a weird spot there that, like I said, I don't really know what we're going to do with. Once I get that taken care of, I'm going to open that up and see if there's like a weird like little shimmy we can do up here. But we'll see. Okay, and we're suddenly up to our eyeballs in wood. So we're going to drop that down to 3 priority. Hunt. So we require a higher skill level to do a lot of that. All of that just became a 3 priority. Same thing over here, go all the way out there. Chop, harvest, 3 priority. Okay, so now everything's back to a neutral priority. We've got 270 something wood. That's the reason, like, I'm not super worried about it. It's one of those things that we can just make it happen when we need to. Did you already get your level 2 one? Yes, you did. We can summon another student. Yep. I'm hoping for a gifted one, but that's probably not what's going to happen. Let's go ahead for right now and temporarily just get ourselves a water wand. We'll summon a water student as like just a intermediary student for the moment. To just kind of work up and get rid of. And that should give us enough to potentially apprentice someone and all that. I need to keep that moving. That might even need to be what we do, is we switch this over to do until we have one on the water wand. Because we don't have a dedicated... Basically, for the ones I don't have represented up here in my actual staff or staff upcoming, just have them making more of those. So we've already got earth, we've already got air, nature's on its way. Lightning is, we have one and another one's coming out its way. And we have dark. So it's going to be just the fire and the water for right now. And did we unlock any of the other tier 2 that I haven't seen? I don't think so. No, we still just have the 4. Ah, I see. To take full benefit of this, I need to not have stuff in the foreground. That's fine. The only rooms that seem to be a problem is this room's a problem and the dorms are a problem. Oh, and these. Because basically, otherwise they gotta like wiggle around it. So that one's fine, because that's where they're going to sleep. That one's fine, because it's a dead end. These tables kind of suck. So I think what'll need to happen is the tables need to go back, and these need to go forward. Alright. But that way they can zip back and forth way faster. Alright, that's fine. It's like 10 of you right there. Okay, it's being dealt with, that's all that matters. Yeah, it's interesting, so we can expand the foundation with stone. And so one of your temptations is like very quickly expand the foundation, but then you have the whole thing where you can't have foundation below things real fast, or like below things. Which honestly, I imagine you'd get around that using the columns, but then the challenge is the columns use lots and lots of materials in their own right. Also, for you, because we wanted to make you the library. Oh, you needed to be silent. Right, so it's not silent because it's adjacent to the mage's study. So we'd want to make that into our classroom. So it can't be near a rec room, a workshop, ritual room, or a classroom. So ritual room's right below it, so that'd be a thing. And we moved that up there, so that wouldn't be a good spot. Ooh. Oh, that'd be a classroom up there. We'll have to do finagling. That seems to be the big thing about this, is like figuring out how to like Jenga together your place to work. I mean, right now we're just stuck waiting on construction and for people to do better. You all healed up? Because honestly, I'm down to just keep pushing. Alright, so you're saying level 5. So it's the same basic arrangement. One extra enemy. So I'll just go ahead and push it. And just knock out the tunnels, get all that extra iron and stone and all that up here. Because why the heck not? So Listenency is getting relatively close to maxing out their level. Yeah, so everyone's recreation is abysmal, which is why we turned it up before. It just wasn't enough. Yeah, the student, our apprentice, the problem is this isn't enclosed. Until that's enclosed, we're no longer getting any of the bonuses for that room like we're supposed to. Who are you waiting on? Alright. But once we get that built and we can close this off, then we can get another one of our apprentice rooms up here. And we'll be in better shape. That'll become what it's supposed to be for all the mood buffs. And let's see what else we need to do down here. Alright. So, open up with bolts and the one in the back. Because the two in the back will be one shot each. We'll put up our defensive wall. Quick before they can get their defenses up. Alright. So for right now... Yeah, it's a bummer that thing puts up that counterattack. It just seems to refresh it all the time, so you just have to deal with the fact you are going to get counterattacked every time. Okay, backline's done. New shield up. Wake him again. Alright, you finish her off. So now we're just gonna finish it off. No one's low on life, so we can just kind of go for it. Okay. Yeah, someone just was a tunnel to go on to the next area, that's fine. Okay, so they all gotta heal up again. You know, just keep it moving as best we can. Oh, right. We were going to grab one more student, weren't we? Did you make the other wand? Yeah, so we'll go and grab that fire student. So we can get ourselves a new student in here. And that'll be fine, because I'll keep resources coming in, relics, all that goodies. And PST4, you should be pretty close to leveling, right? Relatively. Burning Sun's got a ways to go. Rongor's got a way to go. Because these two are the ones we're keeping. Alright, and we got ourselves another new student. So let's go ahead and draw on this one. This would be Zeliard. And we can go ahead and attune you to that necklace right now. And you want to pet a refining beast, charge mana lanterns, and cast during in an intermediate classroom. Well, two of those are going to happen on their own, whether I want them to or not. And the other ones are going to happen anyways. So that basically means the student dorms are full, and we do have... Well, I mean, we will have 2 beds available in the faculty. Right now, there's 1 bed available. Still just waiting for this to be all built. I wonder if I leave that enclosed where it's dark so it keeps getting those mushrooms that drain mana. I wonder if I could leave that there and have the ghost go in there and collect those for me. Did you manage to get a decent attack at least? Let me check. King here. You have an A rating for attack damage. Actually, the only place you're not great is speed. You're pretty solid across the board otherwise. You don't have like one thing that is a massive glaring flaw like a lot of other people. A lot of other people, it's just when we look at their stats, there's like one thing that's appallingly bad. Alright, let's check something. If I grab the regular old stairs... Yeah, so the regular old stairs, I should be able to get to that point, I think. So I have like this weird internal space here. I'm not sure what we'll do with this room, but... Alright. Okay. But then with that, that should all be set up to be load-bearing and all that. Cool. So that's enclosed. Let's make sure it's bright enough. It is not. So I can go here to lighting. Put like the weird little narrow window up there. I don't know what we'll do with that room. But now this has like the max here. So now I should be able to go and do what we were going to do earlier. That's foundation again, floors. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is the height I've been making most of my floors. Cool. So I can get that enclosed again, that'll make that good. This will also, we won't be able to cut across here, but my plan is just make that rotate up more. And we can just, you know, zigzag up here to at least get these built, and then we can worry about making them better. Because right now, I've got a lightning person ready to rock and roll, which we have this ready for them. And I need a nature person, which I'm going to put up here. The problem I'm going to run into is not enough faculty to teach, but my hope is that Alyssa and Z will level up and be ready to take on that role by the time we got more people ready. Alright, Rongor's got another one locked in. Yep, so you just have you want to fight in a fight. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm honestly finding, like, pursuing their trials, unless I'm going to keep them, is not that big of an issue. I think it helps you get higher level relics to start with, but it almost feels better to just race through people faster. Does the air need to be at the top? You don't know what the nature one is for? Oh yeah, no, as far as... I'm not worried about making this, like, the proper with bonuses air room right now. My thought is get a bunch of these rooms set up, and then I can go over here and be like, make this room the way it needs to be, get everything shifted over there, go to the next one, make sure it's set up the way it needs to be, get everything over there. I just realized the time. That, just zoned into the game and, like, time's just flying by. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do here is, if you have enjoyed tonight's stream, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future, because this is about the time I wrap up for the night, but don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go find someone to raid, unless you happen to be over on the YouTube side, at which point I don't have a host set up, so it is going to just drop suddenly on you, but thanks so much for watching over on YouTube. But for everyone over here on Twitch, like I said, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and change my scene and all that. The time? Yeah, no, for me it's 4 in the morning.